At the wedding banquet, my ex-boyfriend's brother-in-law kissed me so hard that my legs went weak. Everyone in the elite Beijing social circle knows this. Ji Yang, the stunning, seductive, and sweet-tempered fiancé of the capital's crown prince, Liu Yi, is always seen wherever he is. One day, word spread Ji Yang had broken off the engagement. Liu Yi, ever nonchalant, said, "I might ve said something a bit harsh. Give it 3 days, she'll come back on her own." 3 days passed. Then 3 more. Drunk and with no one else to call, Liu Yi finally dialed Ji Yang's number only to find he'd been blocked. Paparazzi soon caught photos of Ji Yang being escorted home by a mysterious man. Liu Yi suddenly felt a hollow ache in his chest. Later, it was said that Liu Yi stood all night in the pouring rain, desperately waiting outside his ex's home. The next morning, the door finally opened. "Yang, I miss you." A tall figure in a bath towel stepped out. "Uncle? Yang?" That noble, commanding man pulled Ji Yang into his arms and shot Liu Yi a cold glance. "It's time you called me something else." That night, Ji Yang had slept with Liu Yi's uncle. The next morning, terrified and full of regret, she fled. She quit her job and moved out. When she ran into him in the elevator, she pretended she was waiting for the next one. Until one day, during a blind date at a bar, she was suddenly taken away. In a narrow alley, breath heavy and closing in, he kissed her forcefully. "Run again, and I'll break your legs." He lured her in, step by step. How could he possibly let her escape the palm of his hand? Chapter 1, Entangled. Pinky fingers entwined, an anklet as the lock granting you wild indulgence. Epigraph. My butt hurts. Liu Yi, can we not do it tonight? Please. Liu Yi glanced over the WeChat messages. A cigarette dangled from his thin lips as they curved into a smirk. So early in the morning, and she was already turning the script into something R-rated. Sounds like your butt's itchy. This scene can't be delayed any longer. We're shooting it tonight. After sending the voice message, Liu Yi stubbed out his cigarette and casually grabbed a tie. Just as he was about to put it on, a pair of soft, fair hands snatched it away. "You need to wear the blue one today." "Let me do it." Liu Yi let her fuss over him. He was used to being dressed and served by her. They had been living together for 2 years since their engagement, as per the family's arrangement. Except for the one rule, no touching, Liu Yi couldn't really find fault in her. She was obedient, thoughtful, meticulous. Everyone in their circle said Ji Yang loved Liu Yi to death. Sure enough, he watched her switch into her usual mode, Ji nagging wife Yang. "No time for breakfast. I packed it in a lunchbox, take it with you. It's going to rain. Don't forget your umbrella, I left it by the door. You're still sick. Don't drink at tonight's event, okay?" Liu Yi turned his head slightly and loosened his tie. Cold medicine 3 times a day. I'm leaving." Liu Yi cut her off impatiently and strode out. He always treated her like this. Probably because, deep down, he never really thought much of her. Liu Yi was the crown prince of the capital's elite. Handsome and flawless, and when dressed in custom suits, he exuded effortless elegance. But Ji Yang knew underneath it all, he was a careless flirt who didn't take anything seriously. Seconds later, she timidly called out again, "Don't forget the lunchbox." His response? The sound of the car speeding away from the villa. Ji Yang turned around and began tidying Liu Yi's bedroom. Then she noticed she had forgotten to give him his coat. Panicked, she grabbed it and rushed outside. "Young madam, what's wrong?" Anshan called out, alarmed. "Slow down." By the time Ji Yang got to the gate, Liu Yi's car was already long gone. She picked up her keys. "Anshan, I'm going to deliver this coat to Liu Yi. Start stewing the beef brisket for lunch, he loves it." Frowning, Ji Yang drove off in pursuit. Liu Yi was a golden boy if his cold got worse without a coat and he didn't show up at the family home tomorrow, she'd never hear the end of it from the elders. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. Less than an hour later, she arrived at Zhejiang Media. Ji Yang held an honorary title at the company, Liu Yi's personal secretary. The Liu family paid her a full salary and top-tier benefits, per her request. But she had never actually worked a day. When the receptionist saw her holding Liu Yi's coat, she thought Ji Yang was a housekeeper and led her straight into his office. Ji Yang knocked, no response. Thinking Lu Yi wasn't there, she pushed the door open, intending to drop off the coat and leave. But the scene inside made her freeze mid-step. Lu Yi was lounging back, one hand draped over the couch, the other pressing down on the head of a woman kneeling in front of him. About 3 seconds passed. Ji Yang decided to step in and calmly closed the door behind her. 5 minutes enough? She asked suddenly, standing there, unapologetic. The two were startled, especially the woman, who practically flailed in panic, unsure where to hide. Word was, the last woman who slept with Lu Yi disappeared after Ji Yang reported her to Grandpa Lu. Lu Yi opened his eyes and glanced at Ji Yang. He stayed calm, but his face darkened. Who let you in? You forgot your coat. Ji Yang walked toward him. Lu Yi didn't he take it? His eyes narrowed mockingly. Why don't you bring a full set next time? You'd match the scene better. Ji Yang looked at the actress. Leave. I have business with your VP. Go where? Lu Yi yanked the woman back onto his lap. This was his office. How could Ji Yang call the shots? He looked at her. What do you want? Ji Yang's tone was icy. Lu Yi, you said you'd change. Lu Yi chuckled. Ji Yang, you're just a tool for warding off bad luck. You really think you're some grand young madam? Who gave you the right to meddle in my personal life? And another thing, lesson 1 for every rich man's wife, tolerance. Better get used to it. Ji Yang froze. It had been Grandpa Lu who arranged their match, saying their horoscopes aligned and would bring prosperity to the Lu family. She knew elite men like to play around. But Lu Yi had promised her he'd settle down. That's the only reason she agreed to the engagement and gave him 2 years to build a bond. For 2 whole years, he acted like a different man in front of her and Grandpa. She had foolishly thought he was sincere. What a joke. She glanced down at the apron she hadn't even taken off, then back up at the roguish, smug face of Lu Yi. 2 years. 730 days. All for nothing. Ji Yang looked him dead in the eye. Lu Yi, as of today, we're done. I'm not serving you anymore. Lu Yi scoffed. 2 years engaged, and she said that who knows how many times. As Ji Yang passed through the employee area, her gaze swept over a familiar lunchbox. She suddenly turned, picked it up, and headed straight back to the office. Lu Yi looked puzzled until Ji Yang raised the porridge high and dumped it. The actress screamed and jumped off him, wisely fleeing the scene. Ji Yang. Lu Yi was furious, face covered in porridge. I got up at 5 a.m. to make this. Even feeding a dog, you wouldn't be the one to waste it. There wasn't a trace of her usual softness left. Then she yanked off her apron and threw it in his face. Walking out of the building, Ji Yang felt lighter than ever. Today marked their 2-year engagement anniversary. She had planned to finally give herself to him tonight. Turns out, the elite life just wasn't for her. She'd used up all her acting skills being a pretend young madam for 2 years. Sitting in her car, a touch of sadness crept in. Even if it was just a beast she'd cared for, 2 years of sincerity weren't so easy to let go of. 8 p.m. Ji Yang stepped into the long-forgotten Nanta club. Upstairs, in a private room. Lu Xiao, your fiancée is drinking downstairs. Lu Yi paused. He'd never seen Ji Yang drunk before. She broke up with me this morning, he said lazily, leaning back in his chair. I said some harsh words. Someone snickered. She is so obedient, how could you bear to? Lu Yi gave a laid-back smile. She'll come back on her own. She always does. Didn't he even wait a day last time before chasing me down? It was always like this. She couldn't leave him. As night deepened, more eyes lingered on Ji Yang. She was from the entertainment world, face and figure far better than any current star. But she refused to sleep her way up and settled in the background. After 2 years as Lu Yi's glorified housekeeper, this was the first time she wore something spicy from the back of her closet. Long hair, usually tied up, was now flowing free. Innocent, yet seductive. Nandu's boss, he Baijua, walked in, saw her, and froze. Then he made a call. Why is your nephew's fiancée drinking in my club? Who? Lu Wentan's voice was low and smooth. Cut the act, he Baijua scoffed. So this is why you changed the dinner location. They were supposed to eat elsewhere, but Lu Wentan suddenly said he'd meet here instead. The The girl's drinking too much. You're not going to step in? He Baizhuo raised an eyebrow. Call her fiancé to pick her up, Lu Wentan replied, indifferent. Fine. He Baizhuo went to the front desk and called Lu Yi. After informing him, Lu Yi hung up without saying whether he'd come. Turning around to glance back at Ji Yang. She was gone? Worried something happened, he Baizhuo went looking. As he passed their hallway, he saw a man and woman practically entangled together. That man's side profile undoubtedly Lu Wentan. He Baizhuo turned back toward the front desk. And bumped straight into Lu Yi, who had just arrived. Both of them froze. Chapter 2, The First Time. He Baizhuo silently cursed, this is a sin. But still, he handed a cigarette to Lu Wentan. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the hallway was empty. He waved his hand, I've got work to do looking for someone, right? Young Master Lu, help yourself. This mess he wasn't going to get involved. Ji Yang was already pinned behind the door by the man. She had originally gone to the bathroom and happened to see him smoking by the window. One thought popped into her head. If I can't be Lu Yi's wife, what would it feel like to become Lu Wentan's woman? To make Lu Yi call me little aunt. What does it feel like to be your woman? That was her opening line as she walked up to Lu Wentan. The next second, she was pulled into an empty room. Do you know who I am? The man asked, tilting her chin up. The lighting in the room was dim, but she could still see the face up close, chiseled like a sculpture, almost unjustly handsome. The sketch she once drew as a teenager seemed to materialize right in front of her. No wonder she couldn't suppress the flutter in her chest. Little uncle, Ji Yang breathed out, her tone laced with desire, her intentions crystal clear. The unrestrained way she addressed him was completely different from her usual well-behaved self. Lu Wentan's gaze darkened. I want a taste, Ji Yang murmured, her slightly drunken eyes fixed on his cigarette and thin lips. Lu Wentan's brows furrowed. Not good. He thought she was talking about the cigarette and, worried about the smoke affecting her, put it out. But the next moment, Ji Yang kissed him. The long composed man's brow twitched slightly. He looked down at her with heavy eyes, voice low and suggestive, Lu Yi is right outside. Ji Yang didn't react at first. Then she panicked. Though she had broken up with Lu Yi, if they got caught like this, there'd be no explaining it. Seeing the shift in her expression, Lu Wentan's face turned cold. He took control, suddenly deepening the kiss. Bang bang bang. Someone pounded on a door across their hall. It was Lu Yi's voice. Ji Yang, I know you're in there. Lu Yi's roguish tone rang out. Open up. I'll teach you how to play. Ji Yang was still too inexperienced. She panicked and pushed Lu Wentan. Aren't you leaving? Lu Wentan's expression sank. Am I someone who needs to hide? He didn't give her a chance to speak. His lips kept moving. Ji Yang couldn't resist, her whole body went limp, sliding down again and again, only to be caught and lifted each time by Lu Wentan. In the end, he set her on the entryway table. Knock knock knock. The knocking suddenly moved to their door. Ji Yang's heart leapt into her throat. She clutched Lu Wentan's collar. Lu Wentan. Lu Yi could be crazy. From the tone of his voice, Ji Yang could tell he'd kill her if he found out. Beg me, Lu Wentan said as if he hadn't heard, his fingers deliberately misbehaving. Ji Yang's breathing trembled. She clung to his shoulders, whispering into his ear. His Adam's apple rolled deeply. Then he finally stopped pushing. Knock. The door was knocked on again. It opened. Lu Wentan stood there neatly dressed, looking calm as ever. What's the noise? Lu Yi paused, suspicious. Little uncle. Why are you here? Lu Wentan removed his watch. I can't be. Lu Yi knew this was Baizhuo's place, his frequent hangout. I'm looking for someone. Lu Yi instinctively tried to peer inside. Lu Wentan gave him a cold look but didn't say a word. Instead, he stepped aside, leaning against the door and making room. The calmer he was, the more Lu Yi hesitated. Don't be fooled by the fact that this uncle was only 7 or 8 years older. Lu Yi learned the meaning of death from him. Wanna check? Lu Wentan asked evenly. If not, I'm closing the door. Lu Yi let out a slow breath. You must be handling serious business, I won't interrupt. Carry on. Lu Wentan gave a low then turned and closed the door. The moment the door shut, Ji Yang was pulled over again, kissed with force. Lu Yi want to leave tonight. He seemed to know Lu Yi's temperament, warning her that going out now would be like admitting everything. Then why are you still Ji Yang didn't dare continue. Her lips were nibbled lightly. Lu Wentan's way of punishing her. Actions have consequences. The more hesitant she was, the more he seemed to want. In just 2 minutes, the inexperienced Ji Yang couldn't take it anymore. She pushed at him slightly. It's my first time. In this position, how could she bear it? Lu Wentan froze noticeably. He clearly didn't expect someone who'd been with Lu Yi for 2 years to be. All restraint collapsed. He picked her up with one arm, cupped the back of her head, and kissed her until she was dizzy. By the time he pressed her into the mattress, her body was so soft she could hardly move. But Ji Yang kept biting her lips. Lu Yi might really still be outside. Let go of your lips, Lu Wentan coaxed, still teasing her, his voice low and tempting. Ji Yang was furious. He was doing it on purpose. His movements were relentless, until she finally couldn't hold back any sound. She didn't even know how it ended. In her dream, she vaguely heard Lu Wentan calling her Yang over and over. That usually restrained voice, saying just 2 syllables, was thick with hormones. When she opened her eyes the next day, her whole body was sore beyond belief. That wasn't riding a horse, it was like she rode an elephant. She stared blankly at the ceiling of the rental room. Yang. A deep voice called. Ji Yang responded instinctively and looked toward the balcony. She saw Lu Wentan. But he was on the phone, head slightly bowed, speaking to someone else. Her mind went blank for a moment. She stared at him. His side profile looked gentle. She'd followed Lu Yi for 2 years, always visiting the Lu family home on weekends. She had seen Lu Wentan many times, but never like this, like a god descending from his pedestal. So was the Yang he called out last night meant for someone else? You're awake. Lu Wentan put away his phone and looked over. Ji Yang instantly sobered. She was already fully dressed. Her first words were, "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else last night. Drinking really did ruin lives." She regretted it deeply now. Lu Wentan's eyes visibly darkened for a moment. Then he chuckled faintly. "You thought I was Lu Yi?" Lu Yi had already shown up. He clearly knew what happened and blocked her escape. Ji Yang bit her lip. "Yes, my ex." Lu Wentan said nothing. "I drank too much, sorry." She didn't dare look into his eyes. "We both didn't lose anything. Just pretend it never happened." She hurriedly gathered her things, grabbed her bag and phone. "I have to go." "Make yourself at home." What business could she possibly have? Though she was Lu Yi's secretary, in reality, she was more like a full-time housemaid, and now, she'd quit. She found her car and left straight away. Feeling frustrated, she called Wally on the way. "Babe? Not lining up for free eggs at the supermarket today." Wally teased. "I committed a crime." "Oh? Send me your Alipay password. I'll visit you in prison when I can." "I slept with Lu Wentan." Warley's tone slowed dramatically. "So you finally lost your virginity. How was the technique?" She didn't even get to finish asking how many times before the line went silent for 2 seconds. "Who?" "Lu Wentan." Warley clutched a whole bouquet of imaginary grass. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Lu. I may have shouted just now. Can I be your bridesmaid?" Ji Yang turned serious. "Lu Wentan knows where I live. I want to crash at your place for a few days." Warley sobered up. What's wrong? He won't take responsibility? Ji Yang took a deep breath. "It's complicated." "So you're hiding from him? You broke up with Lu Yi anyway. Sleeping with Lu Wentan is perfect. Just become the 4th Mrs. Lu." Chapter 3 Call My Name. Ji Yang laughed. "If I can't even be Madame Lu, how can I be the 4th Madam? You don't understand, do you? You can't be a young mistress because there are monsters above you. If you become the 4th wife, you will be second to none and above everyone else. Who would dare to yell at you?" Of course Ji Yang understood. She had fantasized about this before. But Lu Wentan has someone he likes. Ji Yang knew very early on that he was an existence that she dared not and could not even dream of. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to be with Lu Yi. How could Lu Wentan be interested in a woman that his nephew doesn't want now? So he slept with you last night? I slept with him. Ji Yang corrected, and then said, don't tell anyone. I'm hanging up first, there's a phone call coming in. Looking at the number on the screen, it was from the Lu family's old residence, so Ji Yang had to answer it. Ji Yang, didn't you go back to Manting last night? Mr. Lu's dissatisfied voice was sonorous and powerful. Ji Yang took the phone away from his ear as if he was familiar with it. Why did Lu Yi have such a bad cold that he couldn't go to work? How come you can't even take care of yourself when you're such a grown-up? Why don't you speak? I'm listening, Grandpa. Ji Yang had a blank expression on his face. Lu Yi was really the one who would complain first. He was probably too tired to go to work after playing all night. Don't just listen, go back to Phoenix Garden now. Ji Yang frowned, can I go another day? I have something to do. She didn't want to meet Lu Wentan. Lu Yi is already in Phoenix Garden, what else can you do? Ji Yang held the phone in her hand. Before the engagement, Mr. Lu treated her as a mascot. After the engagement, the Lu family only treated her as an accessory of Lu Yi. She used to think it was a big deal, as she was still a young lady just lying down. I suddenly felt very disgusted today. Ji Yang opened his mouth to say something else, but the butler Hebo spoke to the old man. Fourth brother said he couldn't leave due to work, so he won't be back today. Lu Wentan is not coming back today. Ji Yang heard it and quickly changed his words, Grandpa, I'll be there right away. The matter of the engagement really needs to be discussed with the Lu family. It will be difficult to find an opportunity after today. When Ji Yang drove away from Nandu, Baizhua was there. Lu Wentan was naturally there too. Baizhua smiled, is it a rare opportunity to sleep in? Lu Wentan turned around and went upstairs. His assistant Song Wen, who had been waiting there since early morning, also followed him in. Business. Baizhua followed him upstairs and asked Song Wen, who said that Lu Wentan was here to discuss 2 business deals today. A morning stroke. 1 in the evening. After discussing business in the morning, Lu Wentan had lunch at Nandu and took a nap. Song Wen helped him pack up the documents he would need that evening. Fourth master, Huatai wants to talk to you again tonight. I think we can sign and stamp directly tonight. Lu Wentan folded his arms and rested his head on them, without saying a word. Oh, right. Song Wen added something unconsciously. Lu Yi and Ji Yang both returned to the old house. They said they broke up yesterday. It was really a fight at the head of the bed and at the foot of the bed. What's wrong? Song Wen saw someone sitting up. Lu Wentan shook a cigarette out of the cigarette box and looked for a lighter on the table. Their voice spilled from his lips, let's postpone tonight's event and go back to the old house. Song Wen paused, didn't you say you were busy these 2 days and wouldn't go back? Seeing that he couldn't find his lighter, Song Wen took his own, lit it for him, and moved closer. As a result, Lu Wentan looked at him deeply. Did I say I wanted to smoke? Song Wen blinked and pointed at the cigarette beside his mouth, so are you, holding it in your mouth for fun? The man looked like this, so let him continue. Song Wen was not polite, besides, Huatai's matter tonight is very important. If 2 billion funds flow over. Out of the corner of his eye, Song Wen saw Lu Wentan handing him the private seal. Song Wen reached out to take it, with his hand fully extended. You want to be the CEO? Lu Wentan asked indifferently. Hearing his words, Song Wen stopped what he was doing. How dare he answer it again? Then I realized what was happening, and when I was lighting the fire for him, I was warning him that he was meddling too much. Understood. Song Wen nodded, then I'll give Uncle He another call and go back to the old house in the evening. Lu Wentan lit a cigarette himself and said, I'll be back in the afternoon. Song Wen. Okay. The Lu family's old house. Ji Yang came over after moving. Uncle He was waiting at the door at the right time. Young madam is back. Ji Yang felt that this address was awkward and said, just call me by my name from now on. Uncle He didn't understand what was going on, but Lu Yi, who was holding an ice pack to reduce his fever, looked at him with raised eyes and said, you are throwing a tantrum at me, ignore me. Ji Yang walked over and got straight to the point before Lu Yi was ready to act. Grandpa, let's cancel the engagement between Lu Yi and me. We're breaking up. Lu Jiaowei didn't even raise his head, as if he wasn't surprised at all, and tapped the chessboard. It's your turn, why haven't you made any progress? Ji Yuyang frowned, then met Lu Yi's inquiring eyes. He went downstairs to look for someone last night, but didn't see Ji Yuyang. I met my uncle. A doorman said that she was sent away by a man, but he couldn't find the man. A bit annoying. I don't want to play anymore. Lu Yi regretted his move and threw away the chess piece. My wife is here, how can I have the heart to play chess with you, old man? How disrespectful. Lu Jiaowei glared at him, but he was not angry at all. I'm serious. Ji Yuyang sat down politely, speaking sincerely. I'm very grateful that Grandpa thinks highly of me, but I'm not qualified to be the young lady. Please find someone else. Lu Jiaowei was displeased. Nonsense, you and Lu Yi are the most compatible. In the future, Lufeng Finance will prosper, and you can imagine how valuable your wife will be. Don't be so unjust. As expected, her words had no weight at all. I don't know what time it was in the afternoon, but several people happened to be in the living room. Master. Uncle, he interrupted, fourth brother is back. Lu Jiaowei nodded. I have something important to discuss with the fourth brother, you go to the kitchen to help. I'm talking about Ji Yuyang. Ji Yuyang's mind went a little blank. Was Lu Wentan going to not come back? Lu Wentan had already entered the room, carrying his taken-off coat into the room. Uncle, he reached out to take the coat. The man put his hand on his arm, and Uncle, he pulled his hand back without thinking much about it. Lu Wentan entered the living room and handed his coat to Ji Yuyang. Ji Yuyang's body stiffened. Normally when she came to the Lu family, she did play this kind of role, but today was different. Now Lu Wentan's coat was lying on his legs. His behavior just now was like a man returning home and naturally handing his coat to his wife. She immediately thought of what Hua Lili said, under one person, and her mind was full of the scene of last night. Smelling the elegant and abstinent woody fragrance, Ji Yuyang couldn't associate Lu Wentan, who asked her on the bed, what does it feel like to be my woman, with the person in front of her? At this moment, she couldn't remember a single word of the lines she wanted to use to insist on cancelling the engagement. Lu Wentan had already straightened his trousers, sat down, and said calmly, Lufeng Finance can merge with Ruetong, but they have to take my last name. I said this to Mr. Lu. Lufeng Finance is the current Lu family, which was founded by the old man's grandfather, so the Lu family is firmly established as a wealthy family in Beijing. Ruetong is currently the largest investment bank in China, owned by Lu Wendan. When the Lu family was in crisis, Lu Wendan returned from overseas and directly moved an investment bank back home, and the crisis was easily resolved. The myth about Lu Wendan also began at that time. Lu Jiaowei laughed after hearing this. Aren't you afraid of indigestion? Lu Wentan took a sip of tea. Seeing his confident look, Lu Jiaowei asked suspiciously, what did you do last night? Lu Wentan's eyes vaguely glanced at Ji Yuyang, who was sitting still. I did a big one. Neither hurried nor slow, but very steady and calm. Ji Yuyang's heart was in knots. What did he do last night? Chapter 4, Little Uncle. Lu Wentan's eyes swept over the sleeve of his suit that she was holding. I have good teeth. I can swallow any huatai. He continued. Lu Jiaowei was slightly surprised. Did you reach an agreement last night? Ji Yuyang let out a breath. It turned out they were talking about official business. Lu Jiaowei couldn't answer Lu Wentan for a moment, so he simply turned his anger on Ji Yuyang. Why are you still sitting there? Ji Yuyang came to his senses and prepared to leave. I was called again, no greeting. Ji Yuyang's gaze drifted vaguely past Lu Wentan's lips, not daring to look into his eyes. She opened her mouth, but the word uncle in her throat suddenly died down. Last night, Lu Wentan was so distracted that he bit her ear and asked her, who am I? She initially answered, Lu Wentan. Answer again. The man was obviously dissatisfied. Until she answered, uncle. He seemed to have a special liking for this name, and he let her call it over and over again, and he responded with his own actions. Now Ji Yuyang thought, he probably mistook her for someone else. Fourth uncle. Ji Yuyang said in a muffled voice, and stood up, you guys chat. There was nothing wrong with her attitude, but it was obviously different from what she had been like before. Lu Yi leaned against the sofa and looked at his uncle. The man's face was calm and cold, and he seemed a little unhappy. Lu Yi looked at Ji Yu Yang again. Yang Yang, can you help me get another bag of ice? I have a severe fever. Ji Yu Yang felt disgusted when he heard the name. She turned and went to the backyard, still burning with fever, must be caused by the slut. Yang Yang. Lu Yi said with a smile, then stood up and followed Ji Yu Yang, holding her waist. You're so angry, are you confused? The ice pack is in the kitchen. Ji Yu Yang was taken to the kitchen without any explanation. Unable to break free, he elbowed him directly. Let go. Lu Yi lowered his voice. Cooperate with me and play the role of a good wife and mother today. Tomorrow I will admit that I am the one at fault and ask Grandpa to cancel the engagement. My uncle has just taken over Huatai. If her, the mascot, makes trouble at this time, or any problems arise in the business, he will have to take the blame. Ji Yu Yang could tell that the old man would not nod easily unless Lu Yi also agreed to cancel the engagement. She looked up at him and said, if you dare to lie to me, you will never get an erection in your life. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment. When he was in the office yesterday, he didn't react. It was as if she had switched souls with painted skin. More like a little wild cat today. Interesting. He curled his lips and leaned forward. When has my words ever been disregarded? In the eyes of the people in the living room, this scene looked like a young couple having a quarrel. Lu Jiahui looked much better. Uncle, he laughed at the side, the young master and the young mistress are still a good match. Lu Wentan looked very gloomy, not gloomy, but with a cold aura around him. Uncle, it's not expensive to get a pair of glasses. If you can't afford it, ask the chairman to reimburse you. When Uncle he heard this out of the blue, he knew it was obvious that the implication was that he had no vision. Then I saw that fourth brother's coat was left on the sofa by Ji Yu Yang. So that's what it is. He quickly walked over and took his coat. Look at my eyes. I'll hang it up for you right away. After a while, Lu Yi and Ji Yu Yang both came back. Ji Yu Yang was held by the waist and sat next to Lu Yi. Lu Jiahui spoke up at the right time. It's time to hold Lu Yi's wedding banquet. You are both 25 years old, not young anymore. Get the marriage certificate now and have 3 children in 5 years. Otherwise, it will be difficult to have children after you are 30. 3 children in 5 years. In other families, the old ladies have more things to do, but the old man in the Lu family has even more things to do than women. Ji Yu Yang didn't know what expression to use. Did he treat her as a doll replicator? Lu Wentan glanced at Ji Yu Yang, who had a pale face. I took it for granted, you are humiliating me. Lu Wentan is over 32 years old. What does it have to do with you? Lu Jiahui glanced at him. Can I control you? You were allowed to get married a few years ago, and you said you knew what was going on. I've asked you to date someone in the past few years, but you just lied and said you had someone in your heart. What the hell can he do? He is about to become a Buddha. If you don't bring me a man, I can rest in peace. How dare you urge me? After Lu Jiahui finished speaking, he had to drink some water to catch his breath. Uncle he entered the living room again, smiling. Master, there might be someone there. He even said that I have bad eyesight. He even brought back lipstick on my clothes. Then he asked Lu Wentan, you didn't notice it yourself, did you? Ji Yu Yang's heart suddenly tightened. She pursed her lips subconsciously. She had been using the same lipstick for the past 2 days. Lu Wentan glanced at the coat calmly and said, the quality of the lipstick is not very good. Buy her a good one next time. Ji Yu Yang's heart suddenly began to beat fast. Next time? What does he mean? He won't let her go. It was hard for Ji Yu Yang to imagine how she would die if Lu Wentan threw the pot on her. I'll go to the kitchen to help. She stood up suddenly. I could vaguely hear a few men in the living room gossiping, and they wanted to know who Lu Wentan was hiding, but Lu Wentan didn't seem to respond. Ji Yu Yang walked quickly and didn't dare to listen. After entering the kitchen and nearly knocking over 2 bowls and nearly dropping a kitchen knife on the servant's instep, she was sent away. Go to the wine cellar to get some wine. After a while, the servant brought out the fruit and said, young master, why don't you go and comfort the young mistress? Did you bully her too much? You were absent-minded and reckless. You almost cut off your foot. I'll send her to the wine cellar to get some wine. Lu Yi was nonchalant, smiling. She's just a spoiled brat. I'll coax her when I get home tonight. I've spoiled her so much that she has a bad temper lately. Lu Wentan has already stood up and gone upstairs. After entering the room and pushing open the door of the bookshelf, I found a private elevator inside, which went down to the garage on the underground first floor and then continued to the wine cellar on the underground second floor. Ji Yang was leaning against the wine cellar to kill time. When she vaguely heard someone coming down, she didn't expect it was Lu Wentan, but thought it was the servant who urged her to come. "I'll be there soon. The wine that my uncle wants to drink is hard to find." As soon as she finished speaking, a figure blocked her way. Ji Yang subconsciously took a step back and almost bumped into the wine rack behind him. Lu Wentan reached out and helped her. She lowered her head as if she was awakened. "I'm fine, please move aside." Lu Wentan didn't move at all, just lowered his eyes and looked at her. Ji Yang felt like a thorn in his side. "Did you get drunk last night because of Lu Yi?" the man suddenly spoke. Ji Yang frowned and finally looked at him subconsciously. The light in the wine cellar was a little dim, especially since they were in a corner. "Why do you ask?" she hesitated. Lu Wentan pursed his lips. But it was obvious that she had seen Lu Yi and her going in and out of the kitchen just now. "Do you like Lu Yi?" he asked again. Ji Yang finally understood what he meant. He wanted to say that since she liked Lu Yi and said that she had broken up with Lu Yi, she could just find any man to sleep with. And this man is still him. To the president of Ruetong Investment Bank, she insulted him. "Yeah?" Ji Yang tightened the bottle and looked directly at him. "Lu Yi is my fiancé, isn't it normal for me to like him?" For a long time afterwards, the wine cellar was dead silent. Ji Yang felt that Lu Wentan was pushing her into a corner step by step, even though he looked gentle. The deep voice was like a 1,000-year-old cold pond, cold and gloomy. "If that's the case, how dare you provoke me?" Chapter 5 Play. "I said I was drunk. Did you know I'm Lu Wentan after drinking so much?" Ji Yang's head hurt and she couldn't think straight. She couldn't stand Lu Wentan's strong aura. What does his unyielding attitude mean? After having a good time one night, you still want to do it with her for free in the future. What is this? He clearly has someone in his heart, and he wants to use her as a substitute, secretly. This thought made Ji Yang feel a little uncomfortable, but his mind became clear. Lu Wentan. She looked at him straight. "I have been tortured by the Lu family for 2 years. I don't want to be used as a venting tool by anyone anymore. Although I took the initiative last night, it was consensual, so I don't think it's a big deal. I will cancel the engagement and disappear. I will not leak a word about what happened last night to anyone. Your reputation will not be damaged. You can rest assured. As a woman left over by my nephew, I'm sure you won't bother to argue with me, right?" As she spoke these words, her palms were already sweaty. "Ji Yang." Lu Yi's voice came from the entrance of the wine cellar. At that moment, Ji Yang felt that the world had gone dark. "Are you crazy?" Running to the wine cellar, Lu Wentan pulled her body back and pressed it into his arms. Ji Yang's back was against the man's chest, and the thin shirt allowed her to clearly hear Lu Wentan's strong heartbeat. Very steady, he doesn't seem afraid of being caught at all. But her legs were weak, and she was afraid that Lu Yi would come and see them, so she pushed him and tried to separate. "Don't move." The man's voice suddenly became hoarse. Ji Yang suddenly stopped moving. With my back facing him, I could feel a burning sensation somewhere. Then Lu Wentan took the wine from her hand and took a step forward with his long legs. A second before he left, Ji Yang seemed to vaguely hear him whispering in her neck, "What if I don't care?" Maybe I heard it wrong. Lu Wentan had already walked past Lu Yi with his long legs. "Stop shouting, it's noisy." "Uncle." Lu Yi glanced at the red wine in his hand. "Oh, you're in a good mood today. He treasures this wine very much." Lu Wentan didn't say anything and went out. A few minutes later, Lu Yi entered the villa from the backyard and saw Ji Yang entering from the front. "Suspicious, were you in the wine cellar just now?" His uncle only told him to stop shouting, but didn't say whether Ji Yang was there or not. He automatically understood that there was no one in the wine cellar. "But she just came back, where was she just now?" "I left from the east gate and picked some mint by the way." Ji Yang looked normal and raised the things in his hand. Lu Yi raised his hand and waved at her. Ji Yang glanced at him and pretended not to see him, as if he was calling a dog. "Pooh, who is a dog?" Lu Yi remembered that she was like a little wild cat today. Seeing her walking around him, he curled his lips and smiled and walked over. Ji Yang was hugged by him again. Pretend to be serious. Your uncle is watching you. Lu Yi threatened in her ear. Ji Yang's body stiffened for a moment. As expected, Lu Wentan was standing tall by the window of the restaurant, apparently making a phone call, but her eyes were looking over here. She stopped struggling. Lu Yi bent down and leaned close to her neck. Where did you go last night? Ji Yang couldn't help but feel disgusted. In order to prevent Lu Wendan from seeing her disgusting expression, she had to turn her head to look at Lu Yi. Don't worry about my business, Mr. Lu. I didn't care about you eating shit, why are you meddling so much? Lu Yi's eyebrows twitched slightly. When she turned around just now, she actually had the illusion that she was going to kiss him. After hearing her words again, Lu Yi didn't get angry but laughed instead. When did I eat that? The little wild cat has a sharp mouth. Isn't it a good meal in the office? Ji Yang finally turned sideways, completely avoiding him, and quickly entered the blind spot of Lu Wentan's vision. Lu Yi did not chase after her. He put his hands in his pockets and watched her disappear with interest. The expression in his eyes gradually faded. Just now, she didn't smell any scent belonging to anyone else. Only mint flavor. It seems that he is a bit fanciful. The four of them had dinner together. Old Shu is about to have a great-grandson, but I still have neither a son nor a grandson. The old man started the conversation in a nagging way, sighing as he ate. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows nonchalantly and picked up a piece of food for the old man with his chopsticks. Taking care of children is tiring, Grandpa, let's not feel sorry for old Shu. Lu Jiaowei looked at the lemon slices taken from the bowl and threw them directly back into Lu Yi's bowl. There's no clue at all. Fortunately, he has found Ji Yang, otherwise, with his intelligence and eyes, he would probably be single for the rest of his life. Mr. Lu turned his eyes to Lu Wentan, who was dining elegantly. Since you've dated someone, why don't you bring him back sometime? After thinking for a while, he changed his words. When you meet her, I can secretly take a look. Lu Wentan picked up the cup and took a sip of water, his eyes naturally raised to the opposite side. Ji Yang looked at his nose with his eyes, and then looked at his heart with his nose, and chewed a mouthful of ginger. Swallowed. Just for fun. Lu Wentan said gently. But the old man was so shocked that he stared at him with wide eyes. That's not his style. His temperament and character would not allow him to do such despicable things as playing with women, which is very suitable for Lu Yi. Was he played by a woman? No, that's even more impossible. Who in the capital dares to play with him? He doesn't touch meat or fish, and even ghosts would shake their heads when they see him. Lu Yi was standing beside him, deep in thought. It seemed like my uncle was just having fun in Nanda last night, because there were no lights on in the room at that time. I'm full, Grandpa, please enjoy. Ji Yang felt a burning sensation in his throat. From behind, Lu Yi pretended to scold. You just talked to Grandpa, but didn't say hello to your husband and uncle. I'll punish her later. Ji Yang went into the kitchen and cleaned the stove. The servants were not surprised, as the young mistress had always been doing these jobs. After the three men outside had finished eating, the servants brought in the dishes and chopsticks. Let me do it. Ji Yang continued washing the dishes naturally. The servants went over there to mop the floor, while others prepared ingredients for evening tea. Seeing that the master had finished eating and was not in the restaurant, the maid couldn't help but gossip. I heard that fourth brother's ex-girlfriend came back and even went to the company to look for fourth brother. Aunt Zhang was not surprised and continued to mop the floor. Who is fourth brother? He still needs to save face. I guess he won't pay attention to her anytime soon. The younger sister laughed. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you hear Uncle he say that there were lipstick marks on fourth brother's clothes? Aunt Zhang glanced at her and said, young people, don't you understand? This is the mind of fourth brother. What do you mean? The younger sister used a rag as roller skates and slid over to Aunt Zhang with her butt sticking out. The two of them didn't treat Ji Yang as an outsider at all and chatted as if nothing had happened. The fourth brother won't pay attention to his ex, but he will make his ex actively seek reconciliation, for example, by getting some lipstick on his clothes, or making some inappropriate news with a gold digger to provoke his ex. Ji Yang, the gold digger as they called her, paused for a moment while washing dishes. Is that so? Lu Wentan was angry with his ex-girlfriend who wanted to get back together, so he went with her when she was drunk, and then used this kind of thing to make his ex-girlfriend jealous. It turns out that he said he just wanted to have fun. Chapter 6. Push her to him. Are you glad? At least it shows that he is not really going to pursue anything with her. Are you upset? Yes, in her heart, Lu Wentan was so handsome, but she didn't expect that he was even worse than Lu Yi in handling his feelings. Wife. Lu Yi suddenly appeared at the kitchen door. Ji Yuyang finished washing the dishes and walked out of the kitchen. When he passed by Lu Yi, he didn't even look at him. If you yell like that again, I will poison you and make you mute. Lu Yi subconsciously bit his lips with his teeth. Ji Yuyang's previous major seemed to be pharmacology or nursing. He followed her out, tilted his head to look at her, and imitated her in lowering his voice. Still so angry. Ji Yuyang walked into the living room with her head down, feeling that hearing any more words would offend her ears. Until Lu Yi said, I told Grandpa I'll stay here tonight. She finally frowned and looked over. After looking at him for 5 full seconds, he asked, Lu Yi, do you not want to cancel the engagement? Lu Yi frowned. He seemed to have some feeling, but he couldn't quite find the reason, so he had nothing to admit and just shrugged. What should I miss? I spend my money and have fun with 5 women every day, isn't that good? It's just that my uncle has negotiated a big deal, and you heard it. It's none of my business. Ji Yuyang already knew the excuses. She came to the Lu family to bring good luck. Once she left, the Lu family's business would be affected, right? It has nothing to do with me, so I'm planning to talk to Grandpa about this. So you should be nicer to me. Lu Yi took advantage of his power without any concealment. Ji Yuyang took a breath. Would you like some water? Nice attitude. Lu Yi looked at her with a smile. In the past, she would have handed him the water docilely, but now she was asking questions, with a look in her eyes as if she wanted to cut a piece of his flesh out. Forget it. He walked towards the stairs. I'm afraid you'll poison me. I'll go find you, Grandpa. Wait for my news. Study. Lu Yi knocked on the door meaningfully and went in. He paused for a moment. Where's my uncle? We're done talking. Lu Wentan stood by the window like an idle pine tree or a wild crane, glanced at him, and prepared to leave. Then I'm late. Lu Yi smiled frivolously and asked his grandfather, what about my future aunt? Lu Wentan ignored him. Lu Yi thought about it and called him, Uncle. Lu Wentan turned his head and said nothing. I'm going to talk to Grandpa about Ji Yuyang's breaking off the engagement. Would you like to listen? Lu Wentan looked calm. We are fine, why are you cancelling the engagement? That's what I said. I just used an actress's hand to help me solve my physiological needs. I didn't go in, but she insisted on making a scene. I had no choice but to do it because I was afraid it would affect your tie her project. So I just followed along and listened. Mr. Lu raised his eyebrows and asked, you also want to cancel the engagement? Lu Yi said, of course I don't want to make you angry, but feelings can't be forced, don't you think? He added, I just don't know if my engagement with Ji Yuyang is cancelled, will the family business be affected? When saying this, Lu Yi looked at Lu Wentan. Lu Wentan is in charge of the company and has even more say than his grandfather. Moreover, Lu Yi has concluded one thing in the past 2 years. The person Ji Yuyang fears most in the Lu family is Lu Wentan. Secondly, it's Grandpa. If his uncle Lu Wentan opposed them to cancel the engagement, Ji Yuyang probably wouldn't dare to force it. Lu Wentan seemed to have nothing to do with it. With his hands in his trouser pockets, you make trouble, and I'm here to fix it. Elder Lu frowned beside him. The master at the time meant that Ji Yuyang could make the Lu family prosperous, but from what he meant, as long as Ji Yuyang was in the capital, in the Lu family, or in Zhejiang media, wouldn't it have the same effect? Lu Yi understood what he meant, that even if Ji Yuyang broke off the engagement, as long as he continued to work as a secretary at Zhejiang media, it wouldn't have much of an impact. He frowned secretly. He said shamelessly, that's a pity. What's wrong? The old man looked over. Lu Yi said truthfully, before, Zhejiang media's HR mentioned it to me, saying that Ji Yuyang had inquired about his resignation. Ji Yuyang has a friend. I've also been paying a little attention to him. According to the information I've received, after Ji Yuyang cancels his engagement, he will resign and leave the capital. That won't work. The old man spoke immediately. Lu's finance has been around for so many years. If something goes wrong in his hands because of Ji Yuyang, he will not be able to face his ancestors in a few years. The old man looked at Lu Yi and said, I don't care how you coax me, this engagement must continue. If you two want to separate, you should wait until I am buried. Lu Yi understood what was going on and realized that it just wouldn't work. As in the past, once he achieved his goal, he would go out and tell Ji Yang the result. But Ji Yang was not so docile these 2 days. If she is not given any concessions in the whole matter, it will only drive her into a state of panic. So he said. Ji Yang was quite angry this time and kept saying she wanted to go out to work. I was afraid she would call off the marriage every day, so should I agree to her? There is nothing wrong with Mr. Lu. For the past 2 years, Ji Yang has taken care of Lu Yi's food and daily life. He is very well behaved and has no ambition to get into business secrets or anything like that. I replied casually, isn't she your secretary? Just let her go to work every day. Lu Yi felt that something was wrong. She feels disgusted when she sees me now, how can she still work under me? Then he looked at Lu Wentan and said, how about changing to another place and giving her a job at my uncle's place? Lu Yi thought that Ji Yang was afraid of Lu Wentan, and if he put her under Lu Wentan's nose, she would definitely not dare to run away. As for him, he doesn't have to worry about her staring at him every day. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. When Lu Wentan heard this, his eyebrows and eyes were dim, with only a faint light flashing across them. His thin lips moved slightly, I don't support idle people. Lu Yi had a headache. His uncle was really stubborn. Uncle, Ji Yang is not an idle person. She is the mascot of our Lu family. With her around, your business will surely flourish. Mr. Lu was also looking at Lu Wentan. Lu Wentan faced those 2 pairs of eyes that were full of expectations, turned cold, and walked away. If I treat her harshly, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Yi smiled, and Lu Wentan agreed. Thank you. Ji Yang was still waiting in the living room. She heard someone coming down the stairs and thought it was Lu Yi, but it turned out to be Lu Wentan. She sat back down quietly. Lu Wentan walked to the stairs and saw a head popping up on the sofa. His expectant eyes dimmed after he saw him. He took his coat, pursed his lips, and walked out. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Lu Yi finally came down. How is it? Ji Yang stood up and asked. Lu Yi helplessly spread his hands. Grandpa would not agree anyway, for fear of affecting the family business, and I dare not provoke him. If something goes wrong, human lives will be at stake. The more Ji Yang listened, the more annoyed he became. She didn't expect that the Lu family was such a trap. It was easy to get in but difficult to get out. I don't care. She was very determined, that's your Lu family's business. Don't worry, we've already discussed a plan B. Chapter 7 I Call You Dad. Under her knife-like gaze, Lu Yi continued, you don't have to be a nanny in Manting Fanghua every day. You can go out to work. Ji Yang was not fooled. I want to cancel the engagement. What does it have to do with my job? After I leave you, I can do whatever I want. Do I need your consent to whether I work or not? You see, Lu Yi knew that she was not easy to deal with. He walked over and waved to her. Ji Yang didn't move at all. Lu Yi had no choice but to move closer to her. Grandpa doesn't have much time left. He is seriously ill. So, before he leaves, he doesn't want any trouble at home. Can you bear with it a little bit? Just think of it as pity for him. Of course, I know I'm a jerk, so I'll sign a brother agreement with you and not tell Grandpa. We're brothers, so I can't ask you to fulfill any fiancé obligations. What do you think? Ji Yang understood him. There was nothing fishy in his eyes. He probably didn't lie. Lu Yi was a man who indulged in drinking, gambling, and whoring, but he was indeed filial to his grandfather, otherwise he would not have agreed to establish a marriage contract with her. When did your grandfather become ill? She asked. Lu Yi sighed, I just found out too. Didn't you see that my uncle went up to chat with Grandpa for a long time? He just talked about this. He wanted to announce our engagement and even hold a wedding banquet. I managed to stop him and maintain the status quo. Isn't that considerate enough for you? He said with a flattering look on his face. Ji Yang had no expression on his face. If you want me to act with you, just act directly. Why make a brotherly agreement? Lu Yi snorted, tear up the original agreement, and don't sign the brotherhood agreement. Otherwise, what if you run away halfway? If the Lu family is affected, who can I go to? Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss. After all, you helped me a lot. And your best friend, Hua Lily, right? Did you stay with her last night? I contacted a friend and will look for her if there are any good scripts in the future. Only this one item moved Ji Yang. She has no relatives, and Hua Lily is her sister who has shared life and death with her, who is better than her own family. Hua Lily has worked hard for many years to get to where he is today. Sometimes he has to work all night just to play a supporting role and act like a dead person. If he doesn't act well, he will be scolded. Sometimes he will be slapped in the face or on the head. The lower class has no dignity at all. But Hua Lily never complained to her. She had a cyst surgery before and couldn't even afford the 20,000 yuan. It was Hua Lily who worked hard as a supporting actor to save that money for her. Ji Yang was silent for a long time. Finally agreed. Ji Yang focused on finalizing the matter of turning the engagement with Lu Yi into a brotherhood. As for the work matter, she thought it was up to her to handle it on her own, so she didn't ask about it for the time being. After talking to her, Lu Yi was about to go out and promised to come back tonight to bring her the contract. The two of them signed the contract in Phoenix Garden that night. So, Ji Yang continued to stay in Phoenix Garden. After Lu Yi left, Ji Yang went to their backyard vegetable garden to water the plants when he had nothing to do. Many of the vegetables the old man eats are grown by the servants in the backyard because he thinks the pesticides used outside are too heavy. When he came back from watering the plants, it was already dark. When Ji Yang was about to reach the back door, he saw a little fire and thought he was seeing things. When I got closer, I realized that Lu Wentan was smoking there. Didn't he just leave? After knowing that he had sex with her might just be part of a play with his ex-girlfriend, Ji Yang was not so frightened anymore. She walked straight over. But Lu Wentan was almost leaning against the door frame of the back door and she couldn't get through. Your engagement with Lu Yi has not been cancelled. Affirmative sentence. Ji Yang thought that he should have also heard the conversation between Lu Yi and Mr. Lu. She looked at him calmly. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, what I said counts. I will keep my mouth shut about what happened that night. From now on, I will not appear in front of you unless I have to go back to the old house. Lu Wentan flicked the ash off his cigarette and said, really? He simply put out his cigarette and looked at her. What if she appears in front of me? Ji Yang was sure that was not possible. After signing a brotherhood agreement with Lu Yi, she almost never went to Manting Fanghua and only returned to the old house to put on a show for the old man. Whatever you want. Ji Yang promised without any hesitation. Lu Wendan is not the kind of person who would buy a blank check. Be more specific. He said in a light voice. Is he afraid that she will regret it? Or is he afraid that she would suddenly appear in front of his ex-girlfriend one day and completely destroy their relationship? How specific? Ji Yang couldn't think of anything for a moment. In betting, losing money is the most direct way, but Lu Wentan is the one who is least short of money. What's missing? He lacks a wife and children, and he is already old. I call you daddy. Ji Yang brushed past him. When Lu Wentan heard it, his lips moved slightly. 10:30 at night. Lu Yi is finally back. Ji Yang received his message and asked her to go to the room. Lu Yi was dressed neatly, and he showed his loyalty when he saw her. In order to prevent you from misunderstanding, I didn't take a shower, and I didn't even dare to change my bathrobe. He nodded and motioned her to sit down, and really took out a contract. Ji Yang looked very carefully. There were indeed no problems throughout, and it was clearly written. The contract was drafted to appease the old man. No time limit. This was the only problem Ji Yang noticed. Lu Yi frowned. I've thought about it, but I can't predict when the old man will pass away, right? He pointed at the contract, which stated that it would end the day the old man left. Don't worry, I won't force you for even one more day. I want to fly to the sea of flowers outside more than you do, okay? Aren't supermodels and actresses more attractive than a brother like you? Ji Yang signed quickly. I also watched Lu Yi sign. Each of them put their fingerprints on it. A good night's sleep. Ji Yang was in a good mood and got up early. He helped in the kitchen to make breakfast as usual, and then waited for others to get up and eat. When Lu Wentan got up and went downstairs, he was already dressed neatly. It was no longer the outfit he wore yesterday. It was a neatly ironed custom-made suit and a dark blue tie that matched his reserved temperament very well. He said he had something to do and didn't want to eat breakfast. Ji Yang played the role of a niece-in-law conscientiously and put a small bowl of porridge in his food box. After that, Lu Yi got up and also said he had something to do. He left in a hurry. The old man couldn't see it, as if he was too lazy to act. Finally, Ji Yang accompanied the old man for breakfast. The old man was not shy and asked Uncle He, who was standing beside him, "Have you tried to find out from Songwen or Tsongsu recently who the woman next to the fourth child is? I have to keep an eye on her. You can try to touch me, but not every woman can sleep with you." These words made Ji Yang pause slightly. Lu Wentan is the most noble of the capital, and indeed few women are worthy of him. This was probably why the old man let her get engaged to Lu Yi but did not consider Lu Wentan. Because she doesn't deserve it. Lu Wendan's marriage must be a combination of two strong forces, with interests being the top priority and feelings even being considered last. Uncle He asked quietly, "I haven't washed fourth brother's coat yet. How about we do a DNA test on the lip print?" Mr. Lu drank his porridge and looked up. "Are you so bored?" Chapter 8: An Ominous Premonition. Ji Yang's heart trembled at first, but when he heard the old man's words, he held back his laughter. Uncle He was obviously teasing the old man. "Isn't this because you are anxious?" Mr. Lu rolled his eyes at him. After Ji Yang finished his breakfast, he helped to clean up everything that needed to be cleaned up, then said hello to Mr. Lu before leaving Phoenix Garden. The things have been moved to Hua Lili's place, so she definitely won't go to Manting Fanghua. Drive to Zhejiang Media. On the way, I called Hua Lili and told her about the cancellation of the engagement and that I was going to resign. Good point. So what kind of job are you going to look for? This is what Ji Yang was worried about. She had thought about becoming a nurse, but an accident prevented her from getting her diploma, so she guessed no hospital would want her. Unless she goes to an adult undergraduate program to complete her major, or even continue her studies. She is not short of money now, but she is short of packaging. Actually. Hua Lili thought for a moment, with your qualifications, you will definitely be very popular in the entertainment industry. Ji Yang smiled. You know best that the entertainment industry is a living hell, why don't you ask me to go with you? Hua Lili pursed her lips, hesitating to speak. I'm not. I know. Ji Yang knew what she was thinking. He was afraid that if she continued to study medicine, she would be traumatized by the previous accident. I'm serious, Yang. Hua Lili was very confident. With your conditions and the current entertainment industry environment, you have a pretty face, a good figure, a good background, and everything else. You are beautiful. It's hard not to be popular. Ji Yang smiled and nodded. I'm really good. Let us finish our current job first. The car stopped opposite Zhejiang Media and she walked over, fearing that it would be too conspicuous. When I went to see the HR department, they said that Lu Yi was not in the company due to some matters and that she would just handle the relevant procedures. Ji Yang nodded and signed what was required. I even specifically asked the HR department, I don't have to compensate the company for this, right? The HR laughed, why should I pay for this? Master Lu must know your ability, so he arranged it this way. At that time, Ji Yang still didn't feel anything was wrong. Until she left the company. A phone call came in. Is it Miss Ji Yang? Ji Yang listened to the pleasant female voice over there and prepared to hang up while walking. Sorry, I don't want a loan, I don't want to buy a car, and I don't want to buy a house, thank you. She even planned to add the number to the spam list. The next second, the phone rang again. She was about to add someone to the blacklist when she accidentally clicked on answer. I heard someone say, Ms. Ji, this is the Secretariat of Lufeng Financial Building. Ji Yang paused and put the phone back to his ear. The other party was probably afraid that she would hang up again, so he finished his words at once. I'm notifying you to report here today. Someone will go down to pick you up after you register at the front desk. Come up directly to see Secretary General Song Wen. After saying that, the caller hung up. He was really afraid that she would die. After all, this was something Secretary Song had assigned him. If he failed to do it well, it would most likely directly lead to President Lu being unhappy. After all, Secretary Song and President Lu share the same quilt. Ji Yang stood by the car for a long time sorting out his thoughts and looking at the various documents he had just signed. After finding out the truth, she called Lu Yi immediately. Lu Yi, you'd better explain to me why I became an employee of Lufeng Finance. Lu Yi heard that her voice had become gloomy. He laughed. I'm hiking and the signal is bad. Are you talking about work? He was really intermittent. Grandpa said he was worried that you would get annoyed with me, so he changed your job. It's none of my business, it was all arranged by the old man. Half an hour later. Ji Yang stood downstairs of Lufeng Financial Building. She wanted to cut off her own hands. Why didn't she read it carefully before signing? She couldn't even afford the penalty for breach of contract for this transfer contract even if she sold herself. When she entered the hall, someone really came to pick her up. Then she met Song Wen. Hello, Miss Ji. Song Wen shook hands with her. The title changed from Madam to Miss Ji. Ji Yang extended his hand politely. Song Wen didn't say anything else. He completed all the procedures for her, took her to familiarize herself with the secretariat office, and then pointed out a workstation for her. Sitting in his seat, Ji Yang hadn't completely come back to his senses. The only thing in my mind is, I call you Dad. I hope that Lu Wendan doesn't know about the old man's arrangement for her transfer. After all, he is so busy every day. No one would notice a nobody like her. Actually, she didn't have much work to do that whole day. She was just getting familiar with the work, so she didn't feel tired at all. The most tiring thing was that she was always afraid that Lu Wentan would suddenly appear in the secretariat and ask her to fulfill her promise. However, several days passed and she didn't see Lu Wendan. Until that day, she went to the printing room with a stack of information, which she borrowed from a colleague. It contained information about the daily work of a secretary, how to take minutes, how to batch compile reports, etc. She wants to do this job well, and when she goes out into the world, her work experience in Lufeng Finance will definitely be a plus. Just as she was about to enter the printing room, a man opened the door from the opposite side and came out. She didn't pay attention and bumped into him. Lu Wentan just looked down at her with no expression. Or rather, there was a hint of playfulness in those deep brown eyes. Ji Yang's feet stood still, and the heart that had been hanging in the air for so many days finally died. He gritted his teeth and frowned. Hello, Mr. Lu. Lu Wentan glanced at the documents in her arms, nonchalantly yet with a hint of authority. Secretary Department. Ji Yang swallowed and said nothing. Through the back door. The man's thin lips touched hers again. This sentence has embarrassed Ji Yang enough, he said again. Don't you dislike it? Ji Yang suddenly looked up at him, his ears quickly turning red, and his eyes were suddenly filled with confusion. After all, she is not Lu Wentan, who has experienced many things. Even though he said this, his face looked calm and composed. But the moment he spoke, what came to Ji Yang's mind was what she had said to him, don't go behind me. Ji Yang really didn't expect that this man would be so bad in private. This is what he said, are you willing to pursue it? It was obvious that he was just using her to provoke his ex-girlfriend. When Ji Yang felt his brain was about to burn out, Lu Wentan had already left, as if he had never appeared at all. After printing, she returned to the secretariat, feeling absent-minded and having a bad feeling. But Lu Wentan didn't come to see her. Until the end of the working day. Song Wen came over. Secretary Ji Yang looked over. Song Wen is about 27 or 28 years old, but his square face gives people an extremely mature and steady feeling, which makes people unconsciously feel restrained. I need your help. Song Wen, holding some documents in his hand, passed them to her over the two seats in front of him. He seemed very anxious. Put this together and send it to Mr. Lu's office later. Okay. Ji Yang was slightly stiff. Where? Chapter 9 Depression. Although Song Wen was anxious, he was very patient and repeated, the president's office. Do you know which floor it is? You can see it when you turn right after exiting the elevator. Ji Yang felt numb as he held the document. Song Wen left after he finished explaining. After Ji Yang sat down, she thought about it and decided that she had to do her job. No matter how bad Lu Wentan was, he would not treat a secretary like her. His time is so precious. She began to work on the information seriously. She was not in a hurry even though it was time to get off work. She had no home or relatives anyway, so she didn't need to rush back. When she finished, she looked up and saw that the lights outside the window were already on. Ji Yang printed out the sorted information and took it upstairs to the president's office. According to Song Wen, she found the office easily because only his office had the light on. Standing at the door, Ji Yang took a breath before raising his hand to knock on the door. There seemed to be a faint sound of people talking inside, and then Lu Wentan's deep and moist voice was heard, "Come in." Ji Yang pushed open the door, and even if he didn't look carefully, he could see several heads standing by the table. They are all looking at her. "Mr. Lu, here is the information you requested." Ji Yang placed it on his desk in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "Then I'll go out first." Lu Wentan picked up the information and said without looking at her, "Sit there and wait." She wanted to refuse, but those heads were staring at her, so she could only retract her foot and said, "Okay." Ji Yang sat very upright and quietly. Lu Wentan was indeed discussing business with those people, and they seemed to be very important partners. It was unclear what role her immature information could play. Ji Yang didn't understand those professional terms, she just glanced at Lu Wentan occasionally. He was not sitting upright, but slightly sideways, with a pen casually resting on his fingertips, his dark brown eyes focused and thoughtful. This is undoubtedly the most attractive look for a man. But when she thought of how he used her to provoke his ex-girlfriend, she frowned and turned her gaze to the window. Until their conversation ended, someone went to see the guests to the elevator. The company that left was the Munich TAS China branch, whose performance had been declining in recent years and was facing the possibility of being acquired. As a last resort, I turned to Lu Wentan for help. His Ruitong investment bank is like Anfise's self-contradiction. It can not only do the most powerful acquisitions, but also has the most powerful anti-takeover team. TAS's situation has not been disclosed to the public for fear of causing public panic, so it has not contacted Ruitong's business department. After several twists and turns, they finally found Lu Wentan himself, hoping that he could help with the most rigorous anti-takeover case. Judging from Lu Wentan's expression, he would probably help, but his conditions would not be low. The girl who just came to the office should be a relatively important person to Lu Wentan. You should keep an eye on her. When necessary, asking her for help may be more effective than asking Lu Wentan directly. Mr. Wan from TAS said to the secretary. The secretary was puzzled. Why? After all, General Wan is in a high position and has a sharp eye. But he only said, "At this time, no one in Lu's company is working overtime, and she is still here." Lu Wentan didn't even shy away from letting her sit in the office and listen to us talk about such a big project. The secretary thought it made sense and said, "I see. I'll ask her about it." In the office. As Song Wenher's guests left, the place suddenly became quiet. Ji Yang was able to look at the scenery outside the window just now, but now he felt that the air in the office was so thin that he couldn't even sit still. Seeing Lu Wentan tidying up his desk slowly, he finally asked, "Boss Lu, is there anything else I can do?" "I thought, if not, just let her go." "Are you in a hurry?" he asked, raising his eyelids. "It's been a long time since I got off work." Ji Yang didn't need to express the hidden meaning. There is overtime pay. Song Wen never came back. In the end, Ji Yang followed Lu Wentan out of the office. She stood there without moving as she watched Lu Wentan enter the private elevator. Lu Wentan was also standing inside. He didn't turn off the elevator, and his eyes, half dim and half indifferent, fell directly on her. Ji Yang didn't understand what was going on, so he bowed and said, "Take care." After doing it, do you feel like an ancient brothel girl seeing off a guest? She looked up and saw Lu Wentan still looking at her. She didn't know if he smiled or not, but he opened his lips and said, "Come up." Ji Yang didn't know whether his ears were red or not, but he felt feverish anyway. After entering, he stood in the corner without saying a word, wanting to spiral out and disappear on the spot. Fortunately, the elevator moved very fast and entered the underground garage in a short while. Ji Yang drove the car by herself, and she thought she could leave. However, Lu Wentan let her get into his car. He didn't force her, he just watched her with those eyes. The driver in the car was not Song Wen, but he was still very respectful to Lu Wentan and reminded her considerately, "Ms. Jiu, fasten your seatbelt." Oh, she didn't remember. After fastening her seatbelt, Ji Yang suddenly realized that she seemed to have never seen this driver before, but he actually knew her. It should be Lu Wentan's other assistant Song Su. "Where are we going?" After a long time, Ji Yang finally remembered to ask. Her engagement with Lu Yi has not been cancelled by their elders. Doesn't Lu Wentan have any scruples about taking her around like this? Go ahead. Lu Wentan responded to her without any context. Ji Yang looked at him blankly. What? The man's expression was normal and his tone was normal too. But when they were put together, Ji Yang felt something was wrong. Sure enough, he spoke again calmly. You were anxious in the office, I thought you couldn't wait to fulfill the bet. Ji Yang understood. She also pursed her lips. She didn't know whether she was angry or embarrassed, or maybe Lu Wentan was different from what she remembered him to be in private. She muttered, you don't have a daughter as old as me. How to call? Just shout and you'll have it. The man took another step forward. He even turned his head to look at her. Ji Yang felt uncomfortable being stared at. But if she can get off the car after fulfilling the bet, then there's nothing wrong with that. She deliberately chose a time when there was a car passing by and Song Su might hear it, and then she called out, Dad, like a fly. Lu Wentan's brows moved slightly, and then he regained his composure. She raised her thin lips slightly. Uncle sounds better. It was a very common comparison, but Ji Yang's body stiffened. After that night, in her world, the three words, little uncle, seemed to be completely equated with sex. When she heard these three words, it was hard not to picture in her mind the scene of Lu Wentan asking her to scream like that over and over again that night, and then crushing him to pieces with her screams. Ji Yang felt that he must have the same feeling. She was sure that he was so sensitive to those three words that he never got tired of hearing them. But when I think about the fact that he did it with her just to stimulate his ex-girlfriend, I don't know if it was his ex-girlfriend who called him that. Or, is that Yang Yang calling him that? Can you let me go? Ji Yang suddenly spoke. There was an imperceptible hint of depression in the voice. Chapter 10, showing attention to her. Since Lu Wentan didn't say anything, Song Su naturally wouldn't respond. Just then, a car appeared out of nowhere and suddenly headed towards their car. Song Su moved quickly, stepped on the accelerator hard, and turned the steering wheel at an angle to avoid the situation. In a blink of an eye, it hit the road post next to the green belt and had to stop with an almost tail-spinning movement. The car did stop, but the sudden accident caused Ji Yang to fall backwards violently. Before she could steady herself, the car skidded and was thrown onto Lu Wentan. The seatbelt was not fastened properly, and if Lu Wentan had not reached out and held her in his arms, she would probably have flown out. Can't drive. Lu Wentan had a grumpy look on his face gloomy. Song Su was obviously frightened as well. Keep apologizing. Although Ji Yang was still in shock, he recovered quickly and said, it's okay. It's not your problem. As for the car, its front was now stuck completely in the fountain pool in front of a nearby shop, with red antifreeze all over the floor, looking creepy. Song Su finally couldn't help cursing, you bastard, you're driving so fast, what's the matter? You're running faster than the Earth's rotation, there are only 23 hours in a day, and the rest are saved for the journey to Hades. Ji Yang. She rarely seized Song Su. Song Wen had been to the old house with Lu Wentan before. After being with Lu Wentan for a long time, Song Wentan's aura became mature and steady, and he did things in an orderly manner. Compared to the people who curse nowadays. I finally understand why he is called Song Su and Secretary Song is called Song Wen. After cursing, Song Su turned around and said, Fourth Master, this car has to wait for judgment. Should I call a taxi for you? Or should I ask Song Wen to pick you up? Lu Wentan didn't answer, but glanced at Ji Yang. Ji Yang reacted, I can just take a taxi. Lu Wentan nodded and motioned for her to get out of the car. Ji Yang breathed a sigh of relief and was thankful for the sudden car accident, otherwise she would not have been able to get out of the car. Before leaving, she casually glanced at the car. He withdrew his gaze and suddenly looked over again. The window of the car where Lu Wentan was sitting was actually broken by the iron lamp next to the green belt. The glass of the decorative lamp was shattered all over the floor. She didn't notice it at all, his body was blocking it perfectly. There was blood on the car window. Lu Wentan was injured. This thought made Ji Yang feel nervous. She just fell on him, and he was probably trying to hold her back, so he didn't have the extra energy to defend himself. Ji Yang really wanted to pretend that she didn't see anything and just walk away, but in the end she closed her eyes and turned back. After all, she studied medicine. Conscience is really not a good thing. She walked to the side and Lu Wentan also got out of the car. He was not wearing a coat, and the arms of his silver-gray shirt were noticeably wet. The glass may have pierced into the flesh of my arm, and there was a lot of blood. When Lu Wentan was about to put on his coat, she stopped him and asked, "Do you want to bleed to death?" Lu Wentan didn't move. Ji Yang originally wanted him to take off his shirt so that she could see the wound, but when she thought of his broad shoulders, narrow waist and nice abdominal muscles, she gave up the idea. Instead, he continued to tear the shirt open along the buttons that were cut by the glass with his bare hands. She cleaned the area around the wound and took a look. The wound was not big, but she didn't know how deep it was. She simply tore off her sleeve, made a simple strip of cloth, and tied it around his arm. She was very professional throughout the whole process, with no unnecessary actions or nonsense. "We must go to the hospital to prevent infection," she told Song-soo. "It may have affected the artery. We are not sure if there are any glass fragments inside. A lot of blood has been flowing and it is still flowing, either his bleeding function is poor." Ji Yang didn't plan to go to the hospital with them. Since Song-soo was there, Song-won would probably go too. Lu Wentan looked at her and said nothing. The next day at work, Ji Yang didn't see Song-won coming, and naturally didn't see Lu Wentan either. Anyway, she had been at work for several days and had only seen him yesterday, so she didn't take it seriously. It was not until the afternoon that Song-won called her and asked her to go over and take care of Lu Wentan as he had something else to do. Lu Wentan is in the hospital. Ji Yang was a little surprised. Is his injury so serious? Song-won explained briefly, saying that the artery was indeed injured and it was quite deep, so he had been given a tetanus shot and would have to stay in the hospital for 2 days. Let his girlfriend take care of it. You know I have to go to work. Ji Yang refused. I didn't want to get too involved with Lu Wentan in the first place. Song-won held the phone and looked at the person on the bed. Ms. Ji said that she wanted your girlfriend to take care of you. When Lu Wentan heard this, he looked over. She was talking about the recent scandal between you and your ex-girlfriend. Song-won asked meaningfully, how did she know? Lu Wentan withdrew his gaze again. Song-won couldn't figure out what expression he had. He looked neither happy nor angry. Night. Ji Yang received a call from Lu Yi. You still dare to call me? Lu Yi smiled and said, I just came back from mountain climbing and brought you a gift, including one for my uncle. Will you come with me to see him tomorrow? From what he said, Lu Yi came back because he knew Lu Wentan was injured. I work at Lufeng Finance. She was too lazy to say another word. This means she cannot be absent from work. Lu Yi had a different reasoning. So, you work under your uncle, and he's as strong as a stallion. If you don't take this opportunity to show your affection, are you planning to wait until the year of the cat? Ji Yang. Can it be a metaphor? I don't need to be courteous. I need it. Lu Yi said confidently. He really needs it, otherwise there would be no need to put Ji Yang under his uncle's command. Lu Yi could see what his grandfather meant. His uncle was the heir, so he was not allowed to touch finance and was only allowed to start a media company. But he can do more than one job and earn more money. Of course, he had to seize the opportunity to show his courtesy. Of course, he had to use Ji Yang, the mascot, to show his courtesy, otherwise his intentions would be too obvious. 10,000. Lu Yi offered her a price. Money is her Achilles heel. 50,000. 100,000. Ji Yang compromised. 100,000 is enough for her to have 5 operations and remove 5 cysts. Before leaving, Lu Yi specially asked her to make a soup to nourish Lu Wentan's body, and added 500 yuan to the price. Halfway through the journey, Ji Yang realized that this was not the way to the hospital. Go to Tai Her Hongyu. Lu Yi typed quickly with his head down. Maybe he was tired of fighting, so he just stopped avoiding her and started to reply, Be good, I don't have time today, solve it yourself. Ji Yang no longer has anything to do with it. Tai Her Hongyu is the residential area where Lu Wentan's luxury residence is located. In the past 2 years, Ji Yang has only heard of it but has never been there. I've heard gossip from the servants before, saying that Lu Wentan would not easily take anyone there, especially women. Therefore, she was allowed in probably because of Lu Yi. Outside the villa, there was a tall arch gate with the words, Tai Her Hongyu, carved on a huge stone curtain. It gives people a feeling of heaviness, low-keyness and noble heritage, just like Lu Wentan. It turns out that the community is called this name, and Lu Wentan's villa is also called this name. Chapter 11. He wants to enter. Song-won came out and greeted them. Master, madam, are you here? I have to go out for a while. The title is flexible. Lu Yi nodded, go get busy. She called him again, is my uncle seriously injured? How is he feeling? Song-wen didn't show any expression at all, and smiled appropriately, I may not be in a good mood. After all, I have delayed a lot of important things. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi frowned and lowered his voice slightly, how did a car accident happen out of nowhere? I heard there was a woman in the car at that time. Is she really his ex-girlfriend? Song-wen smiled and said, I don't know. I'm not driving the car. Why don't you ask the fourth master? Lu Yi raised his foot and kicked Song-wen in the air, if I dare to ask, why am I still wasting time with you? Song-wen smiled, nodded to Ji Yu-yang again, and left. A servant came out to pick them up, otherwise they would have gotten lost. Ji Yu-yang walked in the garden-style villa and felt that he had never seen the world. He had the illusion that he had entered the back garden of an ancient imperial palace. It was very quiet here, with only the servants leading the way and occasional reminders. Be careful with the steps when you come in. The villa is actually very luxurious, not as quaint as the one at the garden gate. Ji Yu-yang changed his shoes and walked towards the living room, where he saw Lu Wentan on the balcony, watering the flowers. One of his hands was inconvenient, so he held a spray bottle in the other hand, slightly bent over. The sunlight poured in through the window, just outlining his overly superior profile. He looked back at them and put down the spray can. Uncle, I brought Ji Yu-yang to see you. She made some nourishing soup for you. Am I good to you? Lu Yi said unceremoniously. Lu Wentan glanced at the thermos indifferently and threw the wet wipes into the trash can. In terms of good, it's not you. Lu Yi didn't mind, yes, Ji Yu-yang treats you better. She works under you. She is so nice, so don't bully her. Lu Wentan glanced at Ji Yu-yang. No response. Lu Yi's brows twitched. What does it mean? Could it be that Ji Yu-yang has been performing poorly at work these days? That won't work. Lu Yi poured out the soup in the thermos and let Lu Wentan taste it. Lu Wentan sat on the hair and said, if you have to fart, just fart. Lu Yi paused, then smiled. Since his uncle talked like that, there must be something to talk about. Uncle, I just want to get a job at the headquarters so I can learn from you. Lu Wentan picked up the soup and tasted it slowly. I won't say whether it tastes good or not, I'll just take a sip after a while. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Lu Yi took the opportunity to make a conclusion, but was then given a stern look by Lu Wentan. Lu Yi had nothing to say, as he had become accustomed to being bullied. Then he looked at Ji Yu-yang and said, why don't you say anything? You are very sharp-tongued with me, but you become soft around your uncle. Lu Yi acted like the head of the family and scolded her. Say something nice, show some concern and flattery to your uncle. You can learn things from him that you won't find outside. Ji Yu-yang just nodded obediently, got it. She didn't listen either, but just kept staring at the bougainvillea that Lu Wentan had just watered. It was her favorite flower. I didn't expect Lu Wentan also likes flowers. Lu Fen is not suitable for you. Lu Wentan said. Ji Yu-yang thought he was talking to her. She is a person who never admits defeat. In addition, she has been studying very hard and diligently in the past few days and has not made any mistakes. How did he come to this conclusion? You haven't even used it officially, how do you know I can't do it? Ji Yu-yang replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. She doesn't need to be afraid of anyone in the Lu family now. Instead, it is the old man and Lu Yi who need her help. Lu Wentan raised his eyes and looked at her. The living room was quiet for a moment. Lu Yi at the side laughed out loud, see, my wife spoke for me. Ji Yu-yang. Was he referring to Lu Yi just now? The tips of Ji Yu-yang's ears began to burn again. He tried hard to suppress his embarrassment and stood up. I'm going to the bathroom. After taking 2 steps, since it was her first time here, she didn't know which door was the restroom or which restroom she could use, so she had to suppress her embarrassment and looked back at Lu Wentan. However, Lu Wentan seemed to be sincerely teasing her. He stared at her for 2 seconds, with an expression that showed he had no idea what she meant. Ji Yu-yang could only bite the bullet and ask, where is the bathroom? Let me take you there. The servant brought the fruit plate and waved at her. Ji Yu-yang went into the bathroom and closed the door. Just wait until Lu Yi tells her to leave and then go out. I regret not bringing my phone in. However, there is an electronic screen on the wall next to the bathroom, and it is connected to the internet. This bathroom is about 30 square meters and fully equipped. It shouldn't be used by servants, right? So Lu Wentan installed a tablet-like thing in it. Is he constipated? Killing time by watching a movie? When this thought was applied to his noble character, Ji Yuyan couldn't help but laugh. She didn't know how long she had been visiting inside. At first, she didn't touch anything, but after a while, she couldn't help it and wanted to find something to look at in front of the electronic screen. There wasn't much that Lu Yi and Lu Wentan could talk about. Although he seemed to be free to talk to Lu Wentan, in fact, Lu Yi didn't dare to go beyond the line when it came to asking questions that he shouldn't. For example, who was that woman in the car yesterday? So, after chatting for a while, he felt bored and said, I'm going to go out and visit your garden. Call me when lunch is ready. Lu Wentan nodded slightly. The living room became quiet. Lu Wentan turned his head to glance at the bathroom, which was as quiet as a chicken. Knock knock. Lu Wentan knocked twice. Wait a minute. I heard the slightly excited voice of the person inside. Although I tried hard to suppress it, it was obvious that I couldn't do it. Lu Wentan waited for about 3 seconds, then turned the door and went in. Ji Yuyan suddenly saw him come in and turned around, their eyes met. The door is not locked, the man said in a calm tone. But Ji Yuyan felt that he was justified no matter how he listened. You can come in without locking the door. This is the bathroom. Lu Wentan looked behind her and said, the whole villa belongs to me. Does that mean he can come in whenever he wants? Ji Yuyan leaned against the wall, blocking the electronic screen. Then he raised his hand and pointed at the sink not far away. Does your faucet need fingerprints? Why can't I open it? There are many strange things in this world, but I have never seen a faucet that needs fingerprints to open. Clearly, she's talking bullshit. So, Lu Wentan didn't even go to the sink, but walked towards her. Ji Yuyan's body tensed up. What are you doing? Lu Wentan stopped when he was almost close to her body, his eyes dropped. Did I bully you? Ji Yuyan remembered what Lu Yi had told him, asking Lu Wentan not to bully her in the company. I didn't tell Lu Yi anything. Lu Wentan turned a deaf ear to it. Ji Yuyan could almost smell the faint fragrance on him. He held his breath and tried to leave, but was stopped by his outstretched arm. The man leaned closer with his facial features lowered, and Ji Yuyan forced himself to remain calm. But she couldn't do it, biting her lip and leaning over. Boss Lu, even if you want to provoke your girlfriend, once should be enough. Are you doing this to her? Chapter 12, Like the Pool. Lu Wendan paused. Ji Yuyan could vaguely see his thoughtful profile. It turns out that he really has a girlfriend. It was confirmed once again that Ji Yuyan couldn't describe what he felt and had difficulty breathing. Her understanding of Lu Wentan came mostly from gossip. She had never heard of any of this before, so she might not be able to accept it well. Let me go first, Ji Yuyan said in a low voice. Lu Wentan suddenly asked, do you mind? She was stunned. After understanding, she looked up at him, unconsciously tinged with anger. What do you mean? Mr. Lu has a girlfriend outside, and you still want to continue to embarrass me like this? He didn't answer. Ji Yuyan felt that the image of him in his heart was collapsing again and again. She was too lazy to pretend, her face turned cold. I want to go out. Lu Wentan still had no intention of moving aside, and even hooked his hand around her waist. The broad, warm palm seemed to touch her waist. That feeling reminded her of the intimacy of that night. For a virgin like her, just such a touch actually aroused her. I want. Ji Yuyan raised his head to repeat the words, but was blocked by the man's lips. He just lowered his head naturally, and his thin lips fell on her lips. He did not move away, but continued to apply slight pressure, kissing at a very small angle. What do you want? Ji Yuyan felt his thin lips move on his lips, and his voice was seductive. She leaned against the wall and felt every nerve in her body was numb. Uncle. Lu Yi's voice suddenly came from the living room. Where is he? Ji Yuyan. Lu Yi called her again. Are you ready? There's a swimming pool over there that you like. Want to take a look? Ji Yuyan didn't dare to breathe. His eyes almost turned red with anxiety. He looked up at Lu Wentan, who was calm and composed. Soft. Lu Wentan was even concerned about other issues. Ji Yuyan's eyes widened suddenly, and without time to think, he raised his hand to cover Lu Wentan's mouth. Sure enough, perhaps after hearing the noise in the bathroom, Lu Yi seemed to be walking towards this side. Ji Yang. But in just a few seconds, Ji Yang had no idea how many hypotheses flashed through his mind. She didn't know whether Lu Wentan had locked the door. If Lu Yi had opened the door and come in directly like him. How to explain it? Even if it was just a brotherly agreement, Lu Yi, knowing the relationship between her and Lu Wentan, would probably think that he had been cheated on a long time ago. There were so many things that Lu Yi could do to make things difficult for her. Even though Lu Yi usually just plays around, when he gets ruthless, he is even more reckless than Lu Wentan. He is not called the Prince of Beijing Circle for nothing. Ji Yang thought of the incident in the wine cellar and pleaded with Lu Wentan with his eyes to let him speak. As long as he told Lu Yi to go, Lu Yi would not think too much and would leave. But Lu Wentan looked at her with lowered eyebrows, slightly raised, and then continued to kiss her through her hand. If you give her a kiss you will help her out, right? Ji Yang gritted his teeth, took his hand away, stood on tiptoe, and quickly kissed the corner of his mouth, then without caring about the tone, speak. Lu Wentan tightened his hands around her waist and lifted her up. Not enough. Ji Yang was kissed, it was a thorough kiss, he couldn't help but hold her chin, lift it up, and continue to go deeper. Ji Yang's nerves were being torn apart wildly. She couldn't help but be forced to sink, and was nervous about Lu Yi outside the door. She forced herself to stay awake and raised her hand to push Lu Wentan's shoulder. There was another voice outside the door. Master, there is a stream in the bathroom. The mistress just went to the backyard. Didn't you two meet her? The servant came out wiping his hands. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. Tell me earlier, I'll go find her. Hey, the meal is ready, I'll call you. Lu Yi left. In the bathroom. When Ji Yang was thrown into the sink, he almost screamed. Lu Wendan. She actually called out. The man had deep eyebrows and eyes, seemingly free from lust, yet also as if he had been dormant for too long and was now completely transparent. What should I call you? He asked in a way that was both alluring and threatening. Ji Yang reflexively hooked his hand around his neck, but let go when he felt something was wrong. But she was afraid of falling, so her little hands unconsciously grabbed his clothes and she couldn't open her mouth. After a moment of stalemate, when Lu Wentan kissed her again, she was already confused. He kissed her neck, as if he were appreciating some porcelain. Ji Yang's neck was very sensitive, she really couldn't stand it, and she tilted her neck unconsciously. Her already fair skin now looked even more slender and beautiful. I've called out. She panted softly, holding onto her last bit of ground. She didn't believe that Lu Wentan would really do that to his nominal niece-in-law when his nephew came to visit him. In the bathroom. I didn't hear it. Lu Wentan spoke righteously and continued to do evil. Ji Yanqi. How is that possible? You even said it's better to call me uncle. Don't think she doesn't know. If she screamed, he would definitely go with the flow and say that she screamed so beautifully, and then, well. Her somewhat angry voice sounded more like coquettishness at this moment. Lu Wentan stopped moving and looked at her for a long time. Compared with me, you are at a disadvantage compared to him, he suddenly asked. Ji Yang was stunned. She didn't expect him to ask so directly. All the confusion just now was instantly dispelled. You are not that kind of person. There was even disappointment in her eyes. She adored and looked up to him so much. Lu Wentan narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression as if she saw the sapling she had planted suddenly bend. What kind of person I am depends on who is on the other side. Who am I? Ji Yang clenched his palms. Without waiting for his response, she gave her own answer. I don't want to be your plaything. Lu Wentan seemed to smile. When did I ever say this idea? Yes, he certainly didn't say anything about playing with her. Ji Yang was unable to answer for a moment. 10 minutes ago, I heard Secretary Ji ask me to use you to test whether you can do it. Ji Yang? I always think there's nothing wrong with this. But something was wrong. She let him use it, not let him use it like this. You're very sensitive. Lu Wentan once again broke through her layer of shame. Prove that she has feelings for him. And it's very intense. No matter how much Ji Yang shook her head or denied, it was all in vain. Her body was too honest. It seemed that her understanding of Lu Wentan was too inadequate and too beautified. He was so careless, but he didn't hurt her at all, and he even cared about her feelings very much. Ji Yang followed Lu Wentan's line of sight and saw the picture on the electronic screen. It was a thrilling picture, not suitable for children. Her face quickly turned red again, and she almost flew over and covered the screen with her hands. She didn't click it on purpose. He hurriedly clicked on the screen to exit. When he came in, she realized she had pressed the wrong button, but she couldn't back out because he interrupted her. Looking at the large-scale scenes in the pictures, she wanted to crawl directly into the sewer. Lu Wentan followed her, pushed her against the wall, and kissed her again. Then helped her tidy up her clothes. I asked, "Do you like the swimming pool?" Chapter 13. I dare to snatch it, can she bear it? Ji Yang didn't know why he asked this, but only one thought flashed through her mind. Was he planning on torturing her in the swimming pool next time? So, she shook her head desperately. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Lu Wentan's leisurely expression. He explained his question very seriously. Asking you whether you like the swimming pool is not asking you whether you like the swimming pool. Before Ji Yang could say anything, he righteously withdrew his arm that was leaning against the wall. He said something ambiguous. It seems that Lu Yi cares about you. And know what she likes. Ji Yang wanted to say that they were an engaged couple, so wasn't it natural for Lu Yi to understand her? She knew Lu Yi very well, and even knew that Lu Yi liked to wear boxers instead of briefs. I don't know if it was her silence that made Lu Wentan inexplicably unhappy, but his face looked bad and he turned around and walked out. He left a sentence, "Get dressed." Their voice no longer had the passion from before, but was rational and cold. Ji Yang glared at his back. Now he knew to ask her to pay attention to her appearance? If she was afraid of being seen through, why did she do this? Mr. Lu. Ji Yang remembered something and called him before he opened the door. Lu Wentan turned around and looked at her, expressionless. Ji Yang frowned slightly. Even if it was my fault that night, you deliberately tortured me like this several times, it should be even. Can you please not treat me like this again in the future? Especially, in the presence of anyone at work or home. Lu Wentan had a thoughtful expression, revealing elegance and steadiness, but he only said one sentence, "Do I look easy to talk to?" Ji Yang. So, just because she drank too much and slept with him that night, she had to live in fear all the time until he calmed down. It's really difficult. In her past, she knew Lu Wentan as a fake person. Lu Wentan opened the door and went out, helping her to close the door ajar. Her figure standing behind him was reflected on the door panel, and she looked like she didn't know how to face the countless working days in the future. I don't know if it was out of helplessness or fear, but his eyes seemed to be red with fright. Lu Wentan finally closed the door completely. Ji Yang sorted things out inside for 5 or 6 minutes, and when he couldn't see anything, he opened the door and went out. As a result, as soon as I went out, a person almost came towards me. Ji Yang screamed in fright and subconsciously retreated back to the bathroom. Come to think of it, something seemed wrong. She went to the bathroom, so even if she ran into someone, why would she hide? There is no silver here. So she calmed down and walked out. Baijua looked like he didn't recognize her and asked the man in the living room, "Are there any guests?" Lu Wentan responded in a businesslike manner, "A new dater secretary." Baijua nodded, "Oh Tilda, did you find someone? I thought you were so picky that no one could do it." Ji Yang felt calm after listening to these conversations. It turned out that she was transferred here because the position was vacant. "Hello, my name is Baijua." Ji Yang shook hands with him politely and generously. I guess she would only be so reserved and helpless when it comes to Lu Wentan. But their voice was not loud, just softly, Ji Yang. After greeting them, she also said to Lu Wentan in front of the guests as if he were his niece, "I'm going out to look for Lu Yi." Lu Wentan nodded slightly. After everyone left, Baijua walked over, and his attitude instantly became cunning. When I saw Lu Yi outside, I knew that this little butterfly was also there. Baijua's 24K titanium alloy dog eye swept over Lu Wentan's clothes. There were still small wrinkles left there where the girl's palms had been pinched. Lu Wentan followed his gaze and looked down at himself, not showing any intention of changing. TSK. Baijua looked at him, "If you're playing like this, you might as well marry her in an open and above-board manner." Lu Wentan raised his eyes and took a look. "If I dare to snatch it, can she bear it?" Baijua scratched his eyebrows with his fingertips. "It does sound unlikely. Lu Wentan is experienced and immune to all poisons, but Ji Yuyan will be scolded to death by the Lu family and drowned by public opinion. I want to scare her, not scare her to death. Lu Wentan said again lightly. He Baizhuo finally understood that Lu Wentan enjoyed this kind of sneaky excitement, and he also had a legitimate reason, so Ji Yuyan didn't dare to run away, nor did he dare to refuse, let alone speak out. It is indeed easier than just asking for her openly. Otherwise, if Lu Wentan told his family that he wanted Ji Yuyan at this time, the old man would probably kill Ji Yuyan. She will have more to guard against. Now that they are sneaking around, at least Ji Yuyan only has to be afraid of Lu Wentan. The engagement between Lu Yi and her has not been annulled yet. If I hadn't mentioned it before, they would both agree to cancel it, so why is it still the same? This is the key. As long as the engagement is cancelled, Ji Yuyan will have nothing to do with the Lu family. It is normal for him to fall in love freely after some time. Since Ji Yuyan has mentioned it, you are the head of the family, and the old man probably won't say anything if you open your mouth. Lu Wentan seemed to sneer at him. Oh, yes, you don't have any legitimate reason to ask them to cancel the engagement. He Baizhuo asked himself and answered. If Lu Wentan advocated cancelling the engagement, it would make him seem abnormal. Therefore, Lu Yi has to decide this matter himself. Why didn't Lu Yi agree? And he even stuffed the person in your place. He is really smart. He must want to pass Ji Yuyan to Lu Wentan to please his uncle. Little did he know that he was pushing his fiancée into the mouth of the big bad wolf. He is good at assisting. Lu Wentan glanced out the window with a gloomy look. I don't know. He Baizhuo's eyelids jumped. Could it be that your nephew has fallen in love with Ji Yuyan? And he is reluctant to break up? Lu Wentan didn't say anything, and his expression was even more unpredictable. After he Baizhuo said this, he felt that the development of the whole thing seemed a little scary. Anyway, he didn't dare to think about the heroic competition field in the future. It's not impossible to really rob it. Lu Wentan said suddenly. If he really wanted a woman, even if she was his niece-in-law, he could cancel his engagement with Lu Yi with just one sentence, and his family would just criticize him for a few days. The group can't function for a day without him. Compared to him, women are nothing. But what? He Baizhuo looked at him. Only then did Lu Wentan turn his head and smooth out the wrinkles on his clothes that Ji Yuyan had grabbed. She was reluctant. He Baizhuo never thought that this was the reason. She agreed to get engaged to Lu Yi in the first place. Aren't you better looking than Lu Yi? Ji Yuyan's vision is so strange. This was really an unexpected reason. Which woman in the Beijing circle didn't dream of Lu Wentan? Yet she didn't like him. So, you plan to continue this way of getting along until the day she is willing? He Baizhuo was quite uncertain. Using this method of threatening and personally sleeping with the woman. It seems that it is not impossible to say it or not, it is quite novel. Chapter 14. Because of that woman. He Baizhuo sat on the sofa, looking at Lu Wentan with a half smile. Because he really found it quite novel. Just think about it, a man who is fearless and doesn't even need to lift a finger to get what he wants. People will flock to him with just a glance. As a result, Ji Yuyan was unwilling, so he didn't dare to actually rob it. He couldn't bear to throw her away, and in order to prevent her from running away, he even developed some extraordinary feelings with other men. Lu Wendan condescended to find excuses every now and then to have fun with Xiao Hudi. Work is Lu Wentan's authority, and the little gaps in life are Lu Wentan's coercion and seduction. Who else can enter her life? So, this trick will definitely work, and sooner or later we will find out the reason why Ji Yuyan is reluctant. Smart people have good brains. This requires a brainless boss who can directly support her and have a sadomasochistic relationship with her, and that's it. Perhaps he couldn't stand He Baizhuo staring at him anymore, so Lu Wentan said without even raising his eyelids, "Don't look at me like that. There's a calico female cat in the yard. Go and take a look." TSK, He Baizhuo raised his eyebrows. I was just praising you in my heart. Everything is good, except that the mouth is sometimes too ruthless. No wonder Ji Yuyan doesn't like to kiss you, cough. He Baizhuo stopped talking at the right time and looked at Lu Yi and Ji Yuyan walking in. Didn't you ask Tsong Su to investigate whether there were other hidden secrets behind the car accident? He Baizhuo was already sitting upright and changed the subject in an instant. Lu Wentan was even more nonchalant and composed than him. A small accident. He Baizhuo snorted. How can you get hurt like this from a small accident? You can't even sign it. Lu Yi just happened to hear this and became much more serious, looking at his uncle. That's right, uncle, your uncle never takes you on a break all year round, so it's no big deal to take a day off. As expected, it doesn't last more than 3 seconds. As Ji Yuyang listened, he suddenly felt even more guilty. Lu Wentan could just ignore her, and then he might be fine. He Baizhua glared at him. Tell me, is it because of that woman? That was not intentional. He Baizhua did not ask Song Wen and Song Su in detail before coming here. After he came in, he was only concerned with talking about Ji Yuyang, so he was actually not clear about the situation in the car at that time. But Lu Wentan just glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. It seems I guessed right. He Baizhua looked quite angry. He didn't shy away from saying it in front of Lu Yi and Ji Yuyang. How long do you plan to spoil her? Only then did Lu Wentan frown slightly. He Baizhua looked as if he had just remembered Lu Yi and Ji Yuyang beside him and endured for a second. Then he let go. His ex-girlfriend, her name is Chu Yanqing, she's not from Beijing, but every time she comes, she must do it to her heart's content. Your uncle really spoils her. People outside say he's not into women, that he's extremely harsh, but when it comes to that woman, he's like this. Who would believe that this isn't true love? Lu Wentan glanced at Ji Yuyang and said in a slightly lower voice, you can go now. It looked like he Baizhua couldn't help but continue complaining. Lu Wentan stood up immediately, not knowing whether he was really angry or not. He grabbed He Baizhua's collar to force him to stand up, and then personally sent him out the door. Went out the door. He Baizhua's expression immediately changed. It was obvious that he had said those words on purpose. At this moment, he bowed silently to Lu Wentan. Look at my sincere eyes, Tilder. I am definitely not trying to cheat you. You are a magnanimous person, don't hold it against me. Lu Wentan's face darkened. As they walked further away, He Baizhua became more confident and said, it's really sad. I'm the boss of the South Metropolitan Hotel, and I'm here to act like a clown for you. And you're still not satisfied. And you're trying to blackmail me. I'm helping you. Lu Wentan, no, you can go to the bridge with a bowl and perform, and people will pay with coins. Seeing that he didn't believe it, He Baizhua was a little dissatisfied. I bet that after hearing this, Ji Yuyang will definitely have a reaction. Lu Wentan sent him out the door directly. You treat her as a chemical formula. Also react. What are you betting on? He Baizhua watched the door ruthlessly close on his nose. What? Still a little proud. It's rare to have something that Lu Wentan is afraid of. In the living room. When Lu Wentan went in, Ji Yuyang lowered his head and picked at the oranges. Lu Yi looked at Lu Wentan with interest. Uncle, who is Chu Yanqing? Why haven't I seen her before? You have hidden a woman before. There is no wealthy family with the surname Chu in Beijing, but I have heard of actresses and models, and they are both very popular. Lu Wentan glanced at him coldly and said, shut up. Lu Yi smiled meaningfully. Don't worry, I won't tell Grandpa. I just want to see who in that woman can make my uncle be moved. It's not like Lu Yi hadn't heard of it, but he actually didn't believe it. Because as a family member, he had never seen a woman around his uncle Lu Wentan. Lu Wentan just glanced at him indifferently and there was no further words. Since he didn't say anything, Lu Yi didn't dare to ask him any more questions. He just stopped asking in disappointment and decided to ask his friends in the circle about it. If my uncle-in-law manages to bring the woman he values so much together, wouldn't she be grateful to him as a matchmaker? Ji Yuyang was peeling the orange and was a little distracted. It seemed that he was not thinking about anything specific. He just handed it to Lu Yi subconsciously. Halfway through handing it over, she had already realized that this was a habit she had developed as a good wife and mother. She wanted to pull back. You need to act well in front of the old man, but it's different in front of Lu Wentan. Lu Wentan likes to tease her now. If she continues to be too close to Lu Yi, it might make Lu Wentan unhappy. Never mind. She was too lazy to think about it. The orange was taken away by Lu Yi. This playboy did something unprecedented. He broke the orange flesh and handed half of it back to her. What a loving picture. However, Ji Yuyang couldn't eat it. He passed the orange around and felt like it was getting warm. So he just stuffed them into Lu Yi's hands and said, eat more. Your hands are all peeling. You're lacking vitamins. Lu Yi paused. His fingertips were indeed a little chapped, very slightly. How could she notice that? I couldn't help but curl my lips. You still love me the most. Ji Yang felt cold. She didn't even look at Lu Yi and stood up. I'm going to wash my hands. After washing her hands, she planned to leave directly. But she was still at the sink when Xiao's voice came from behind her. Miss Ji Yu, the fourth master asked you to help change the gauze. She turned around and smiled politely. I'll be right there. Because she was hurt, she couldn't speak up even if she wanted to. Lu Wentan changed the gauze in the room next to the living room, which had various sports areas such as fitness, basketball, etc., and the medical room was next to it. The things were more complete than she had imagined. It was actually very simple to change his gauze, but Lu Wentan said it hurt inside. Is it possible that the glass shards were not cleaned up? He asked. Ji Yang was shocked. Didn't you tell the doctor clearly when you went to their hospital? Chapter 15. Is she pregnant? Lu Wentan looked like this. I just said that a nurse took care of it before I went to the hospital. Ji Yang's brows were already furrowed. So, the hospital might have just treated it as a common external injury and didn't carefully check the glass shards. How could you tell the doctor that? How could you lie? If you don't treat foreign matter in your meat, it could get infected and be fatal. Did you know that? She became anxious and spoke quickly and clearly, with a certain rigor and seriousness that she used to treat a patient. Lu Wentan moved his thin lips, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He hadn't expected her to be so excited. How could Ji Yang not be excited? It was because she made such a low-level mistake and believed the patient's statement that a medical accident cost her life. She was only an intern at school when she was involved in such a medical accident, and the patient's family made a fuss about it for nearly a year. From the department of the hospital where she was interning to the school, they blocked her dormitory building and continued to insult and expose her. In the end, she dropped out of school. Which hospital would dare to hire her? Ji Yang turned around and went to the medical cabinet to look for something useful to help him recheck. In fact, he has a complete set of medicines and basic medical equipment, and she has the professional ability to help him check. I don't know if it was because she remembered those things, but her hands were shaking and her eyes were not very clear. She took cotton, iodine and other things, but they all fell to the ground in pieces. Lu Wentan watched all this and looked up at her. She looked anxious. It's abnormally anxious. Ji Yang. Lu Wentan's voice was gentle and his brows frowned. Ji Yang ignored him and continued to be busy, but the result was that he became busier and busier. Lu Wentan then stood up and walked over. Just after taking 2 steps, Ji Yang suddenly turned around and said fiercely, "Sit there and don't move. Do you want to die?" The sound is quite loud. Lu Wentan didn't feel touched, but instead felt a little pain. You won't die. He tried to hold her hand down. Let's not do it for now. I didn't expect her to be so timid. She was actually afraid that he would die? How serious is this injury? Are you worried about me? The man's low voice was in stark contrast to Ji Yang's anxious state where he couldn't find the way. Hearing this, Ji Yang's movements suddenly paused. Is she worried about him? Of course. Even if it wasn't out of the professional psychology of medical students, no matter what, he was still the person she had secretly loved for a long time, or even always liked. Just his words made Ji Yang alert all of a sudden. She looked at him slowly, and suddenly remembered that when someone called her, he said that he had injured an artery or something. Since the doctor found that he had injured his artery, how could he have just done a hasty examination? How could there be any glass shards left behind? You lied to me. Ji Yang finally came to his senses. That face suddenly turned cold. Is lying fun? Ji Yang has beautiful facial features, clear and delicate bone structure, and a pair of big, watery eyes. When he smiles, he looks very pure, but once he gets cold, he can be very murderous. It was the first time that Lu Wentan saw her like this. He didn't expect that she would react so strongly to a casual remark. Ji Yang threw away the cotton and iodine in his hand, and was so angry that he couldn't hold it back. Just because you knew that I studied medicine, you took advantage of me. Do you know that this is too much? When Ji Yang didn't want to stay even a minute longer, Lu Wentan blocked her way first. It's an exaggeration, but it's true that the wound hurts. Ji Yang still had a cold expression on his face. I can't serve Mr. Lu, please find someone who can. You are talking about Chu Yanqing. He was direct. Ji Yang paused for a moment. She didn't recognize the name, but she remembered that he called the person Yang Yang on the phone, and the woman's name also had this pinyin. You're reacting so strongly because of he was nonsense. When Lu Wentan spoke, he always spoke softly and slowly, as if nothing was important. But at this moment there was a hint of hope in his eyes that he couldn't conceal, and he wanted her to answer this question. What does it have to do with me? Ji Yang felt puzzled. She walked past him and left the medical room. After walking a few steps, I realized that they had been talking so intensely inside for a while, so why was Lu Yi silent? When she entered the living room, she found that no one was there. Where is Mr. Lu? She turned and asked Xiaoxi. Master Lu said, Little demon, have you changed? You were a human yesterday, but today you are a vixen? When I get to you, I will make you beg for mercy. Then he left. Xiaoxi imitated Lu Yi's tone of voice, finished her statement, and looked at her. Ji Yuyan wanted to curse. Go Louis brought her here, and he ran away. How could she go back without a car? Turning around, he looked at Lu Wentan who had followed him out. Can you ask the driver to take me there? You should have met Song when he left. What this means is that Tai Hong Yu doesn't have a driver today. As she was speaking, Lu Yi called her. Just one sentence, you can stay at your uncle's place tonight, take good care of him for me and Grandpa, behave well, and I will give you half of the benefits when I get them. Just hung up. Ji Yang held the phone in his hand and said without hesitation, I won't stay here anymore. I'll take a taxi and leave later. The words were addressed to Lu Wendan. But Lu Wendan did not respond to her. It was quite hot outside, but Ji Yang felt that she would always be able to get a taxi if she walked out. As a result, even Mr. Lu called her and said that she had taken care of Lu Yi for 2 years and had the most experience in taking care of people, so he asked her to take care of Lu Wentan, saying that he could not be absent from work tomorrow. From what she said, it sounded as if she didn't take care of it, the company's losses of hundreds of millions in the past 2 days would be her responsibility. In the end, Ji Yang stayed, but in fact, she did almost nothing except changing the gauze for Lu Wentan. It was very strange that she was trapped in Tai Hong Yu alone, but Lu Wentan did nothing to her. But Ji Yang still couldn't sleep, fearing that the door lock would be useless to him. I stay awake until maybe 1 or 2 o'clock before gradually falling asleep. The next day, she got up early as usual. She didn't even have breakfast and left directly. I wandered out of the villa area, walked for a while and finally got a taxi, and went directly to the company. It has been almost 2 weeks since she started working here, but she doesn't really do any substantive work, just some document processing work, so it's not very busy. When Lu Yi came with the thermos bucket again, she was in the tea room, yawning. Did you steal vegetables last night? Lu Yi acted as if nothing had happened and didn't mention the fact that he abandoned her yesterday. Ji Yang glanced at the thermos. Knowing that it was for Lu Wentan, she couldn't possibly go and deliver it anyway, so she picked up her coffee and prepared to return to her workstation. Lu Yi knew that she was angry, so he smiled and held her arm. Good brother. Vomit. Ji Yang retched. At first, Lu Yi thought she vomited on purpose and was angry with him. But Ji Yang's nausea continued. He dry heaved several times, put down his coffee, turned around and hurried to the bathroom. Lu Yi muttered without thinking, she is pregnant. Chapter 16 Chasing her. Brother, what are you pregnant with? Lu Yi's unconscious mumblings suddenly fell silent in the middle. Ji Yang, pregnant. This information occupied his mind in an instant. He and Ji Yang had been engaged for 2 years and had lived together for 2 years. The old man's original intention was to slowly cultivate feelings, but he also supported pregnancy before marriage. However, Lu Yi hasn't touched Ji Yang in the past 2 years. She was too boring, and acted like a soulless old woman every day. He could imagine her lying on the bed and moaning perfunctorily. Compared to the women outside, how could he have the mood to touch her? To the extent that, he had never thought about whether Ji Yang had other men outside. What if there is? Thinking about her reaction just now, Lu Yi's face became unusually gloomy. The woman who dares to cheat on him has never appeared. Throwing down the thermos, he strode out of the tea room and headed for the ladies' room. Ji Yang leaned against the sink and retched for a long time, but nothing came out and her throat and cheeks were sore from vomiting. When Lu Yi went in, he saw from the mirror that her eyes were full of tears. A little stunned. I never saw her cry. She is always like a puppet, taking care of his food, clothing, housing and transportation carefully, and rarely shows any emotions. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lu Yi asked. But he said, fuck, in his heart, his brain was shaking. Shouldn't he have grabbed her neck and asked her if she had found another man and cheated on her? But seeing that she couldn't even stand, with her big watery eyes looking at him, Lu Yi gritted his teeth. Forget it, we'll settle the score later. Fighting with a woman makes him look stupid. Lu Yi went to help her up and asked, let's go to the hospital. Ji Yang looked at him in confusion. Why should I go to the hospital? What a fuss, I just feel uncomfortable in my stomach. Seeing her like this, Lu Yi's face became more serious. We must go to the hospital for a checkup. Ji Yang gave him a strange look. You are usually so nonchalant, why are you speaking so seriously now? She waved her hand, thinking it was unnecessary. It might be because she left directly from Taihorhonyu this morning and didn't have breakfast. I have to go to work. You don't have to hang around here. Ji Yang said and was about to leave. Ji Yang. Lu Yi suddenly called her in a deep voice. When she turned around, he tried to adjust his expression. Is she afraid to go for the checkup? Is she afraid he will beat her or something? Lu Yi wanted to do that, but he was still relatively rational at this moment. Go get a checkup, no matter what the result is, I won't do anything to you. This was even more strange. Ji Yang found it funny. Are you cursing me to get a serious illness? What nonsense! Ji Yang was stunned by the shouting. She got angry. Did a man sleep with you last night? You come to me so early in the morning to vent your anger. This wasn't 2 years ago. You should understand the situation. No. Lu Yi was choked by her. He didn't lose his temper, did he? He just yelled a little. It's not like he hasn't yelled before. Get lost. Ji Yang didn't give him a chance to speak and went straight back to his workstation. Lu Yi stood outside the ladies' room and resisted the urge to kick the wall. He turned back to the tea room to get the thermos and thought about it. Ji Yang must have some concerns, so he didn't dare to go to the hospital. He had to find a way to get her checked out. I left the tea room and looked at the thermos in my hand. It seems that Ji Yang needs to drink nourishing soup more than his uncle now. Hey. He called a female employee and handed over the thermos bucket. Help me give this to Ji Yang. Secretary Ji, do you know him? Xiao Yi just saw him and Ji Yang in the bathroom. As for Mr. Lu, although he is not at the Lufeng headquarters, he is a frequent visitor to Gossip News. In addition, the president of a media company interacts with female celebrities every day, so he appears here every 2 or 3 days. Yes. Lu Yi nodded. Go ahead, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Wait. Lu Yi called her again, at WeChat. R. Xiao Yi heard that although Mr. Lu was a playboy, it was difficult to add his contact information. In fact, he was quite picky about women. After all, he watched big stars every day and had a very high aesthetic taste. If she has drunk any alcohol, or has any headache or fever, please tell me. Lu Yi added WeChat and said. Xiao Yi nodded and asked curiously, Mr. Lu, what is your relationship with Ji Yang? She is me. Lu Yi almost said casually that Ji Yang was his wife, but after thinking about it, he changed his words and said, I'm pursuing her. Xiao Yi shut up in shock. There is actually a woman that young Master Lu actively pursues. However, Ji Yang is indeed very beautiful. She is the type that is stunning at first sight, but becomes more attractive the more you look at her. She is prettier than any female star, so it is no surprise that there are men chasing after her. Xiao Yi carried the thermos bucket and handed it to Ji Yang, smiling. Ji Yang, Master Lu actually took the initiative to pursue you. Ji Yang? Baffling. But she didn't say anything, and she had no idea where to start. Xiao Yi started working at the same time as her, although it has only been 10 days, but he is also one of Ji Yang's closest friends in the company. Ji Yang smiled and looked at the thermos. Lu Yi didn't know what was wrong with him. The soup should be for Lu Wentan. But since she was brought here, when Xiao Yi asked her, she couldn't explain why she knew Lu Wentan. I had no choice but to say, you drink one bowl too. I can't drink it. Ji Yang took a sip of the soup. Frowned. She thought Lu Yi should at least go to the old house to bring some soup to honor Lu Wentan, but when she tasted it, it turned out to be from outside. Added ginger which she didn't like. A feeling of nausea began to rise up my throat again. She didn't even have time to say hello, so she dropped the bowl and hurried to the bathroom again. Xiao Yi was a little confused. The soup was delicious. What are you looking at? A low voice interrupted Xiao Yi's thoughts. Someone followed her gaze and looked over there. Xiao Yi was so frightened that he spat out the soup in his mouth back into the bowl and immediately put it back on the table. I'm sorry, Secretary Song. I'll get to work right away. Song Wen waved his hand. Where's Ji Yang? There's work for her. Xiao Yi hesitated to speak. Please give it to me. Ji Yang is not feeling well. She has vomited twice and hasn't come back yet. Song Wen listened to this ordinary statement, but his expression became more and more profound. He had originally sent out a document by express delivery, but he retracted it and said, wait for Ji Yang to come back and ask her to go to the president's office to pick up a copy of the document. After saying that, he left. Lu Wentan looked up and saw Song Wen walking in without even knocking. His brows furrowed for a moment. Come to the morning market. Don't knock. Song Wen could see that the fourth master was in a bad mood. He was indeed a little anxious, but he had no intention of retreating and knocking on the door again. Straight to the point, Xiao Yi said that Ji Yang just vomited twice. Lu Wentan didn't react, he just looked over coldly. Are you done shopping? Song Wen said nothing more, but looked at the person opposite him. After a few seconds, Lu Wentan's brows gradually frowned. Many times that night, some people took measures, while others did not have time to do so. Chapter 17 I Will Abort. Lu Wentan was silent, no one knew what he was thinking, and Song Wen did not dare to disturb him. For a long time. The man left his office and said, call her in. Song Wen went there immediately. Ji Yang met Song Wen in the corridor and was taken directly to the president's office. He took the special elevator and several colleagues saw him. She would have to find a way to explain later that she was not familiar with Lu Wentan. Mr. Lu. Ji Yang walked into the office and looked at the man standing by the window with his hands in his pockets. When Lu Wentan turned around and looked at her, Ji Yang felt that his gaze was very deep. Go and sit over there. Song Wen reminded her. Ji Yang nodded and walked to the sofa. When she was about to sit down, Song Wen handed her a lumbar pillow at the right time. She took it with a puzzled look on her face, hugged the waist pillow on her legs, and looked at Lu Wentan who was still standing there, not knowing what he wanted to do. Lu Wentan looked at Song Wen meticulously. Don't you have a personnel intention investigation over there? She just joined the company and is just right for it. Song Wen's gaze slowly shifted from Ji Yang to Lu Wentan. Is there? Lu Wentan walked back to his desk. I almost forgot. Song Wen skillfully followed Lu Wentan's words. There is such an investigation report. The main content of the investigation is, what is it? Song Wen looked at Lu Wentan again. Although he understood the fourth master, he was not the grey matter in his head and had no idea what he was trying to do specifically. What if he guessed wrong? Lu Wentan naturally reminded him, women's choices in the workplace and marriage life. After Song Wen heard this, he had a general idea. Combined with the fact that Ji Yang might be pregnant, he immediately had something to investigate. Ji Yang looked at Song Wen sitting down opposite him, and he also sat up straighter. She didn't know anything else, but she knew Song Wen's status. Even in front of the old man, Song Wen's status was higher than Lu Yi's in terms of official business. Secretary Ji Yu thinks that if women enter the workforce after marriage, can they devote themselves to their work and even be ready to accept more senior positions and more stressful work demands? He asked this because he thought her recent performance was really good and wanted to give her a higher position. But she was also worried that she was engaged to Lu Yi, and was afraid that getting married one day would affect her focus and career. Of course. She was very sure. It was a fake engagement. And she always felt that she might not be able to get married in this life. Lu Wentan is deeply rooted in her heart, and she would probably just settle for other men. Even with Lu Yi, who had such good conditions, it took her 2 years to fall in love with him. We'll have to see if that changes as we get older. Song Wen nodded. Another question, if you were pregnant at a critical juncture at work, would you choose to quit your job and have the baby? Ji Yang was a little stunned. This question is a bit beyond her scope. As soon as she was quiet, Lu Wentan looked across the computer screen and narrowed his eyes slightly. Song Wen was afraid that she would talk nonsense, so he explained more carefully. You also know that the current employment situation is severe, and companies have considerable risks in hiring people. If a woman gets pregnant and takes care of the baby right after joining the company, it will have some impact on her work. So, the HR department should conduct a survey so that they can make adjustments based on the situation. For example, pregnant employees can be transferred to lighter jobs, or business trips can be reduced, overtime can be eliminated, and so on. Ji Yuyan smiled after hearing this. That's great. Women's energy will indeed be reduced after pregnancy. The company is sympathetic and is willing to change their positions. That's really humane. Song-wen nodded, that's good. I'm worried that they will quit if they get pregnant. If it was Secretary Ji Yu, and she accidentally got pregnant, what would she do? Ji Yuyan hardly had to think about it. I can't possibly get pregnant. Even if I do, I'll have an abortion. Work comes first right now. She answered very straightforwardly, not trying to please anyone, but because she really thought so. There was no way she could get pregnant. Even if she got pregnant unexpectedly, at her age and without a career, how would she support the child? She had lived through dark days and didn't want her children to be like her, eating poorly and sleeping poorly. Her answer made Song-wen no longer dare to ask any more questions. There was an oppressive gaze over there that never moved away, and the face was terrifyingly gloomy. Reason. The voice came from Lu Wendan. Ji Yuyan didn't expect him to interrupt suddenly, only to see that his expression was extremely ugly. She didn't answer. Ji Yuyan thought about it and responded more professionally. Didn't someone say that if a child is born to inherit one's hard work, fear, and poverty, then not having a child is also a kind act? Lu Wentan heard it, it was because of money. Song-wen could feel the low pressure of the fourth master even when he was sitting there. He looked at Ji Yuyan with a smile and said, well, this simple investigation is over. You can go back to your workstation first. He added, you don't have much work to do today. You don't look like you slept well. If you feel uncomfortable, you can go to the rest room and take a nap. Ji Yuyan smiled, not bad. 2 minutes later. Song-wen looked at the man sitting over there. Lu Yi is not short of money, so he won't treat her badly in terms of living expenses? Ji Yuyan has always had an income from work, so is his life very poor. Thinking about this, Song-wen could only come to one conclusion. Maybe you just don't want to have children, but it's hard to say it in front of your boss. As Song-wen spoke, his thoughts wandered slightly and he blurted out the answer. Or, she's not sure whose child it is and doesn't dare to keep it. Just after he finished speaking, Song-wen already felt as if ice knives were flying all over his forehead. He only dared to look vaguely at the fourth master, not daring to look closely at his expression. Are you free? Lu Wentan's voice was very cold. Song-wen quickly said goodbye and left. When he reached the door, he turned back and said, don't worry, my mouth is as tight as a safe. Ji Yuyan returned to his workstation, drank some warm water, and felt a little better. However, because of my stomach discomfort, I didn't eat much at lunch, and I didn't know where in my abdomen I felt slightly sore and bloated. She didn't really have much work to do all day, but she always felt like there was an invisible pair of eyes watching her. There is reason to suspect that the man is Song-wen. Because she tried to slack off twice, Song-wen had a stern face and acted like an old eunuch in front of a rich man. The first time, she went to the tea room and wanted to get a cup of coffee. As soon as the coffee was poured into the cup, Song-wen took away the cup from behind her. Minister Song. Ji Yuyan looked at his empty hands. Song-wen poured out the coffee and said, there are quality issues with this batch of coffee beans. They can't be drunk anymore. They have to be thrown away. Let's just drink beverages today. The second time, she was sleepy and went to the bathroom. She couldn't help but check her phone for a while longer, so Song-wen came to call for help. Is Secretary Ji Yu here? I have some documents for you to deal with. He called her out of the bathroom. It goes without saying that it was Lu Wentan's idea. He just couldn't bear to see her being comfortable and idle. Time to get off work. Song-wen was in Lu Wentan's office, helpless. Fourth master, I can watch her in the company and prevent her from running out to get an abortion. But if I follow her after get off work, I'd be a pervert. Chapter 18, only left to the little great-grandson. Just as Ji Yuyan packed up and prepared to leave, Uncle he called. Go now. She looked helpless, okay. The old man might as well change his name to old woman. There are so many things to do, and she has to accommodate the patients. When Song-wen came out, she was no longer at her workstation. After driving for a long time, he saw Ji Yuyan at the intersection of the company building. Secretary Ji Yu. Song-wen parked the car next to her and said, are you going to Phoenix Garden? Come on up, it's on the way. Ji Yang glanced at the back seat and said, no need. The door slid open automatically. There were colleagues coming and going at the moment, and if she stood there for one more second, there was a greater chance that she would be seen by her colleagues, and she would not be able to explain herself then. I had no choice but to get in the car. Lu Wentan was sitting next to her and felt the low air pressure in the car was uncomfortably low, so she stuck as close to the window as possible. Song Wen glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that the fourth master's expression was becoming increasingly ugly. Since it was Uncle He who called about returning to the old house, it was possible that both the old man and Lu Yi knew about it. Originally, Ji Yang's pregnancy might have been good news for the fourth master. However, Lu Yi's sudden interest in Ji Yang, or his interest in her after knowing that Ji Yang was pregnant, were not good news for the fourth master. A few hours ago, when Lu Yi was leaving Lufeng building, a female model posted a mouth-watering photo. There were 2 palm-sized pieces of cloth on her chest, and her thong was slightly exposed. Attached with a voice, Mr. Lu, the pool party is waiting for you. Lu Yi took a glance. 2 eyes. For the first time ever, I showed no interest. You guys play. He drove back to the company, took a quick look in the office, and called the secretary in. Are there no documents that need to be processed? The secretary looked at him suspiciously at his sudden ambition and changed the original no to yes. In the past, official business would be submitted to him, but he did not come for many years, so the accumulated official business was pushed to their vice president. Over time, their vice president had to take care of everything. I'll get it for you. The secretary hurried out. Lu Yi sat in the office chair and waited. After a few seconds, he felt uncomfortable sitting there and went back to the sofa, where he saw nuts and oranges on the coffee table. He picked up an orange and peeled it. The orange was very full, with the skin and flesh sticking very closely together. He dug his fingernails into the orange and pressed on it, but not much skin came off. Instead, he squeezed out a handful of orange juice. Lu Yi frowned. He tried it again and even his pants got splattered with juice, and he suddenly felt very irritated. Lu Yi likes eating oranges very much, but he hardly ever eats them. Usually Ji Yang peels them for him. She seemed to be doing it very easily. How could this thing be so difficult to do? The half-destroyed orange was thrown back. When the secretary came in, his hands were covered in orange juice and his nails were yellow. He was in a dilemma whether to give him the documents and the pen or not. Put it there. Lu Yi continued to be impatient and gave an order. Of course the secretary didn't dare to offend him, so he put down his things and left. Etc. The secretary turned around again and asked, do you have anything else to say? Are you pregnant? Lu Yi asked. The secretary looked down at her hip skirt today, and saw the slightly round bulge on her abdomen. If you are pregnant, report it to HR and reduce your workload. No one will say anything to you. After saying that, he waved his hand and asked her to leave. The secretary closed the door, looking ashamed and puzzled. She ate too much spicy hot pot today. By the way, why does Mr. Lu look so humane today? By the time it was time to get off work, Lu Yi became increasingly annoyed as he looked at the documents in front of him. Who invented the idea of using work to paralyze the nerves? No one has any use for it. He took out his phone and called his buddy. Where are we meeting tonight? Hey, has sister-in-law been coaxed? Last time, Lu Yi said that Ji Yang would come back on his own after his tantrum, but it has been more than 10 days and I haven't heard him mention it again. Lu Yi hung up the phone directly. Just then Uncle He called and said that tomorrow was the weekend and Ji Yang had already gone back, so he asked him to go there early as well. Lu Yi drove back to Feng Wine Garden, and along the way he hadn't figured out how to deal with the matter. The child in Ji Yang's belly wasn't his anyway, so he just let her abort it. Give her some compensation. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to continue acting in front of Grandpa. Once Grandpa knew about it, he would definitely force her to give birth to the child. He is Lu Yi, the prince of the Beijing circle, and he is raising a son for someone else. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After getting out of the car, he strode into the villa, looking righteous and awe-inspiring. As soon as I entered the room, I saw my uncle Lu Wentan sitting on the sofa. Turning around, I saw Ji Yang coming out with a fruit plate. He frowned subconsciously and took the fruit plate directly. You are destined to work wherever you go. I want to give you half of the salary of the servants in the old house or what? Ji Yuyan watched him stride into the living room and throw the fruit plate on the coffee table. Baffling. The first day he opened his eyes. The first time he saw her working? My uncle is back too. Lu Yi greeted the person on the sofa. The old man's order. When Lu Yi raised his eyes, the old man just came back from outside and walked into the living room. When Lu Jiahui entered the living room, he always felt something was wrong. As I got closer, I found something wrong. His youngest son and eldest grandson, plus Song Wen, had a total of 3 pairs of eyes, and all 6 eyeballs were looking straight at him. Nothing Lu Yi does is strange, but Lu Wentan is weird. Lu Jiahui suddenly thought of something. His face darkened and he glared back. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? I asked you to come back, not to make a will. Even if I write a will, I will leave it to my little great-grandson. Don't even think about it, you two are unfilial descendants. Lu Wentan looked at the old man, his brows slightly furrowed. Lu Yi's reaction was faster than his, and his heart skipped a beat. Does this old man already know that he has a great-grandson? Did Ji Yuying tell him? However, Lu Jiahui sat on the sofa and said, Wentan, is your girlfriend called Chu Yanqing? Unexpectedly, the old man didn't want to talk about Ji Yuyang. It seemed that he didn't know about it. Lu Wentan quickly changed his thoughts. Her brows furrowed slightly. This topic was no easier to deal with than the topic of Ji Yuying being pregnant. Who told you that? Lu Wentan said indifferently. Lu Jiahui glared at him. I have seen her. She is pretty, but it is not good if she is not from Beijing. Unless she is outstanding enough. Lu Wentan didn't hear everything the old man said. His eyes were fixed on Ji Yuying peeling the orange. Lu Yi saw her peeling an orange and took it from her. Ji Yuyang glared at him. What kind of illness have you had today? Lu Yi had a sour face. Did you think he was happy? He was just acting in love in front of his grandfather. Who would be willing to serve the mother of someone else's child? He really couldn't peel it, so he looked at Ji Yuyang and said, teach me. Ji Yuyang was too lazy to act with him. I'll go to the kitchen to help. Lu Yi pulled her back, thought of something, and supported her waist again, letting her sit back down. Sit still. Lu Wentan's eyes were dark. He knew Lu Yi's character best. He had never peeled fruit for the old man, let alone Ji Yuyang. So, Lu Yi knew that Ji Yuyang was pregnant? Chapter 19. Whose child is it? Find some time to have dinner with the girl and talk it out with her about her attitude. The old man had finished speaking about the main point of today's conversation. Lu Wentan withdrew his gaze indifferently and said, Lu Jiahui looked at him. He didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. So I was curious, so, you really were playing with him before? He said it was just for fun last time. Lu Wentan put down the teacup and said, I still have some work to do. Please write a draft first and I will listen to it when I have time. Song Wen. It was obvious that the fourth master was not paying attention to what the old man was saying just now, otherwise he would not have agreed to have dinner with Chu Yanqing. When Lu Wentan stood up and left the living room, he glanced at Ji Yuyang and said, come with me. Song Wen's eyelids twitched slightly. He didn't expect him to be so direct. Having followed the fourth master for so long, Song Wen always thought that he would be able to remain calm even in the afterlife, and it was rare for him to lose control like this. After hearing this, Lu Yi looked up and said, Uncle, you are workaholic, why don't you let your subordinates rest? The old man also frowned, bringing work home. Lu Wentan ignored Lu Yi and didn't even give the old man face. He took a step with his long legs, walked out of the living room, and went upstairs. Lu Jiahui was also helpless. Go ahead, the meal isn't ready yet. He was also in the wrong. After all, he put Ji Yuyang under Lu Wentan's command in order to keep him. Lu Wentan was very merciful by not finding an excuse to fire Ji Yuyang. Ji Yuyang was extremely reluctant, but had to go upstairs. He stood at the door of Lu Wentan's study, hesitating for a long time without knocking. Then the door opened from the inside. Under the gaze of Lu Wentan's dark eyes, she moved 2 steps inside and stopped a few steps away from the gate. Boss Lu, do you need me to get any information? Lu Wentan was almost back to the table when he heard her rather distant voice. He turned around and saw that she was even more distant. Ji Yuyang had no idea what had happened to him today, but he could clearly feel that he was wrapped in a layer of depression. I watched him walk to the desk, pick up the cigarette box, shake out a cigarette, and take out the lighter. The fire is already lit. But for some reason, he put it out again and even stopped smoking. Instead of putting the cigarette back into the box, he almost crushed it and threw it into the trash can nearby. He didn't look unhappy or angry throughout the whole process, but Ji Yuyan was even more certain of his displeasure. You and Lu Yi are in the same room. Ji Yuyan didn't respond. In fact, after she asked the question, she listened attentively to what he would say, but she didn't know if it was because she was concentrating too much or something, but she didn't hear it clearly. Those clear eyes looked straight at him. Lu Wentan frowned, then smoothed his brows. Which word don't you understand? Ji Yuyan saw him walking towards her with his long legs, and his breath was so close that her brain began to feel cramped. Lu Wentan held her chin with 2 fingers and lifted her face up. Have you done it with him? Whose child is it? Lu Wentan thought over each sentence several times. Before him, Lu Wentan knew that she had no man. In the 2 years of engagement, Lu Yi had never touched her. That night with him, it was indeed her first time. But so many days have passed, it is not ruled out that she has someone else. Lu Yi never paid attention to her before, but recently he has taken a fancy to her. The first thing that can make a man change like this in a short period of time is this. Although it is vulgar, it is also realistic. Ji Yuyan listened to him asking 2 questions in a row. Apart from his low voice, he seemed to have no emotions, but she was so shocked that she froze there. What are you talking about? How could I possibly be pregnant? Ji Yuyan really felt that his question was too outrageous. But it was obvious that the man in front of her didn't believe a word of her answer. His eyes showed that he didn't believe it. Unless she comes up with solid evidence. We did it that night, didn't you wear a condom? She really didn't want to discuss the details, but there was nothing she could do. It's impossible that his tadpoles are invincible in armor. Ji Yuyan had to recall the scene of that night again. When he was in bed, he did open the bedside drawer to get something at the last minute. After they were done, she went to take a shower, and he didn't ignore the accidental discharge of the gun in the bathroom. Ji Yuyan even recalled the time when she didn't know what time it was in the middle of the night. Although she didn't know why she suddenly felt aroused in the middle of the night, if she remembered correctly, he went to get something in the middle of the night. Ji Yuyan wasn't sure what he took, but she could always tell from the different feeling before and after that it was obviously something he was wearing. Seeing that Lu Wentan didn't say anything, Ji Yuyan looked at him boldly. Are you afraid that if I get pregnant, it will affect your reunion with your ex-girlfriend? Ji Yuyan gave a very affirmative answer. I won't make trouble, and I won't threaten you with this kind of thing. There wasn't even a hint of covetousness towards him in her words. Lu Wentan's eyes turned cold for a moment, but he still looked elegant and steady, without showing any emotion. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's useless to say anything. What do you mean, let her take an early pregnancy test? Ji Yuyan's first thought was not to go. She will keep medical records. If Lu Yi or the old man finds out, how will she explain it? Lu Wentan. Ji Yuyan was a little anxious and didn't care about the name. It's only been half a month since we did it. How can you tell that I'm pregnant? During this period of time, even if you are pregnant, there will be no signs at all. You mean, I didn't see it, so you plan to hide it? Ji Yuyan. It's hard to talk to capitalists. How did Lu Yi know? Lu Wentan asked again. Ji Yuyan frowned immediately. Lu Yi knows. You told Lu Yi. You're crazy. Seeing her suddenly rising emotions, Lu Wentan narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm afraid he'll know. Ji Yuyan thought he was crazy. Shouldn't I be afraid? I'm her fiancée, how can I be pregnant with my uncle's child? If you want to kill me, just tell me. Lu Wentan has known her for a long time. She has been engaged to Lu Yi for 2 years, and he has been watching her for 2 years. She has always been a quiet and stable person, only occasionally a bit cunning in private, and rarely so irritable. I thought you shared it with Lu Yi. Lu Wentan gave her a sense of calmness. Ji Yuyan's heart was about to jump out of his chest. He stared at him, not having the time to be afraid of him. Am I crazy to share this with him? I've never slept with him. Lu Wentan looked at her quietly for 2 seconds. It seems that nothing really happened between her and Lu Yi. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Tomorrow is the weekend. Ji Yuyan said unhappily. No, there is no way I'm going. No room for negotiation. Lu Wentan said in a tone that did not allow for argument. Ji Yuyang knew his style of doing things. Since he wanted her to go, he must have a way to keep it from her family. Chapter 20 Lu Wentan's new love. But she really rejected it. Maybe unmarried women are very afraid of this. She had only been with him. If she was really pregnant and she went to the hospital alone, what would others think? How would they see her? If I go, will you accompany me? Ji Yuyang tried his best to suppress his timidity and looked straight into his eyes. She doesn't want others to think she is cheap or casual. As long as he is willing to show up, it will mean something different to her. For at least 3 seconds, Lu Wentan was silent. Ji Yuyang already knew the answer. I can't express how sad I feel. But think about it, it was indeed her own fault. Who told her to indulge herself when she was drunk? I understand. Ji Yuyang took a breath. They were just playing around, and if anything went wrong, she would have to bear the consequences alone. Ji Yuyang was about to leave the study when he heard Lu Wentan say, I'll arrange someone for you. No. She thought someone was arranged to accompany her. This way, one more person will know about this matter. It's a waste of time. Why bother? I can take care of it myself. Ji Yuyang returned to the living room with his expression adjusted. Lu Yi asked her to sit there and pointed at the prepared fruits, eat. She looked at Lu Yi suspiciously. I remembered what Lu Wentan said. So, did Lu Yi also misunderstand something? When she was eating fruit, Lu Yi would occasionally look at her, probably because he was afraid that she would have morning sickness and would not be able to explain if her grandfather saw it. Morning sickness. Ji Yuyang thought about what happened in the company this morning. Decrypted. This means that each of these people is thinking about this issue, but no one has the position to make it public. It seems that she can only bring this matter to light herself so that everyone can understand it clearly. Dinner. Lu Yi pulled a chair for her. The old man took another look and said, You look like a human being today. Ji Yuyang wasn't polite either. This meal was no different from any other meal except for the presence of Song Wen. That's what Lu Wendan thought. After Ji Yuyang took a few bites, he suddenly covered his mouth and felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Everyone at the table immediately shot their eyes at her like arrows. Ji Yuyang didn't stop, but his reaction became even bigger and he had to put down his bowl and chopsticks. Lu Wentan's expression was difficult to describe. He thought that since she didn't dare to let Lu Yi know, she naturally wouldn't dare to let the old man know. I didn't expect her to do this suddenly. He was sure she did it on purpose. Ji Yuyang indeed did it on purpose. She ran to the bathroom and when she came back, the old man's attitude had completely changed. He didn't even eat and stared at Ji Yuyang for a second. Ji Yuyang, are you pregnant? Ji Yuyang's face was filled with shock, and he quickly waved his hands, switching back to the cautious and careful attitude he had been in the past 2 years in an instant. No. How is that possible, Grandpa? Please don't scare me. Lu Jiawei glared at her. This is a good thing, how can it be a scare? Which dish do you not want to eat? Take it away and let Aunt Zhang make it again. The old man looked at her eagerly. Ji Yuyang shook his head. Really not, it's impossible, Grandpa, you think too much. What's impossible? The old man became stubborn. I know best what kind of men in our Lu family are like. Even though you haven't obtained a marriage certificate, young people are full of vigor and vitality, so it's understandable. Don't worry, in the Lu family, there is no such thing as losing face by getting pregnant before marriage. On the contrary, a mother's status increases with her child. The old man really understood the gossips of the village aunties. Ji Yuyang had a guilty and helpless expression on his face. Grandpa, really not. Lu Yi is always having affairs outside, how can I get pregnant alone? If you don't believe me, take me for a checkup, and you'll know. The goal is achieved. She didn't have to go for the checkup secretly, and the reason for the checkup was pushed onto the old man. It's a natural thing to do. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes immediately turned to Lu Yi. Lu Yi sat there, and was even sweating for her the last second. Okay, you're so nice, Ji Yuyang. The young wife has grown up and dares to play with him. The next day was Saturday, and the old man ordered Lu Wendan to find a way and arrange a doctor. Lu Yi, take Ji Yuyang over there. The old man said in a loud voice, rarely scolding Lu Yi in front of Ji Yuyang. If you run out again, I'll break all 3 of your legs. Liu Yi was speechless. Okay. He took the job. He also wanted to know the result. If there is nothing, that would be the best. Of course, he also doesn't want a green grassland above his head. Lu Wentan didn't utter a word during the entire process. Songwen was actually thinking that he could either accompany Ji Yuyang to get checked, or say hello to the doctor and inform the fourth master once the results were out. But looking at the fourth master's expression, Songwen seemed to have no intention of intervening. He even felt that the fourth master wanted to make this matter public and let everyone in the family know about him and Ji Yuyang. Well, maybe he was mistaken. It was Ji Yuyang's own idea to do the full set of tests, including urine test, blood test and the ultrasound. She was afraid that what she did would not be convincing enough. Liu Yi took her there, and after signing in, he was called in directly by the doctor and cut in line. The doctor told her to go take a urine sample and he would contact her as soon as he came back. Of course, Ji Yuyang went to the bathroom alone to get samples. Liu Yi's phone would ring non-stop on weekends, and he would be called for help at every party. Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Reply to some WeChat messages. Liu Yi pointed to the family waiting area next to him. If you have anything, send me a WeChat message. The bathroom is at the other end of the floor. Ji Yuyang was almost at the end of the corridor and saw Lu Wentan when he passed the elevator entrance. Lu Wentan obviously saw her as well. His eyes were calm and he walked around her silently. Ji Yuyang tightened the pregnancy test stick and urine collection tube in his hands. I didn't expect him to come. When I asked him yesterday, his attitude was already very clear. What does it mean for him to appear here now? There was someone in the bathroom, so Ji Yuyang waited for a while before going in to get a urine sample. It was the first time she did this, so she was indeed quite awkward. She managed to prepare the sample just fine, pouring it from the small measuring cup into the collection tube and covering it. When I took my things out, I saw a woman standing by the sink, touching up her makeup. After applying lipstick, Chu Yanqing took out her powder and looked at it carefully in front of the mirror. The doctor told her to go back to the clinic right after she was done and not to stay too long. Ji Yuyang had no choice but to speak. Hello, can you let me wash my hands first? Chu Yanqing's gaze fell on her face from the mirror. Very young and very beautiful, with skin and features that even she envied, especially those eyes. Chu Yanqing put the powder back, turned around and leaned against the sink, smiling. Lu Wentan's new love. Ji Yuyang's expression froze for a moment. Then it faded. I'm not. Chu Yanqing looked her over again and said, it seems that you are indeed not worthy of him. At most, you are just a toy for him, not even for entertainment. Have fun. It was nothing at first, but the words that came out of Lu Wentan's mouth seemed to be lethal to her. Chapter 21. Do you dare to let me check? Ji Yuyang looked at the woman 2 steps away with a serious expression. What kind of person is suitable for Lu Wentan? The woman was about to speak calmly, but Ji Yuyang asked in an ambiguous tone, are you like this? Chu Yanqing was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that the soft and weak little white rabbit would actually talk back, and her voice was soft but obviously aggressive. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Ji Yuyang suddenly reach out his hand towards her. Chu Yanqing subconsciously leaned back to avoid her hand, full of vigilance. What are you doing? Could it be that this woman wanted to slap her? Lu Wentan came with her. What expression would be on his face when he came over and saw her? Thinking of this, Chu Yanqing regretted that she had just dodged it. It seemed that it was nothing wrong to sacrifice her face. Nothing. Ji Yuyang seemed to be thinking about something. It just occurred to me that Lu Wentan has a very picky taste. If you apply a centimeter-thick layer of powder, won't he feel something stuck in his teeth when he kisses you? Chu Yanqing stared at her with eyes wide open. You? What do you mean? Ji Yuyang walked over and washed his hands. He turned off the faucet and glanced back at Chu Yanqing. It might be because she had been too submissive and patient in the past 2 years, and when someone suddenly hit her today, she got angry like a firecracker and simply refused to restrain herself. She suddenly leaned close to Chu Yanqing and whispered in her ear, I don't know if I am worthy, but you are definitely not worthy. You look like you have a regular menstruation. Didn't he say that he likes more water? After saying that, Ji Yuyang picked up his things, and without drying his empty hand after washing it, he shook the water off in front of the woman in a mean and naughty manner. Chu Yanqing felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. She chased after him in her high heels, tapping loudly. Ji Yang didn't actually walk very fast, but the flat shoes she wore did have some advantages over high heels. As soon as Chu Yanqing turned the corner, she watched her walk away, while Lu Wentan was waiting in the corridor in front. Ji Yang still looked straight ahead and walked straight past Lu Wentan. Chu Yanqing then gave up with a snort and walked up to Lu Wentan. She bullied me. Lu Wentan just glanced at his watch and said, I can only stay with you for an hour and a half at most. Chu Yanqing gritted her teeth. But she was still angry. Do you know what she said about me? What? Lu Wentan was quite considerate and asked while taking a step with his long legs. He did seem to be somewhat interested. Lu Wentan wanted to know what she would say to others. At home she was as well behaved as a rabbit. Chu Yanqing opened her mouth and said, she said I have a regular menstruation. Lu Wentan paused for a moment. He turned his head to look at Chu Yanqing. Are you on your period? He asked. Chu Yanqing glared at him and asked the question even though he knew the answer. Then she is just talking nonsense. It's not allowed. Chu Yanqing's expression looked a little better, and he still sided with her. As a result, after listening to Lu Wentan's words, you must first have that thing before you can talk about a regular menstruation. Lu Wentan. Chu Yanqing looked unhappy. Immediately, Chu Yanqing thought of something, walked up to him in 3 or 2 steps, and put her arm around his. Lu Wentan lowered his eyebrows and glanced at her hand. Chu Yanqing pursed her lips, but still let go obediently. But he still didn't give up. Have you slept with her? A faint light flashed between Lu Wentan's brows, but he did not answer the question. But the more he did this, the more Chu Yanqing knew the answer. She walked straight to Lu Wentan with a painful and complicated expression. Staring at him, did you really have sex with her? Lu Wentan finally glanced at her and said, this is not something you should be concerned about. Stop quibbling. Chu Yanqing didn't know if she was angry or not, and pressed her chest. If you didn't sleep with her, why would she say you like it with lots of water? Lu Wentan narrowed his eyes slightly. Did she say this? Chu Yanqing knew the answer clearly when she saw his expression. His expression seemed to be somewhat hurt. Lu Wentan, you've gone too far. You said you wouldn't. Are you going to the gynecology clinic? Lu Wentan moved his thin lips, but his tone was unclear. Chu Yanqing looked at his overly stern face. She wanted to cause trouble but couldn't go too far. She was caught in a dilemma. After a while of silence, I could only say, go, or she'll scold me for irregular menstruation next time. She had to get her periods right. Lu Wentan's thin lips slightly curved. Why would you bother with a little girl? Chu Yanqing has chest pain. Don't let me bother, you're obviously protecting me. There is absolutely no first wife in the world who is more generous than me. I let people point at my nose and scold me. Obstetric clinic. Ji Yang had already given everything to the doctor. There were only the doctor, 2 students, Lu Yi and Ji Yang in the clinic. The doctor did it himself, dropping urine onto the pregnancy test stick, then letting it sit and waiting for the result. The liquid rose very quickly and reached the detection line in a short while. One line is very obvious. I've already said it's impossible. Ji Yang stood up, thinking that the result was out and he could go back. Wait a moment. The doctor stopped her. Ji Yang sat back indifferently. But after a while, another line in the detection area began to become obvious. Her heart suddenly weighed on her shoulders. How could that be? Lu Yi was recording a video nearby because Mr. Lu wanted to watch it. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi's expression fell silent. She was actually pregnant, and there really was a strange man. Impossible. Ji Yang said the same thing. But I don't know whether it is a firm denial or comforting myself. Could it be that Lu Wentan really got it in there accidentally? When he thought of this possibility, Ji Yang felt like there was a clock buzzing in his head. She really wanted to go out and ask Lu Wentan immediately what to do now? But she couldn't do that. Lu Yi was still staring at her. If she ran out like this, wouldn't she sell out Lu Wentan as well? Let's do the follow-up tests to confirm it, said the doctor. Oh yeah. Ji Yang wrote out 3 prescriptions, which also included blood tests and other things. She couldn't wait a moment and went straight to queue up for blood draw. Lu Yi walked out of the doctor's office with her without saying much. You don't have to accompany me. Just sit there and play with your phone. Ji Yang went to draw blood by himself. Lu Yi didn't listen to her. Instead, he turned around and looked at her as he walked away. I really want to know, how did you manage to date a man and get pregnant when you lived with me in Mantingfanghua all year round? Your time management level is much higher than mine. Ji Yang didn't know whether he was being sarcastic or not. Glancing at him, she said, we have already separated. Now we are just brothers by agreement. Even if I have a man, it doesn't count as an apology to anyone. That being said, Lu Yi just felt a little unhappy. Who knows when you had a man? Maybe before you broke up. Do you dare to let me check? Chapter 22, Future Measures in Place. Ji Yang paused for a moment. If Lu Yi really goes to check, it probably won't be difficult and he can really find it out. She tightened the blood test form in her hand, looked at Lu Yi, and smiled. What's wrong, Mr. Lu? It's not certain whether I'm pregnant or not. Even if I am, I have a child with another man. Does this make you angry? You like me? Lu Yi was stunned at first. Then he immediately pulled the corner of his mouth and made a disgusted and disdainful sneer sound. Ji Yang, there are so many mirrors at home, can't you take a look? Or you can just look around for rumors. In the harem of the Beijing prince, every woman is as pretty as Panan. Par. As pretty as Shisha. I like you? I might as well marry Jin's mother. At least Mother Jin can warm the bed. Your few pounds of flesh are not enough to hurt me. He talked a lot as he walked, as if he was afraid that Ji Yang really thought he liked her. By the time he finished speaking, Ji Yang had already walked to the window to draw blood. Lu Yi stood there and took a deep breath. Ji Yang had finished drawing blood and turned around to look at Lu Yi, who was standing over there. Fortunately, although he looked unhappy, he probably wouldn't actually investigate and then kill her for being cheated on. Have you finished smoking? The man's low voice sounded beside him. Ji Yang said, before realizing that this was not Lu Yi's voice. When she turned around, she found Lu Wentan standing next to her, and Lu Yi just went to answer the phone. Ji Yang tensed his expression a little, turned around and walked back. There is also a B ultrasound to be done. I'll handle it myself. Ji Yang said lightly as he walked. Of course, he was speaking to Lu Wentan, who was walking behind him. Lu Wentan paused for a moment and then quickened his pace to catch up with her. He held Ji Yang's arm and took him to the side to lean against the wall. How to deal with it? She doesn't know either. He couldn't figure out what kind of answer Lu Wentan wanted from his relentless questioning at this time. In any case, you won't get into any trouble, Mr. Lu. Don't worry. Lu Yi is here. Ji Yang avoided the hand he was holding and walked to the side. Then turn around and queue up outside the B ultrasound room. Lu Yi came over with his phone. What did my uncle tell you? Ji Yang remained calm. He was afraid that I would destroy the Lu family's seed. Lu Yi suddenly stared at her. Do you want to abort it? Ji Yang opened his mouth. Why are you getting the shot when you're not sure if you're pregnant? Why are you staring at me? Lu Yi had indeed been staring at her. You were very sure before that you couldn't be pregnant. Are you not so sure now? When she was so determined before, Lu Yi believed it and it was impossible for her to have a man. But her current attitude is debatable. Ji Yang's heart sank. With a helpless look on his face, he said, it's all because of you guys. I told you it's impossible. Now I'm starting to doubt whether I can have a baby by myself. Just then the doctor in the ultrasound room was calling her. It was Ji Yang's first time, so he didn't know what to do. He looked at the doctor and asked, do you want to lie down? Do you want to take off your shoes? Take it off. The doctor looked at her. Young and beautiful, she looks a little overwhelmed. Relax, lie down, have you ever had sex? Ji Yang nodded, yes. The doctor had already put on gloves and asked her to lie down, take off her pants, open her legs and wait. Ji Yang turned her face away, feeling awkward, nervous and ashamed. Especially when the cold touch touched her body, she shivered. For a moment, she actually thought that even if she was pregnant, it would be a child with Lu Wentan and her, as their genes were rare, it would be great if she could keep it. Just leave the capital. She didn't know how many minutes the whole process took. The doctor told her to get up. She sat up numbly and put on her clothes. The doctor next to her handed her the ultrasound machine. She went to see the results immediately. It takes some time to walk from the ultrasound room to the consulting room through their connecting corridor. Ji Yang was taken away by Lu Wentan again. In a deserted corner, he wanted to see her ultrasound results. Ji Yang showed it to him. Seeing the man frown slightly, then lowered his eyebrows to look at her. No. Ji Yang's expression was also very indifferent. She might have been crazy just now. She actually felt that she saw the momentary disappointment in Lu Wentan's eyes. What is he disappointed about? Was it because she wasn't pregnant that he had one less reason to threaten her in the future? If she was pregnant, could he often use this to threaten her, and if she didn't obey, he would tell others about it? It will be difficult for her to get married in the future. Thinking of this, Ji Yang took back the ultrasound report and said to him without any context, "Don't do that again in the future." What she meant was that in the future he should stop holding her accountable for the mistake she made one night, stop pestering her, and just stay as uncle and niece. Lu Wentan gave her a reply, "Well, we will take appropriate measures in the future." Ji Yang frowned. Lu Wentan was about to leave. "I have something urgent to do today, Lu Yi will take you back. His urgent matter is that Miss Chu." After Ji Yang went out, he handed the list in his hand directly to Lu Yi. The blood test results had not come out yet, but there was no need to look at them. Definitely not pregnant. Lu Yi looked at the ultrasound and frowned. "Really not?" Ji Yang frowned. "What do you mean by really not having it? Do you hope there is?" Lu Yi looked at her meaningfully for a while. "I heard what you just said in the ultrasound room. Originally, family members were not allowed to enter the examination room, but Lu Wentan had informed them about Ji Yang's matter, and Lu Yi would only stay for a short time, so no one had time to take care of him. If the doctor asks you if you have sex..." Ji Yang suddenly became a little stiff. "A lot of things raced through my mind. How may I know who that person is?" Lu Yi's expression was very serious at this moment. Ji Yang was used to his usual carefree and romantic appearance, and she was nervous when he suddenly became serious. Just like what Mr. Lu said, there are actually no cowards among the men in the Lu family. Even though Lu Yi seems to be idle and playing games with women, he is not easy to fool. "Yes, that night after I broke up with you." Ji Yang had to at least tell the truth. Lu Yi looked into her eyes and asked, "You are quite good at choosing the time, then. If you break up with him, it won't be considered cheating." Ji Yang pursed his lips and his eyes suddenly began to turn red. "I've been with you for 2 years, and you've never even looked me in the eye. Everyone says that I love you terribly, but even that night, you thought I was just talking, right? I have made up my mind. It's been 2 years, after all. I was really sad that night, so..." At the end, she took a breath and said, "Although it can't be called betrayal, I'm sorry if it makes you uncomfortable." The coldness in Lu Yi's eyes gradually faded after she cried. "That's good. You're not pregnant. Go back. The show has to go on." Ji Yang nodded and left. How could she look sad when she turned her back? She was really an accomplished actress now. Lu Yi answered a phone call and watched Ji Yang take a taxi and leave at the hospital entrance. The coldness in his eyes returned again. It seemed necessary to investigate carefully which man took Ji Yang away that night. Chapter 23, Caring for him. By the way, Nanda Club is Hebaixuer's place. Hebaixuer is not a member of the Beijing circle, nor is he a rich second generation. The reason why he was able to open the Nanda Club in Beijing is entirely because he is a ruthless person. When it comes to ruthlessness, the first person Lu Yi thinks of is his uncle. No wonder they can become friends. All cruel. So, to make it simple, if you want to find the surveillance footage of the Nanda city office, you have to establish a good relationship with Hebaixuer. Hebaixuer is notoriously difficult to deal with, so it is obviously abnormal for him to suddenly show friendliness to others. Then I will get closer to my uncle first, and then use his name to find Hebaixuer. Ji Yang went back to Phoenix Garden first. The old man was waiting at the door. When he saw her come back, he stretched his neck. "How's it going?" Seeing the old man's face full of expectation and thinking that he was a seriously ill old man, Ji Yang couldn't help feeling a little sad. He is so old, although he is a little fussy and usually favors Lu Yi, which is actually human nature. His son hasn't gotten married yet, and his grandson is becoming more and more unruly. He really wants to have a great-grandson, right? "Grandpa, why are you sitting outside?" Ji Yang walked over and wanted him to come into their house. The old man didn't move, waiting for her result. Ji Yang could only smile unnaturally. No, I told you I'm definitely not pregnant, but Lu Yefei didn't believe it. As expected, the old man's expectations visibly dropped, and he sighed. He added, "It's okay, you two can hold your wedding banquet this year, and then try to have a baby. It's the same. Old Shu's family already had one child, so my family can't be worse than his. When the time comes, we'll have twins, a boy and a girl. He'll be so jealous." Ji Yang. I've heard that Mr. Shu and Mr. Lu have been sworn enemies since childhood. When they were young, their parents always compared them to each other. When they were young, they would compete with each other in everything. Now that they are old, it's fine if they compete with each other among themselves, but why are they also competing with each other about how many children their descendants have? She couldn't help but respond, so she said, "Lu Yi likes to play, so their hope is not great anyway. You can try to put your hope on your uncle." Lu Wentan? When talking about his youngest son, Mr. Lu's head hurts. "I'll thank God and my ancestors if he doesn't bring a boy back." Ji Yang put the things down and went to pour some water. "How could that be? Didn't they say that my uncle was going to get back together with his ex-girlfriend? From what I saw, they were both doing fine." Mr. Lu looked over immediately and asked, "Have you seen that woman?" Ji Yang nodded. Lu Jiahui remembered that Ji Yang only went to the gynecology department today. "You saw Chu Yanqing in the gynecology department?" Ji Yang thought about it and nodded. "My uncle is with me." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared in Lu Jiahui's eyes. Lu Wentan accompanied his ex to the gynecology department, so doesn't that mean there will be news soon? Boy, that's fast. He hasn't formally tested Chu Yanqing yet, and doesn't even know her family background clearly. Ji Yang. The old man suddenly lowered his voice and called her. Ji Yang brought the water and placed it in front of the old man. "Grandpa. Sure. Keep your voice down." The old man lowered his neck and motioned her to move closer. Ji Yang was a little speechless. There were only the two of them at home, and no one could eavesdrop on them, no matter how loud or soft their voices were. Why did he look so childish? However, she was still cooperative. "What's wrong, Grandpa? You said you met Lu Wentan and Chu Yanqing. So, in the next few days, you can help Grandpa keep an eye on them and tell me if there is any news." Ji Yang was silent for a moment. "Are you asking me to follow Uncle Lu?" The old man scolded her. "How is this stalking? This is caring for him. Even though he is not right, he is my biological father. I have to take care of Lu Yi every day, you know, and now I have to go to work. How can I have time to follow people? You are young and don't know how to adapt. You work under the fourth brother. Isn't it natural for you to follow and care for him?" He was almost led astray by her. Ji Yang didn't know what to say. She couldn't even find an excuse to refuse because she really had to go to work. "It's settled. I'll reward you if I have any progress." The old man made the final decision. Evening. Only Ji Yang, the old man, and uncle he had dinner together. Lu Wentan and Lu Yi did not come back. After dinner, Ji Yang was watering the flower beds in the front yard when he heard Lu Yi and Lu Wentan's cars drive into the yard one after another. "Uncle." Lu Yi called Lu Wentan to stop him. He was holding a box that looked quite high quality. Lu Wentan glanced at the box and looked at him calmly. "What's the matter?" "I'll give you 2 bottles of good wine." Lu Yi shook the thing in his hand. He left the hospital and spent most of the day just for these 2 bottles of wine. Lu Wentan loves wine and has high taste. He doesn't even think highly of ordinary wine. Since Lu Yi can bring it out, he has a certain degree of confidence that he will like it. Lu Wentan glanced at the box again, spending money recklessly. Lu Yi hooked his lips and said, "Respecting your uncle is a serious matter." Lu Wentan had his coat draped over his arms. Seeing Ji Yang watering the flowers, he still walked into the villa with his long legs. At the entrance, after handing the coat to Uncle he looked at Lu Yi and said, "Tell me, what do you want to ask me for this time?" Showing kindness for no reason. Lu Yi didn't feel guilty either. "So, you accepted this wine?" Lu Wentan didn't say anything. He untied his tie and looked at him thoughtfully for a while. He opened his lips and said, "Did you spread the rumor that I had sex outside recently?" When Lu Yi heard this, he immediately became serious. "I'm free?" I know this rumor is false even if I use my ass to think about it, so why would I spread it for you? If it was just because of such a trivial matter, it would not be worthwhile for Lu Yi to give such good wine. He might as well pick up a few more girls. Lu Wentan's brows slightly raised. It turned out that he knew nothing. He picked up the cup, took a sip of water, walked to the window, and vaguely saw Ji Yuyang's figure. He turned back to look at Lu Yi. Anything else? Lu Yi also walked towards the balcony. He could also see Ji Yuyang from his position. Isn't Ji Yuyang going to check for early pregnancy today? Although there is no result, I am worried that she has contact with men outside, so I want to use boss's club. Lu Wentan lowered his head and drank the water. His eyes passed across the water and paused on the edge of the cup for less than a second. When he looked up again, he was calm. We've lived together for 2 years without any progress, and now you're concerned about her not making friends in diplomacy. Lu Yi snorted. Don't get me wrong, I'm not jealous, I'm just worried that she'll be cheated of her money and her body by a man outside. Lu Wendan did not comment. He walked back to the living room and put the glass down. It is not convenient for me to interfere in the emotional issues of you juniors. When you two started a fight, the old man got angry, and I became the culprit. Lu Yi was a little anxious. It's not that serious, I just want to borrow your connections. Lu Wentan didn't respond to him and walked upstairs with his long legs. Ji Yuyang came back and saw the wine that Lu Yi brought back was still in the living room. No wine cellar. Lu Yi held a cigarette in his mouth and waved his hand casually, asking her to put it down. His uncle's attitude was ambiguous, so he had to think of another way. Did you match him up with the ex-girlfriend that your uncle has been obsessed with? Chapter 24, Straight into the Heartland. Putting out the cigarette, Lu Yi stood up and went out again. Ji Yuyang came back from the wine cellar and passed by Lu Wentan's room on his way to the bedroom. The door was not closed. She didn't know the door was unlocked, nor did she know he was naked. I happened to glance in that direction inadvertently, and coincidentally my gaze met Lu Wentan's. Ji Yuyang withdrew his gaze and tried to pretend that he had never been there. Come in. Lu Wendan's voice. He was very open and honest, and even after calling her in, he didn't close the door. Help me change the gauze. Uncle. He came up from downstairs with the things Lu Wentan needed in his hand. Seeing Ji Yuyang here, Bo didn't seem surprised at all. Wouldn't it be strange for any other niece's wife to stay in her uncle's room like this? It was only in their family that everyone had become accustomed to treating her as a servant, so it was not surprising that servants were ordered around everywhere. Fourth brother, you can't be careless about your wound. The cut is not big, but it is too deep. Lu Wentan looked down at the wound and said, Indeed. Bo agreed worriedly, Isn't it? Not only is it inconvenient to move around, it also delays things. It's awkward to do anything with one hand. Lu Wentan sat on the chair and turned sideways. He sat in a very broad, upright and generous manner, with his arms crossed and his legs propped up to make it easier to work on his wound. Lu Wentan said calmly, After hearing what uncle he said, I have to get some benefits from her, otherwise I will lose. That's right. Uncle. He still agreed mindlessly. Why are you meddling in this? Ji Yuyang muttered to himself. Uncle. Are there any confiscated clothes in the dryer? She asked. Oh yeah, I'll take it right away. Ji Yuyang. She thought Uncle would ask her to collect the clothes, so she could easily hand over Lu Wentan's matter to Uncle. It seems that, apart from her, no one thinks that Lu Wentan has such an indecent side in private. Ji Yuyang tried his best not to make any eye contact with Lu Wentan, and just lowered his head to concentrate on helping him treat his wounds. She thought that since Lu Wentan had just said he wanted to get some benefits from her, he would do something. So, I moved quickly, just wanting to get it done quickly and leave. But Lu Wendan remained silent. During this time, she raised her head slightly and found that he was looking at her leisurely. Ji Yuyang had no choice but to lower his head as if nothing had happened. It will be done soon. Lu Wentan said Ji Yuyang was still wondering why he was so calm today, when he suddenly asked, Do you know Li Weitu? Ji Yuyang lowered his head to clean up, and his fingertips suddenly curled up. I don't know him. Lu Wentan looked at her buried face, which was very calm and didn't seem like she was lying. But the other party specifically mentioned her in front of him, knowing that she worked for him and wanted to get closer to him and discuss business. He usually doesn't buy into this, except in special circumstances. I'll arrange the time and take you to the social event tomorrow. Lu Wentan straightened his sleeves. Ji Yang frowned. After all, he was her immediate superior now, and she had no right to be picky about work matters. Okay, Mr. Lu. She tried to make it clear that their relationship was only professional. Lu Wentan looked at her quietly for 2 seconds, then suddenly asked, "Have you met Chu Yanqing?" Speaking of this, Ji Yang was quite calm. "Mr. Lu and I have no relationship to begin with. Miss Chu doesn't have to be hostile to me." Lu Wentan raised his eyebrows slightly. "She is hostile to everyone, and can be ignored." Ji Yang didn't know what he meant. Was he apologizing on behalf of Chu Yanqing? She got it, so she nodded and left his room. The next morning, the old man got up earlier than usual and came into the restaurant and asked her, "Is the fourth one gone?" Ji Yang set out breakfast and said, "Maybe he hasn't woken up yet." The old man looked at the breakfast and said, "At this time, he will probably go to the company if he doesn't eat. You can pack breakfast for him." Okay. After Ji Yang packed her breakfast, the old man looked at her again and said, "You can take Lao Sai's car later and go to the company together. It's on the way." Ji Yang. Why? Just to let her follow Lu Wentan? "Grandpa, at this time, it's impossible for my uncle to meet his girlfriend on their way to the company. So, there was no need for her to follow." The old man selectively blocked it and started to enjoy his delicious breakfast. Ji Yang. He really doesn't treat her as a human being. He just moves wherever there is trouble. In the car, Ji Yang asked Lu Wentan to have breakfast once, but he ignored her. She had no choice but to eat by herself, and deliberately made a slurping sound when drinking the porridge. It was not loud, but it was enough to make people salivate. Ji Yang. Lu Wentan closed his eyes. "You're a little noisy. Would you like to eat?" she asked. No answer. Ji Yang continued to drink porridge. A slight snoring was accompanied by 2 satisfied tilde sounds from her. She vaguely felt that she was being watched, and looked at Lu Wentan, and found that although he was leaning against something, there was a gleam of light in his eyes, and he was looking at her. Ji Yang was stunned for a moment. Lu Wentan had already sat up and stretched out his hand. He took the porridge from her hand and put it on his own. Ji Yang thought he wanted to drink. But the next second, he hooked her over with one hand, and without any warning, lifted her chin and kissed her. Her 2 cat-like moans made Lu Wentan's mind recall her delicate moans under him that night. Their hum makes people feel itchy. The light fragrance of porridge touched his lips and teeth, which made him unable to stop and went straight into his stomach. Ji Yang was shocked. When she realized that they were in the car and Songwen was still there, she raised her hand to push Lu Wentan. The pregnancy crisis had just passed. He had no attitude and was irresponsible throughout the whole process. She also told him not to do that again in the future. "I thought he listened to me. What is this?" Ji Yang was angry and pushed hard, and really pushed Lu Wentan away. After that, she stayed close to the other side of the car window until the car arrived at the company. She got out by herself and went straight into the company. She had little work to do all day. "When I came back from the bathroom, I ran into Lu Wentan, who was about to go to a meeting." Ji Yang didn't say hello and went straight back to his workstation. Songwen looked at her in surprise. She was such a docile person before, but now she was in a bad mood. It was not until the end of get-off work time that everyone else had left, but Ji Yang could not leave. Lu Wentan said he would take her to a social event, but he was still working overtime. Finally, after everyone had left, Lu Wentan came out of the office. She still said nothing and just got into the car. When they arrived at the restaurant, Ji Yang got out of the car first. Because Songwen had to park the car, she had to drive for Lu Wentan and do her duty as a secretary. "Mr. Lu." A voice interrupted from the side, flattering and decorated with a smile. "What a coincidence. We are here at the same time." The other person wanted to shake hands with Lu Wentan. Ji Yang closed the car door and leaned to the side. He glanced at the other person naturally, but was stunned. Li Wei too. How did he? It turns out that Lu Wentan was not asking nonsense. Li Weitu stood with their boss, looking neatly dressed and suave. Being able to meet Lu Wentan together with the boss, his position must be quite high, and he is clearly no longer an ordinary white-collar worker. Chapter 25. She has many followers. This is our new vice president, Li Weitu. Li Jing introduced his capable subordinate to Lu Wentan. I have heard of it. Lu Wentan shook hands politely and told Li Weitu all about his deeds. Did Vice President Li take over the tourist attraction around the island and the breeding farm in the west of Beijing? Li Weitu didn't expect that he knew him so well. He was flattered and proud at the same time. They are all small projects, not worth mentioning. They can't be compared with Mr. Lu's glorious achievements back then. Li Jing was laughing so hard that his mouth reached his heels, and he scolded Li Weitu, "Of course you can't compare with Mr. Lu, this kid." Ji Yuyang remained silent until Lu Wentan introduced her to others. Li Weitu obviously saw her, but did not greet her rashly. His eyes just passed over her in amazement. She has indeed grown prettier, even more charming than when she was in college. Especially what Ji Yuyang wore today, which looked like a simple professional suit. The deep V collar revealed a faint ravine, and the perfect fullness of his breasts gave people endless imagination. Not to mention the suit skirt, which is only above the knee, so if you put your hand in, you can definitely touch the secret forbidden area. Li Weitu had never realized before that Ji Yuyang's legs were so alluring, so white and straight. She rarely wore skirts before, basically wide leg pants or pencil pants. The only time Li Weitu remembered she wore a skirt was during a department dinner. He almost succeeded and even touched the edge of her underwear. As a result, she looked at him blankly for a while, then slapped him and said that she had recognized the wrong person. It's so funny, who in the department doesn't know that she has a crush on him? Afterwards, Li Weitu gave her some face and tried to pursue her, but the woman refused to budge. He even treated her to 2 meals, but she still refused to kiss him. Why are you pretending to be so noble? The brief trial relationship ended abruptly. Afterwards, Li Weitu looked for Ji Yuyang several times, but found out that she was no longer in that hospital, and the Alumni Association could not contact her. Unexpectedly, she had gone to Lufeng to work as a secretary. Looking at the clothes she is wearing, they are of quite high quality and her whole temperament is different from that time. I don't know which man she is with. Anyway, it can't be Lu Wendan. But since he can work in Lu Wentan's company, he must be a senior executive under Lu Wentan. Ji Yuyang felt Li Weitu looking at her, but she chose to ignore him and stood there calmly and professionally. Lu Wentan and the others walked in, and she followed behind them. Along the way, several people were talking and chatting. But Li Jing didn't rejoice too soon. Lu Wentan always looks elegant and humble, but in reality, everyone who has dealt with him knows that he is a noble smiling tiger who is best at using both kindness and severity. Not only can others not get any benefits from him, but they even have to be grateful to him even after being stabbed with flying knives. Arrived at the box, Song Wen performed his duties as usual and checked all the items in Lu Wendan's position, including the chair, and wiped them himself to make sure there was no foreign matter such as medicine powder, glue, etc. As soon as Lu Wentan sat down, Li Jing naturally wanted to sit down next to Lu Wentan. But Ji Yuyang was getting Lu Wentan's coat, blocking him. Li Jing patted Ji Yuyang and said, "Come on, make way." Ji Yuyang frowned. Li Jing patted her waist, vaguely touching her buttocks. Her face looked a little ugly, but she glanced at Lu Wentan, afraid of disrupting his business. Maybe Li Jing just touched it casually. She didn't say anything, but went to the side and hung up her coat. Song Wen called her over and said, "Sit here and take care of Mr. Lu." Ji Yuyang didn't know what she could do to take care of him, but since Song Wen had made such arrangements, she could only listen. Lu Wentan didn't say anything the whole time. Maybe this was how he arranged the secretaries he brought with him every time. After sitting for a while, the food started to be served. Ji Yuyang had not yet been involved in any projects, so she didn't quite understand anything she heard. But she was really hungry, and since no one cared about her, she just concentrated on eating. When Ji Yuyang saw the peppery rabbit being served, his eyes widened. That's her favorite. How could such a big boss order such down-to-earth dishes at the dinner table when discussing business? The food was over there with Li Weitu, and she was too embarrassed to turn around, so she could only drink water while watching eagerly. Li Weitu knew that she liked to eat it, so he deliberately didn't turn it over to her. She is just a little secretary. If she does it herself, she will probably be fired tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Lu Wentan turned the dish over and picked up a spoon to scoop up 2 small pieces of rabbit meat. He took a bite and frowned. "It doesn't taste as good as last time." Then he put down his chopsticks in dissatisfaction and spit out the mouthful of rabbit meat. He disposed of the remaining rabbit meat in the bowl directly into Ji Yang's bowl as if it were garbage. Ji Yang. However, for the sake of the rabbit, she still ate it. Seeing this scene, Li Weitu was delighted. After all this time, this is how Ji Yang is going to take care of the boss by acting as a trash can? Ji Yang lowered his head and ate his food in small bites. She accidentally chewed a Sichuan peppercorn, and the numbness made her frown and look to the side. Lu Wentan was talking to Li Jing and put the cup of water next to her. They seemed to be having a good chat. After Ji Yang had eaten, he found that she didn't take care of Lu Wentan at all. He had an injury on his hand and he told people directly that he didn't want to drink, and he didn't ask her to do it for him. After eating and drinking, Ji Yang did not disturb them. He just greeted Songwen quietly, "I'm going to the bathroom." Songwen nodded, "Turn right when you go out." At that time, Ji Yang was full, and Li Jing and Li Weitu were full. Lu Wentan came up and started talking about business. They couldn't eat, so they could only drink and talk. By now, he was already a little drunk, his temperament was relaxed, and his voice was much louder. They had almost finished talking about the main business, and seeing that Lu Wentan was in a good mood, everyone expanded the topic. As men, the topic will inevitably turn to women. Li Weitu was especially brave because he was young and energetic, and his career was going smoothly and he was favored by Li Jing in a short period of time. He asked Lu Wentan directly, "Boss Lu, is this little secretary you brought with you new here? Does Vice President Li know her?" Lu Wentan was playing with his lighter, his emotions undetectable. Li Weitu deliberately lowered his voice and said, "We were classmates before. Not only do I know her, I also know a lot about her deeds." Lu Wentan raised his eyes, and his brows showed his interest in this matter. Ji Yang has been with many men. She was able to intern at the Beijing University Fu Hospital, and she had affairs with everyone from her graduate mentor to the dean and department head. I've also heard from others that she even played with several people at once, but I don't know if it's true or not. Li Weitu's tone of voice was actually understated, which made it more convincing. It is obvious that he is very good at manipulating people's hearts, otherwise how could he climb to the position of vice president at such a young age? Chapter 26 Feed him happy. Sure enough, Lu Wentan looked at him, obviously a little surprised. Li Weitu smiled and said, "She usually looks very well behaved. She really doesn't look like that kind of person. I haven't seen her in person. I just heard about it, so it's not necessarily true." He spoke very skillfully. Whether it's true or not has nothing to do with him. The more tempting it is, the more exciting it is. Moreover, based on Li Weitu's understanding of Lu Wentan, a man like Lu Wentan would never allow his senior employees to be corrupted by women. Beauty is a disaster. Who knows when she will jump to a rival company? By then, won't the current senior management become a time bomb for company secrets? Songwen stood aside without uttering a word. Just now, Ji Yang was eating attentively by himself. Now it is his turn, so he should just concentrate on eating. Lu Wentan was very interested. Is that so? There seems to be a big contrast between a woman's inside and outside. It would have been fine if he didn't respond, but as soon as he did, Li Weitu became even more excited. After drinking a few glasses of wine, he began to treat Lu Wentan as someone he could chat with. Isn't it? The more aloof and serious a woman like her looks, the more slutty she becomes when she takes off her high-end professional attire. When Li Jing heard this, he was somewhat worried that Li Weitu was too relaxed. He turned to look at Lu Wentan and said, "Boss Lu, Vice Boss Li may have drunk a little too much and his words may not be very polite." Lu Wentan didn't seem to care. Normal. His quality is just that high. He must be very lucky to have climbed to the position of vice president. But meeting him is just bad luck, and the vice president's chair will never be warm. After he said that, Li Jing also relaxed. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but ask Li Weitu, "I heard that you had a very beautiful girlfriend." "I'm talking about Ji Yang." Li Weitu smiled proudly, "I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Mr. Li. It was actually her. When I first joined the company, she came to pick me up after get off work once. That was the brief period when he and Ji Yang were dating. When Ji Yang came to pick him up that time, Li Weitu introduced her to all his colleagues. They all said she was pretty. Later, one of them even tried to pursue her. Because of this, Li Weitu felt that this woman was indeed a disaster and must be tied up tightly, otherwise she would run away. He wanted to sleep with her as soon as possible to prevent her from being agitated by other men, but unfortunately he failed. Ji Yuyang rejected him harshly, so he slapped her and tried to force himself on her. After that night, we lost contact completely. I didn't expect to meet again today. We were both very calm, as if we didn't know each other. Oh, what a coincidence. Li Jing had not expected it. Such a good girl, Vice President Li must seize the opportunity to get back together with me first. Li Weitu smiled helplessly. Don't joke with me. Don't think that Ji Yuyang is obedient. I can't compare with her when it comes to playing. I heard that women become more sensitive the more they have experienced sex. Once touched, it's like a floodgate has been opened. They are very wet. I can't control her. Lu Wentan kept playing with the lighter. Stroke along the direction, and then rub in reverse. Looks nonchalant. Until Li Weitu said this, something about it made his hand pause slightly. He raised his eyes and looked at Li Weitu. Li Weitu said hi, and thought he was interested. Mr. Lu, don't disbelieve it. Just give her 2 glasses of wine and you'll know. Just tease her casually and she'll get wet with just a touch. Maybe because he had talked too much, Li Weitu raised his hand and tugged at his tie. He thought back to the time when he almost succeeded. Ji Yuyang likes lace, even her underwear is made of lace. Lace looks quite tacky and most girls can't handle it, just like Bobby Pink. But when it comes to Ji Yuyang, there is no such feeling at all. He is not vulgar at all. Instead, he exudes an indescribable desire. Pure and lusty. Just thinking about it makes me itchy to death. Of course, what Li Weitu said was nonsense. He was able to touch her lace panties that time because she was drunk. But it's always okay to fantasize. Ji Yuyang looked very fresh, with skin so white and delicate that it seemed like you could squeeze water out of it. Lu Wentan finally put down the lighter and said, "The food is delicious tonight. It's my treat." Song Wen nodded. "The dish is delicious. Then let's change the venue," Li Jing suggested when he saw that Lu Wentan was in a good mood. They had originally made arrangements that after eating downstairs, they could go upstairs to have some entertainment and relax. "Are there any more programs?" Lu Wentan raised his eyebrows slightly. When Ji Yuyang came back, there was no one in the box and the food had not been taken away. She took Lu Wentan's coat, called Song Wen, asked for the room number, and took the elevator up. There were 3 or 4 other girls who came to the door of the room with her. These were all arranged by Li Jing to liven up the atmosphere. When they entered, there was music playing in the room, and it became even more lively when the girls arrived. Ji Yuyang didn't know that he had hung Lu Wentan's clothes at the door, so he walked over and glanced at them playing mahjong. I should have known that she had just run away to pee. Li Weitu and Li Jing each asked a woman to come over to pour wine and prepare fruits and so on. Song Wen also asked Ji Yuyang to come over. Still the same words, "Take care of Mr. Lu." For men were playing a game of mahjong, not too many, not too few. There wasn't a single topic inappropriate for children at the moment, as if they hadn't talked about anything just now. Ji Yuyang naturally knew nothing. Li Jing typed a 2 and looked at Lu Wentan. "Boss Lu, should we go to the company on Wednesday to finalize this cooperation?" Lu Wentan touched his little chicken, hesitated, and replied, "No hurry." Li Jing just smiled and understood, and would feed him cards later to make him happy. "Which one do you want to hit?" Lu Wentan suddenly asked. Ji Yuyang was looking at his cards and was stunned by his sudden question. She just wanted to take a look. However, his cards are indeed a mess. He really can't do it. Mr. Lu, who is worth hundreds of billions and can make the wind and rain call the wind and rain, actually doesn't know something. Ji Yuyang felt like laughing. "Keep that one." Lu Wentan was suspicious. "Why?" Ji Yuyang had already put the chicken down. "Is it okay for me to like chickens?" Her voice was very soft, just loud enough for 2 people to hear, so as not to lose face for Mr. Lu. There's no need to ask so many whys. By the time I explained everything to him, it was already dawn. Lu Wentan's eyebrows twitched slightly. After listening to her, he simply moved aside a little. "You come." Ji Yuyang didn't hesitate to fight and just wanted to finish the fight quickly and then disperse. Go back to bed early. She hasn't slept well these past 2 days because of the pregnancy turmoil. As a result, the little girl next to Li Weitu spoke up, "It's boring to just play for money. This game is fun only when there is punishment." Li Jing and Li Weitu love to play, so they definitely have no objection. Song Wen was just there to make up the numbers and didn't dare to compete. Lu Wentan's 1:3 vote was meaningless, so of course it was just a play. Ji Yu Yang was originally good at playing cards, but she didn't know if there was something fishy going on between Li Weitu and Li Jing, but she kept losing. At first, the punishments were neither light nor severe, just drinking a little wine and telling a joke. When she lost more, Li Weitu finally spoke up, "This time, we have to find an interesting way to punish Ji Yu Yang." Chapter 27 Secret Love. Ji Yu Yang frowned. She treated him as invisible all night, but she didn't expect that it would still be inevitable. Among several punishment items, Li Weitu picked a nurse's uniform. "How about you wear this and dance a little for everyone?" Li Weitu looked calm on the surface, but his eyes were sparkling with stars. "I remember that you joined the dance club in college." Li Weitu had seen her dancing at a gala. Although she didn't graduate from an art school, her posture and charm when dancing were really attractive. When he saw her for the first time, Li Weitu was even shocked by her beauty. Apart from his bad temper and being difficult to deal with, Li Weitu could not find any faults in Ji Yu Yang. Because of this, he had to dampen Ji Yu Yang's enthusiasm and make up for all the bad things that happened back then. Ji Yu Yang used to be a nurse, but Li Weitu had never seen her wearing a nurse's uniform. The thought of this kind of uniform temptation made his blood boil. It must be very exciting. Ji Yu Yang's expression changed. She knew that Li Weitu did it on purpose. Asking her to dance in public was a trick on her. She was not a dancer, so how could she be responsible for pleasing the cooperative company? Not to mention this item, just the suggestion to let her wear a nurse's uniform was intentional. Ji Yu Yang couldn't do it. She had no way of using the attire she had worn as part of her sacred profession to please others. Even though the recreational nurse uniform was different from her old professional attire, she couldn't do it. She had no way of becoming a nurse and could not get her diploma. People pointed at her and accused her of insulting the nursing profession. It was like a thorn that would always stick in her throat. "It hurts so much when I touch it. Let's change it." She tried to remain calm and didn't say directly that she couldn't afford to have a bad temper. "What do you want to change?" Li Weitu refused to do it. "You are the one being punished, how can you make any demands?" "Hurry up, Mr. Liu is waiting." "That's right." The girl next to him really came to liven up the atmosphere and agreed as soon as she opened her mouth. "Miss, you have such a great figure and are so pretty, you will definitely look great in a nurse uniform." Ji Yu Yang understood that these people had no bad intentions and were just doing it for entertainment. But Li Weitu definitely doesn't think so. But she couldn't say it out loud, so she could only look at Lu Wentan. As long as he opens his mouth, no one will force her. Lu Wentan just said, "Cooperate." Ji Yu Yang looked at him quietly for a while, and then tried to let him speak for him. "Can you tell me the truth?" "That's so boring." Li Weitu laughed. "That's it, don't waste time, Mr. Lu's time is very precious." He always brings the blame onto Lu Wentan. The meaning was very clear. Lu Wentan agreed, so nothing she said would be of any use. "What's wrong? Are you still shy?" Li Weitu continued, "You weren't so shy when we were talking." When they were in the box before, Li Weitu spoke with moderation. Until now, seeing that Lu Wentan had been easygoing the whole evening and was addicted to entertainment, Li Weitu had become very relaxed. "Stop talking nonsense." Ji Yu Yang's face suddenly tensed up. Li Weitu became more excited when he saw her angry face. "Look at you, I know you've always had a crush on me, but you were shy at that time. Why are you still embarrassed now that you're old?" "I didn't." Ji Yu Yang still denied. Li Weitu is used to it. When they were in college, Li Weitu didn't know at first that Ji Yu Yang had a crush on him. When he found out, he became interested. He had seen Ji Yu Yang dancing and had long wanted to meet her. "After hearing that she had a crush on me, I took the initiative to add her contact information." At that time, Li Weitu was the president of the student union, and she was a member of the dance club, so they had to contact each other for activities. After adding her on WeChat, Li Weitu finally knew that she did have a crush on him. Because Ji Yu Yang's WeChat signature clearly reads, LWT. It's obviously the abbreviation of his name. As a result, Li Weitu pursued her, but she still made trouble and still denies it now. It's really boring. Ji Yang, do you have a disorder called avoidant attachment personality? When I didn't like you, you were secretly in love with me. Your eyes were filled with tears when you looked at me. I like you, so you're excited, aren't you? Ji Yang couldn't help himself when he thought about the disgusting things Li Weitu had done to him in the past. Looking at him coldly, if you are sick, go get treatment. I am not sick. It doesn't matter what happens to other people. Ji Yang doesn't want to get too entangled with such scumbags, as it will only make himself look bad. But she didn't expect that even Lu Wentan was looking at her thoughtfully. Is Secretary Ji really still obsessed with her ex? Ji Yang looked at him in a daze. Mr. Lu. Others can say whatever they want, doesn't he know that? She is his niece now, can he make such a joke? Lu Wentan looked calm. Since there is nothing, we might as well follow the rules of the game. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Ji Yang clenched his palms. Of course it's not a big deal for him, he can just enjoy himself. But it was an insult to her, like pulling out the thorn in her heart and then stabbing it back in, torturing her over and over again. Will it affect the company's business? She suppressed her discomfort. Her face was reflected faintly in Lu Wentan's eyes. I guess so. Ji Yang didn't insist anymore. Okay, I'll wear it. She changed into that outfit to satisfy Li Weitu's evil desire, and it was impossible for her to dance. After changing her clothes, her hands and feet were already cold. She really hated the suffocating feeling when she was scolded for insomnia. At that time, her WeChat account was flooded with people adding her, and her phone was flooded with abusive text messages and phone calls every day. She had to change her contact information and unlink all her social media accounts. After all these years, I didn't expect to experience this feeling again, and Lu Wentan would be one of the instigators. Is it ready? Ji Yang looked at Lu Wentan and asked, are you satisfied? She took off her clothes without even looking at who was satisfied or not. Mr. Lu, I'm not feeling well tonight. I'm leaving first. Song-wen is still here anyway. Without waiting for Lu Wentan's response, Ji Yang turned around and left the room. Li Weitu smiled and said, Boss Lu, your secretary has a bad temper. The boss hasn't left yet, but she's already left work. Lu Wentan sat up from the dim light and overturned the card game in front of him. Put it away. It seems that it is difficult for me to learn this game. Har har, if Mr. Lu wants to learn, we can continue next time. Li Weitu smiled. I don't know the seriousness of the matter yet. Li Jing saw Lu Wentan was about to leave, and he stood up with his mind distracted from the woman beside him. I'll see you off, Mr. Lu. Song-wen raised his hand and signaled, no, you guys can play. Mr. Lu is injured and needs to go back to bed early. At the entrance of the restaurant, Song-wen parked the car next to Ji Yang. Ji Yang tried to hail a taxi for a while but couldn't get one. Ji Yang didn't want to get in the car. She couldn't stay with Lu Wentan calmly now. Chapter 28. How far has it come? You go down. Lu Wentan said. Song-wen got out of the car immediately. Then he walked around, opened the door for Ji Yang, and motioned for her to get in. Ji Yang held the bag in his hand, and spoke in a restrained tone, sounding like nothing unusual. I can just take a taxi myself. Lu Wentan looked at her from the car. Even if I invite you personally, you won't be able to come. Ji Yang was afraid that he would curse at others as soon as he opened his mouth, so he could only purse his lips and ignore him. Lu Wentan actually got out of the car and asked her to get in. Ji Yang was about to open his mouth to insist on taking a taxi, but Lu Wentan's voice rang beside his ear. I'm just talking now, but I'm bound to use my hands later. Ji Yang didn't hide, but turned his head to look at him. Why, Mr. Lu still wants domestic violence. Ji Yang felt something was wrong after he said the word domestic violence. But there is nothing wrong with that. She is my niece's wife and we are family. It's just domestic violence. Lu Wentan looked at her with lowered eyebrows and said nothing. When he doesn't speak, he is always more lethal than when he speaks, oppressing people to the point of suffocation. But even after getting into the car, Ji Yang still didn't feel at ease. But he was her boss and her elder, so she had to deal with her emotions herself, try not to have any conflict with him, and turn to look out the window. Song-wen started the car quickly. She remained in that position almost the entire time. Until the car stopped. Ji Yang frowned. What is this place? It was not the Manting Fanghua where she and Lu Yi lived, nor was it the Taiher Hongyu where Lu Wendan lived, nor was it the place where she had rented before. Obviously, it was Lu Wentan who asked Song Wen to stop the car midway. Moreover, Song Wen got out of the car and left the two of them in it. If you keep twisting it, aren't you afraid that your neck will become crooked? Lu Wentan said in a teasing tone. Ji Yang was in no mood to joke with him, and prepared to unbuckle his seat belt. If Mr. Lu has anything to do, I'll take a taxi home. Her hands were held down by Lu Wentan. Those eyes looked down at her. Why are you so bad-tempered? Ji Yang finally couldn't help but sneered. Mr. Lu certainly has no temper. You are not the one being played with, and you are not the one being embarrassed. Lu Wentan seemed to sneer. It's embarrassing to ask you to change your clothes. Those clothes are even less revealing than your work clothes. Or is it? He leaned over, his aura subtly changing. You really still miss that ex. Lu Wendan. Ji Yang looked straight at him. Her big reaction was unlike her usual self, and Lu Wentan had lost most of her expression. Looking at her coldly, don't call me President Lu anymore. Ji Yang took a breath and said, let me go. Lu Wentan didn't say anything, his eyes still on her face. Ji Yang felt very tormented. His sudden kiss to her in his bedroom yesterday had already made her unable to sleep well all night, and she felt angry. Now, there is a ball of cotton blocking my chest. Mr. Lu. Uncle. She changed her words again. The pregnancy storm has caused chaos for several people in the family. I have admitted my mistake that night. I don't want anything else to happen again. I can see that you don't want any trouble to disturb you and Miss Chu, not to mention. I will get married in the future. Ji Yang tried hard to remain calm and have a good talk with him. As a result, Lu Wentan seemed not to hear a word. He suddenly pulled her in, and said in a deep voice, how far have you and him come? Ji Yang's mind went blank for a moment. Who? How many ex-boyfriends do you have? Lu Wentan's thin lips opened and closed, almost biting the tip of her ear. Then he turned her around and looked at her face clearly. To what extent have you mistaken me for your ex-boyfriend? Ji Yang frowned. She was talking nonsense that night, but she didn't expect to bump into him. I was just talking nonsense. I didn't know Li Weitu still had business dealings with you. No. Lu Wentan said. Ji Yang was puzzled. What's missing? Without business dealings, he is not worthy. Lu Wentan continued, I took the initiative to find him. She was unable to come to her senses for a moment. After 2 seconds, I seemed to understand something. Just because she said that night that she mistook him for her boyfriend, Lu Wentan had to find her boyfriend. See what her ex-boyfriend has in his power to make her mistake him for that person. It seems to lower one's status and insult him. Lu Wentan? I really didn't expect Mr. Lu to be such a penny-pinching person. I care too much. At this moment, Lu Wentan seemed to not care about her character at all. His hands on her waist tightened slightly, and his fingertips seemed to be stroking constantly. Ji Yang felt a little itchy and couldn't stand it, so he moved slightly. So, to what extent? He asked. No. She couldn't bear it. Can you let me go? Answer the questions carefully, otherwise, I won't just touch you with my hands. Lu Wentan's nonchalant tone made the matter sound as if it were nothing special. But what could Ji Yang say? No means no. She never had a crush on Li Weitu. It's always Li Weitu who's crazy. Just like Lu Wentan is going crazy with her now. Can she say that? Have you done it? The 2 words that came out from his lips were full of danger. Ji Yang frowned suddenly. This insult was not much better than asking her to wear a nurse's uniform. Lu Wentan, what do you want to do? She didn't want to stay with him anymore, so she avoided his hand, forcibly unbuckled her seatbelt, and turned around to get out of the car. But Lu Wentan suddenly captured her back, put her directly on his lap, and spread her legs apart. Before she could react, she was already sitting face to face on Lu Wentan's lap. Ji Yang was annoyed for a moment. What are you doing? She is struggling. But Lu Wentan acted as if he didn't see it, his face slightly gloomy. My patience is also limited. Ridiculous. Ji Yang also got angry. What does it have to do with me? What right do you have to question me? Lu Wentan just ignored her anger. One hand was pressing on her waist, while the other hand was restless. While glancing at her, he said, "Otherwise, how would he know if you have enough water?" Ji Yang's mind suddenly started buzzing. What nonsense are you talking about? No matter how strong she was, she couldn't remain calm when talking to him face to face about this kind of topic. It wasn't just a matter of anger and shame. This is taboo. Lu Wentan touched his lips and said, "What nonsense did I say? Didn't you say that to Chu Yanqing yourself?" When he heard the woman's name, Ji Yang felt a chill in his heart. She was very angry that day. But I didn't expect that he and that woman would actually talk about such a sensitive topic. How much do they talk about? Let me go, I don't want to sit in the car anymore. Speak clearly and I'll let you go. Ji Yang had to look into his eyes, but the glance was brief and she looked away. Chapter 29. I'm so good to you, Ji Yang? But I still don't want to talk. Ji Yang's silence resulted in Lu Wentan's hands suddenly increasing in strength. His hands were originally on her waist, and when he applied force, they moved towards the waist-hip line. Then he pressed in his own direction. Distance becomes more sensitive. Ji Yang suddenly stared at him. She already sensed what he was going to do. Is this what he meant by getting something back from her? He obviously doesn't want to take responsibility and is more afraid of her getting pregnant than anyone else, but why does he have to do this? Don't you consider her feelings at all? Ji Yang held his chest tightly with both hands to increase the distance between them. But Lu Wentan held her wrist and took away her strength. He pinned her hands behind her back, and without the support of her arms, her body fell directly into the man's arms. Ji Yang turned his face away, still struggling. She doesn't want to make the same mistake again. It was not until Lu Wentan wanted to kiss her that Ji Yang finally couldn't bear it anymore and used all her strength to free her hands from his restraints. He didn't care if his wrist would get hurt. The first reaction after breaking free was to reach out and hit. Lu Wentan, you're going too far. Her voice trembled. Last night's anger, Li Weitu's insults, and his current aggressiveness all came to the fore. Don't you know whether I have done it with other men? Ji Yang's voice was very loud, and he didn't hold back the strength in his hands, and he hit Lu Wentan in the face. Given their current positions, it's not surprising that they would hit each other in the face. Ji Yang was still stunned for a moment, but only for a moment. He asked for it. At worst, just fire her. Lu Wentan was stunned for 2 seconds after being hit by her. No woman had ever dared to ride on him or slap him. He came to his senses and glared at the person on his lap with narrowed eyes. Am I too good to you, Ji Yang? The voice sounded cold and eerie. For a second, Lu Wentan was indeed annoyed. He didn't dare to answer the question asked. Was he angry because of shame? Why, are you still obsessed with that toad just now? Even if I am obsessed with someone, it is not your turn to blame me. If anything, Lu Yi is the one who has the qualifications. She spoke with a confident voice. So, as soon as she finished speaking, the car became eerily quiet. Ji Yang is not a fearless person. In the past 2 years, she has been very cautious in the Lu family, pretending to be docile and gentle in everything. But there was one thing that she was not pretending, and that was her fear of Lu Wentan. Now that it was quiet, her heart was beating like a drum. But she was so angry that she just wanted to die. You believe everything that idiot Li Weitu says, but you don't believe anything I say. Is his relationship with you as close as the negative distance between you and me? After venting his anger, Ji Yang got off Lu Wentan, pushed the door open, and ran away before he could react. This time she was lucky and got a taxi after just a few steps. She didn't dare to tell the master directly where Hua Lily lived, for fear that Lu Wentan would ask someone to follow him in a car, so she just let the master drive around the street twice. Lu Wendan didn't expect that after she beat him up, she would end up having an even worse temper than him. But when he came to his senses, she had disappeared. Someone looked at Ji Yang running and felt a little confused. Walking to the car, "Fourth master, are you going to chase us?" Lu Wentan said nothing. Finally, someone drove back to Tai Her Hornyu. When getting off the car, someone heard Lu Wentan ask, "How many installments did Li Jing's company borrow from Ruitong Bank?" Someone thought for a moment and said, "It's quite long. I need to look at the contract for details." Ruitong Investment Bank returned to Beijing with Lu Wentan and became the invincible armor of Lufeng Finance. Later, Lu Wendan developed Lufeng Finance's own bank, Ruitong Bank. Today's Lufeng finance consists of two major organizations, an investment bank and a bank. It is like a big devil. When it comes to projects, it has its own inexhaustible bank support, and when it comes to loans, it has its own investment bank and financial group to develop various projects. In short, it is a perfect cycle. Once the structure is established, all you have to do is wait to collect the money. It was difficult for a company of Li Jing's size to qualify for a loan from Ruitong Bank, but Lu Wentan did it anyway. I guess they think it has a future. As a result, Li Jing turned around and supported Li Weitu, thus destroying his own good impression. Shorten the repayment period. Lu Wentan said calmly, if he comes to beg you, you know what to do. Song Wen nodded. He thought for a while and decided that if Li Jing came to beg him, he would just let Li Jing fire Li Weitu. The fourth master was mad at Miss Jiu, and he took it out on Li Weitu. What's more, Li Weitu said so many things tonight, which were not only disrespectful to Miss Jiu, but also, if you take it a step further, some of his words, when said in front of outsiders, were disrespectful to the female group. The fourth master's values are fine, so how could he possibly work with such a person? Fourth master. Song Wen remembered something and followed a few steps forward. Anything else? Lu Wentan turned around with a slightly tired look. Song Wen frowned. He didn't drink or do anything else tonight, so why was he still so tired? Ms. Jiu seems to be angry. Do you want me to explain something? Song Wen asked. Lu Wentan snorted coldly. What's there to explain? What did I do wrong? I spoiled her. After saying that, he strode into the villa. Song Wen really didn't care. The next day, Lu Wentan was busy all day. He had no social engagements after work and returned to the villa early. When getting off the car, Song Wen heard him ask, is Ji Yu Yang off work? Let's get off. It's already so late. Song Wen answered casually. Then he saw the fourth master looking straight at him. Song Wen seemed a little weak. What did this mean? He said last night that he shouldn't worry about it, so should he take care of it now? Ji Yu Yang was off work. Yesterday, he was forced into the car by Lu Wentan. Today, he was dragged into the car by Lu Yi and brought back to Manting Fanghua. You'd better come to me if you have something to ask. Ji Yu Yang looked grim as she stepped into the place where she had stayed for 2 years. Lu Yi looked at her eyes that were not eyes and her nose that was not a nose, and said, I didn't see you so proud yesterday. Can't I find you now? Of course, for a fee. Lu Yi was so angry that he laughed. Miser. I just have a lot of money. He pulled her arm and went straight to the kitchen. What? Ji Yu Yang frowned. She was in a bad mood, and even if she was in a good mood, it was impossible for her to cook for Lu Yi for nothing. Mother Jean, did you cook 2 soups tonight? Are there too many vegetables? Lu Yi found out today that his uncle went home without eating after being busy all day. If a meal of wine can't buy off my uncle, then take it slow and sacrifice some delicious food and let Ji Yu Yang deliver it to him. Jean's mother saw Ji Yu Yang and smiled. The young mistress hadn't been home for several days. It's too much. 2 people can't finish it. Ji Yu Yang couldn't help but say sarcastically, Mother Jean is really capable. No wonder your young master said he wanted to marry you. Jean's mother looked at Lu Yi in astonishment, then turned to look at him with an expression that was hard to describe. Master, you. Chapter 30 Exploitation. Lu Yi was also frightened and stared at Ji Yu Yang. Fuck, stop talking nonsense. When did he say he would marry Jane? Ji Yu Yang snorted, didn't you say that? Marrying Jean-Marc and warm the bed, but I don't have much meat. Lu Yi had just picked up the spoon to taste the soup, but now he walked over and wanted to hit Ji Yu Yang on the head with the spoon. He just spoke too quickly at that time, just to prove that he had no feelings for her. You are really capable now. If I didn't need you, I would not have spoiled you. Lu Yi gritted his teeth and endured it. Ji Yu Yang glanced at him, what do you need me for? Lu Yi had already called his uncle Lu Wentan and waved to Ji Yu Yang, asking her to go and try the soup and dishes. Ji Yu Yang didn't know who he called, so he didn't argue with him and went to try it. Mother Jean, I never saw you show off your skills when I was here before. Mother Jean was embarrassed by what she said. Weren't you afraid of stealing your limelight at that time? You have always been the one serving the young master. Ji Yu Yang was about to say something when he heard Lu Yi say, Ji Yu Yang, pick a few dishes and send them to your uncle. He hasn't eaten yet. Ji Yang put down the spoon and asked, "Did your uncle ask me to deliver it?" "I asked you to deliver it, and your husband can't order you around anymore." Ji Yang snorted, thinking that Lu Yi was playing a prank, and told Jin's mother about it, since he had just teased Jin's mother anyway. She did not hold back. "My husband can order me around, but how dare my uncle eat the food I sent him? He exploits me every day. Aren't you afraid that I will poison him to death?" The kitchen was quiet for a moment. Only then did Ji Yang look up. Seeing Lu Yi holding the phone a little distance away from his ear, he looked like he didn't know whether to speak or not. Only then did he cough lightly. "Well, uncle, I'm going to hang up first." Lu Yi turned his head and couldn't help laughing. "You are a real tiger. You didn't say you were on the phone." So, Lu Wentan heard everything she just said. "Forget it, I've heard it. Last night was ugly enough, and the impression points don't matter." "That's great. Send it over to apologize." Lu Yi said, "Behave well." He just deliberately didn't hang up the phone, wanting to let Ji Yang know that her uncle also heard about sending food, so she wouldn't be able to refuse. Ji Yang frowned. "Can't Mom Jin go and send it off? My uncle's hand is still injured. You know how to treat the wound, but Jin's mother doesn't." Ji Yang had mixed feelings along the way. Now Lu Yi and the old man are trying to find a way to get her closer to Lu Wentan. They are really the two who just want to watch the fun and make trouble. When she arrived at Tai Her Hon Yu, someone was waiting for her at the door. "Miss Ji Yu is here." Someone reached out and took the thermos bucket. As they walked in, someone said, "The fourth master didn't eat much for lunch today. He seems to be in a bad mood and has a poor appetite." Ji Yang didn't say anything. He just finished a work discussion in the evening and came back right away. He said he was not feeling well. Someone said again. Ji Yang endured it again and again. Finally asked, "Is it the wound or something else that hurts?" Someone smiled slightly. The only thing she cared about was the wound. It turned out that having a conscience was a weakness. "Then I don't know. Miss Ji Yu can ask Mr. Lu later. He has been busy all day and hasn't even had a meal. He is still busy now." Ji Yang didn't say anything. He walked in and lowered his head to change his shoes. "When I put the slippers away, I saw a pair of small white shoes next to them. I could tell that they were brand new and looked very nice. Women's shoes." She paused, then put her shoes on another row, then stood up and walked inside. Question: Study room. Someone nodded. "Go in and call, I'll set the table." Ji Yang wanted to change the gauze for him, check if the wound was inflamed, and then leave. He didn't want to waste time, so he knocked on the door directly. "Come in." She pushed the door open. Lu Wentan was indeed at the desk, but he didn't look like he was working. He was leaning against the desk with his back to this side, looking out the window. He turned the chair around only when she entered. "Are you here to poison me?" was the first thing he said. Ji Yang. She could only pretend she didn't hear it and didn't say anything. "Lu Yi asked me to come over and help you change the gauze." Lu Wentan glanced at her and said, "If Lu Yi doesn't allow you to come, then you won't come." Ji Yang didn't reply, but he really thought so in his heart. Lu Wentan stood up from his office chair and walked towards her. Ji Yang lowered her eyes and slightly turned sideways, thinking that he would go straight to the medical room. Finally, he stopped in front of her. "Did I exploit you?" he asked suddenly. Ji Yang didn't want to get entangled with him anymore, so he could only endure it. "I didn't know Lu Yi was calling you. It means that where I can't hear, you can program me." "I did not mean that." Looking at her gentle appearance, Lu Wentan could almost only see the top of her head. In the past, no matter she was with Lu Yi or with the old man, she was always gentle, well-behaved and lovable. Seeing her like this now, Lu Wentan actually had a desire to destroy her and just wanted to force out what was in her bones. Just like that night when she raised her face and said she wanted to be his woman. "Should I prove my guilt?" The man touched his lips. "Exploitation." Only then did Ji Yang suddenly look up at him. Those beautiful eyebrows frowned. "It seems that you understand what he means." Ji Yang tried his best to hide his emotions. Lu Wentan was a person who would bully others the more they showed weakness. "Boss Lu, this is really not good." Lu Wentan looked at her with a meaningful look. Ji Yang knew what he meant. She had taken the initiative that night, so it wasn't that good. Do you have to keep dwelling on that night? She asked bluntly. Lu Wentan would ask in return, it's okay if we don't stick to that one night, do you want to do it for a few more nights? Ji Yuyan suddenly fell silent. She discovered that Lu Wentan was completely different from the gentleman he was in front of her and outside. He really just couldn't get along with her. Ji Yuyan thought a lot, but she really couldn't remember how she had offended him before. Mr. Lu. Ji Yuyan raised his head and looked at him honestly, if it was someone else that night, would you have done the same? Lu Wentan narrowed his eyes slightly. If you call me by another name, perhaps I would be willing to answer. But Ji Yuyan didn't ask any more questions. She just suddenly thought of this and didn't know what kind of answer she wanted to hear. Change the gauze. Ji Yuyan could only change the subject. Lu Wentan is not that easy to fool. That's not resolved yet. Ji Yuyan squeezed his palms. Thinking of the new pair of shoes in the shoe cabinet. I met Miss Chu in the hospital that day. Her makeup was very delicate and her clothes were very sexy, but she was wearing flat shoes. I guess you really like white shoes. The shoes are placed here. Lu Wentan and Miss Chu are probably about to reach the stage of living together. What do you want to do to make it go away? Ji Yuyan looked at him. I don't want to be stuck between you and Miss Chu all the time. I'm like a time bomb. It's not good for anyone. She thought that she was the one who took the initiative that night, and Lu Wentan just wanted to sleep with her at most. Chapter 31, Kiss Back. Ji Yuyan stared into Lu Wentan's eyes, holding his breath, waiting for his answer. As long as there will be no more trouble in the future, she won't have to worry so much. Even if he really brings it up for the last time, she will just agree. No matter what. Fourth Master. Song Wen's voice suddenly sounded at the door, dinner is ready. Ji Yuyan was startled, and his breath seemed to be deflated instantly. Coming. Lu Wentan replied casually. Then he glanced at her calmly and said, eat first. Ji Yuyan only walked to the door of the restaurant and found that only Lu Wentan was there. The servants and Song Wen were nowhere to be seen. Changing the gauze is quick. I'll leave after I'm done. You can eat slowly. Okay? Ji Yuyan asked him. Lu Wentan, no. Ji Yuyan had a very uncomfortable meal. When we were almost done eating, we realized that none of the dishes were brought by her. Where are the dishes? She asked without thinking. Lu Wentan didn't even raise his eyelids. I gave it to Chu Yanqing. Ji Yuyan didn't know what to say for a moment. You are so afraid of Chu Yanqing, so this is a good opportunity to please her. Ji Yuyan then found it ridiculous. I'm just afraid of ruining the relationship between you two. Lu Wentan said indifferently, what kind of relationship do I have with her? Ji Yuyan paused for a moment. What kind of relationship can there be between a man and a woman? It can't be gay. He called her Yang Yang affectionately, but I don't know if it was Chu Yanqing's Yang Yang. He accompanied Chu Yanqing to the hospital, and even though she was not pregnant, he didn't care at all. Isn't the difference obvious? But, there really isn't any solid argument to this. Ji Yuyan pursed his lips. Aren't there Miss Chu's shoes in the shoe cabinet? She must live here often. How can a couple not have feelings for each other when they are at the stage of living together? When it comes to arranged marriage, it doesn't make sense that Mr. Lu doesn't even know Chu Yanqing. It can only be because of feelings that he keeps it to himself. Lu Wentan looked at her for a while and said nothing. After dinner, he cooperated and went to the medical room to ask her to help change the gauze. The wound has healed well, and it doesn't look like there's any inflammation inside. Ji Yuyan packed up his things. He turned around and was about to say goodbye and leave, but was stopped by Lu Wentan. Between them was a soft leather chair, the kind commonly used in gyms. She had to either push Lu Wentan away or step over the chair. She chose to go out across the chair. As soon as she raised her legs, Lu Wentan pulled her and she sat on the chair with her legs crossed. The chair is soft and not painful. But she groaned in fear. Suayin's lightly scolding voice made Lu Wentan's eyes darken. He lowered his head and asked, are you talking about the pair of shoes in the shoe cabinet? The topic changed slightly, but Ji Yuyan still understood what he was talking about. Lu Wentan followed her example, crossed one leg, and sat on the chair, facing her. What you mean is that instead of asking you to be sandwiched between me and her, you want Chu Yanqing to be sandwiched between you and me. Ji Yuyan's mind raced. What she meant was that they severed their relationship. Wasn't he trying to change the concept? Just don't pinch anyone, she said, stepping back slightly. One end of the chair was against the wall, and she almost retreated to the wall. But Lu Wentan was still approaching her. You hold it. When she raised her eyes, Lu Wentan was already close to her, and the two words landed lightly on the tip of her nose. What? Ji Yuyang said unconsciously. When his chin was lifted up, Lu Wentan had almost kissed him and finished his words vaguely, I. There were 3 words in total, and he divided them into 2 sentences. Ji Yuyang still connected, and her ears suddenly felt hot, and the possession between her lips and teeth made her brain unable to function. She was too sensitive to him. The only bit of rationality she had left made her a little angry. She had clearly agreed not to do this again. Don't push. Lu Wentan's hoarse voice came out from his lips. Ji Yuyang just realized that her hand had pushed the place where his hand was. Before his brain could think more, his hand had already cooperated and loosened its strength. You can try on the shoes later. Lu Wentan said again. Ji Yuyang didn't understand at all and just wanted him to stay away. Lu Wentan bought the flat shoes at the weekend, thinking that if she was really pregnant, it would be inappropriate to wear high heels to work. She moved her hand and pushed it out. Lu Wentan, let me go. I'm going on a business trip starting tomorrow. Lu Wentan suddenly said this. Ji Yuyang felt that it was quite confusing. It was good that he was on a business trip. Finally, she didn't have to see this handsome face tormenting her. Finally, I pushed them some distance away and just wanted to leave immediately. He was pulled back by Lu Wentan again. Ji Yuyang was a little annoyed. Are you in menopause? Can you please finish what you want to say at once? The air suddenly became quiet. What Lu Wentan was about to say was interrupted, and he couldn't help but glare at her. I'm old. Already in menopause. Ji Yuyang pursed his lips. He could sense Lu Wentan's displeasure, and said wisely and reluctantly, no. That night, he had sex with her at least 4 or 5 times. How could an old man do that? Lu Wentan did not continue to argue with her about this issue, but continued, the business trip may take half a month, or even longer. Ji Yuyang still didn't say anything, and didn't even listen much. It was not something she cared about. Your engagement with Lu Yi cannot bind you. You have no feelings for him. Only then did Ji Yuyang look at him in astonishment. Did he know that the engagement was fake? You don't seem to be involved with that so-called ex-boyfriend, or do you have other men? Lu Wentan said in a leisurely tone. Ji Yuyang frowned slightly. Since there isn't one, why can't I, Lu Wentan, do it? He didn't even give her a chance to speak. Ji Yuyang was stunned. Some people don't understand what he means by these words. Ji Yuyang. Lu Wentan called her name. The cold voice made people feel that they couldn't ignore it, and they could only look into his eyes. I'll give you a chance to think it over. As long as you can tell me you don't have any feelings. What do you want? Don't be impatient. Before she could say anything, he stopped her and said, answer me later. His lips were already covering hers. He was not as strong and overbearing as before. Instead, he seemed very patient, kissing her inch by inch. Ji Yuyang was already confused by him, and with his limited immunity to him, his body was always so honest. She was also wearing a professional suit skirt today. After get off work, Lu Yi dragged her to carry a thermos bucket, and she hasn't had time to change clothes yet. I didn't think there was anything wrong with her sitting posture just now, but now it's too late. The man continued to move closer to her and pushed her against the wall, still sitting on the soft leather chair. The legs are further apart. If Lu Wentan was a little restless, his slender hands would be able to find everything with his fingertips. In fact, he did so. Ji Yuyang frowned, not knowing whether it was because of discomfort or unbearable. Her little face turned slightly away, but he pulled her back to kiss her. Chapter 32. Otherwise I'll go in. Should I praise you for being self-aware? Lu Wentan asked in a hoarse voice. Ji Yuyang's face was already flushed, and she knew exactly what he was talking about. He was teasing her. What he had said to Chu Yanqing in the hospital was coming true. She is indeed made of water. Very good. The man's breath in her ear was heavy, hot, and bewitching. Obviously, he always seems to be warm and cold when he speaks. But Ji Yuyang couldn't help but feel his ears turning red, and even his neck seemed to be burning. Ji Yuyang was kissed by him so hard that she tilted her face up unconsciously, her slender neck filled with silent desire. But Lu Wentan stopped, his dark eyes covered with a thin layer of cold mist. Secretary Gu, you are like this, I can't think of any reason why you are reluctant. Gu Yang seemed to wake up in an instant. I was awakened by his 3 words, Secretary Gu. She felt ashamed and angry for her desire just now. Is this what you want to know? If humiliating me makes you happy, you succeeded. He aroused her desire and then deliberately kept away from her. Think it over carefully. Lu Wentan spoke behind her. When Ji Yang stood up from the soft leather chair, his legs felt a little out of control, soft and weak. But she stood firm. When she heard his words, she just paused and didn't look back at him. Lu Wentan came over and appeared in her sight again. Lu Wendan didn't say anything. Ji Yang didn't know what he was waiting for. She just had a vague feeling that if she left now, she would lose something. Obviously, she had gained nothing in the first place, so what could she lose? Maybe, I have caused Mr. Lu to misunderstand me. She finally spoke as calmly as possible. Doesn't he, Lu Wentan, want an answer? As long as he really wasn't like he was before and like he is now, occasionally going crazy, occasionally making her heart race, occasionally playing a forbidden game with her, she would be able to give any answer. Mr. Lu is indeed very good, and he can easily make me fall in love with him. However, think about it from another angle. Maybe if it wasn't you, Mr. Lu, but someone else, I would have the same reaction. Lu Wentan's eyes began to darken as he looked at her. But you really dare to say it? It would be the same for anyone. When we discussed Li Weitu's problem last night, you didn't react like this. Ji Yang felt disgusted whenever she mentioned that person. She frowned and couldn't lie against her will that she had been attracted to Li Weitu. Not talking anymore. Lu Wentan looked at her. Ji Yang looked at his determined expression and suddenly felt depressed. Lu Wentan, even if I want you, it's just my body's instinct. I don't know what you want to do. I will never be with you like other women. Ji Yang really couldn't go on. Then there is no other woman, he said frankly. Ji Yang laughed when he heard this. Is it possible? He wanted to sleep with all kinds of women, so why was he suddenly wasting time talking to her about this? Just to be able to do that kind of thing with her again in the future, he even said nonsense like there were no other women. Who is she? He would rather have no other women than her. Can I go now? Ji Yang asked. By now, the patience in Lu Wentan's eyes had gradually faded, and then he returned to his usual coldness, looking at her calmly. Ji Yang recognized that look, just like the one between a niece-in-law and her uncle when they usually met at home. It has nothing to do with it. He must have finally given up on the idea of getting involved with her. Then I'll leave first. Ji Yang finally walked out of the medical room. There was still no one in the villa, so she walked to the door of the restaurant and went in to look for the thermos she had brought with her. The servant poured out the food and placed the clean thermos bucket on the table so she could take it away at will. I'm going to take it back and report to Lu Yi. Take away your shoelaces. When she was about to change her shoes, Lu Wentan came over. There was still no change in his expression, still cold and indifferent, as if the person who had just made love with her was not him. See, Ji Yang felt relieved in her heart that such a calm and rational man almost tricked her into getting him. Women like her, once deceived, often become trash and can only bring freshness and excitement for a moment. After thinking it through, it didn't matter anymore. She could look him in the eye calmly and ask, what shoes? Lu Wentan pointed to the shoe cabinet in front of her and said simply, I bought it for you. I thought you were pregnant. Ji Yang's fingers froze for a moment. She didn't think she would get pregnant at all, so she never thought about how to take care of herself from beginning to end. But he bought her shoes. It was a bit surprising. Ji Yang hesitated whether to take it out and look at it, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. No need. I'm not pregnant, so of course I can't wear it. Whatever. She put the slippers she had taken off back. I apologize for what happened last night. Lu Wentan spoke again lightly. Ji Yang looked over in confusion. I didn't know before that the fact that you didn't get your diploma was related to the accident during your nursing internship. Lu Wentan was wearing home clothes, with his hands casually in his pockets, and he was no longer as focused as he was when he was talking to her just now. It's very leisurely, yet also gives people a very distant feeling. Li Weitu asked you to wear a nurse's uniform, which may have brought back some bad memories for you. As your boss, I have a responsibility. If you feel wronged, you can ask for some compensation from next month's salary. Ji Yang listened in a daze. How does he know this? You today. Her throat felt a little swollen and sour. Whenever it comes to this matter, she can never control herself. No matter how calm she is at other times, she can't handle this matter. After a pause, he continued to ask, "Are you busy with this matter today? I haven't seen him all day. Could he be checking on her?" "I guess so," Lu Wentan said frankly. Ji Yang was a little dazed. He nodded, turned around to go out, and realized that he had forgotten to bring the thermos. When I turned back, Lu Wentan suddenly came over and asked, "Why are you crying?" She lowered her head slightly and said nothing. No one has ever apologized to her for this incident. Apart from verbal abuse, she has not received an apology to this day. Only him. Ji Yang. The man's deep voice. Her face was lifted up, and the man looked at her expressionlessly. "I understand your behavior as you are trying to seduce me." He kissed her, not forcing her, but not very gently either, with a strong presence. Ji Yang was once again kissed into a daze, and he successfully exploited the fragile gap in her heart. It was the same last time and this time as well. Ji Yang was kissed so hard that he couldn't support his body, and was pushed against the mirror in the entrance hall by Lu Wentan. His low breath stained hers. "Did you think about it?" Ji Yang heard him speak in a hoarse voice. "It's still time to leave, otherwise I'll go in." He knows it. Chapter 33 I Can't Care? Ji Yang remained silent. She couldn't answer any of his questions. "Do you want to or don't want to? Do you want to leave?" Her bare hands pinched the corner of Lu Wentan's clothes, and she couldn't help but look up. At that moment, her brain was unable to work. Lu Wentan deliberately teased her, "Do you want to keep silent, or not?" Ji Yang didn't want to talk to him anymore and tried to turn away and push him away, but he hugged her even tighter. He has a bad temper. Lu Wentan's voice was deep, and he stopped deliberately tormenting her. I don't know which second it was, but maybe it was the moment when my brain was the hottest, and I calmed down a little. Ji Yang suddenly remembered to confirm what Lu Wentan said. "You really don't have anyone else?" Ji Yang said in a low voice. Lu Wentan kissed the back of her neck. "What do you think?" Ji Yang felt a little uncomfortable because he didn't get the most definitive answer. It's not that she is innocent, nor that she thinks she deserves any noble feelings, it's just that she wants to maintain that moral bottom line. "I was drunk when I had sex with him the first night, and I didn't know if he had a girlfriend. But now it's different, now she is awake." Lu Wentan turned her around and looked into her eyes. "I can only maintain this kind of relationship with you. Is this answer clear?" The man's voice sounded much clearer than hers. It also adds a bit of persuasiveness. Ji Yang wanted to ask something else, but his voice was swallowed up, and in return Lu Wentan said, "You are troublesome." The thermos bucket that Ji Yang had originally placed aside and was about to take away seemed to have been knocked over by someone. The mixed sounds of ping-pong and the noisy sound of metal collision actually served to add to his fun. Ji Yang was thinking that Lu Wentan had refreshed her image of him time and time again. She used to think he was gentle, refined and good-tempered. Later, she felt that he was a bit vulgar, evil, and sometimes cold and indifferent. In the past, she thought that Lu Wentan was abstinent, like a high-ranking Buddhist who could not be desecrated. Now, the end was in his room. Lu Wentan hugged her and said, "Let me ask again, is it true that you only have one ex-boyfriend?" Ji Yang closed his eyes, confused. The soft lips uttered a thin tone, "No." The man's breath seemed to sink a little. Ji Yang didn't move. "It wasn't like that in the first place. Li Weitu is nothing. I never officially dated him. He was just being self-indulgent." Lu Wentan snorted. "From what he said, you have a crush on someone." Ji Yang opened his mouth. "The one I have a crush on is." She was so relaxed and content at that moment that her mind was unguarded. But halfway through his words, he suddenly became alert. That was her secret alone. Speaking it out may become a problem. "Who?" Lu Wentan was waiting. Ji Yang smiled and said, "President Lu would care about this." Lu Wentan relaxed a little and lowered his brows. "Given our current relationship, I can't care." Ji Yang seemed not to understand. "What is our relationship?" She asked calmly, but her palms were clenched. Ji Yang didn't dare to have any relationship with Lu Wentan. She was Lu Yi's fiancée now, and even if it was fake, she still had to act. So, after she asked the question herself, she gently pushed him, indicating that they should keep some distance. Lu Wentan didn't move. We entered in a hurry and no one turned on the lights, so the room was dim. Perception becomes clearer. Lu Wentan kissed her vaguely. You are shaking. Ji Yang. It was too intense and she couldn't bear it. I could only change the subject. Lu Yi is not my ex. He is still my fiancé. After that, the bedroom was quiet and all conversations came to an abrupt end. Before Lu Wentan went to the bathroom, he left her a message: deal with your relationship with Lu Yi as soon as possible. By then, I will give you whatever relationship you want. Ji Yang sat on the bed alone. She actually felt that Lu Wentan's words were not credible at all. She herself didn't know why she thought so. Maybe it's because of Chu Yanqing, or the existence of that Yang Yang. It may also be that she feels she is out of her league. Of course, it was also because she and Lu Yi signed an agreement. If she broke the contract, Lu Yi would go crazy and have no limits. She didn't want to mess up the Lu family, and didn't want to mess up their uncle-nephew, grandfather-grandson, and father-son relationships. Thinking about this, it's really messy. Ji Yang simply lay back and looked at the ceiling. A terrifying thought flashed through my mind for a moment. She maintained this kind of relationship with Lu Wentan, and it was not a loss until he fell in love and got married. Maybe crazy. When Lu Wentan came out of the shower, someone was actually asleep. Lu Wentan didn't scold her. He pulled up the quilt to cover her halfway, then turned and went to the study. It is true that he has to go on a business trip, which will take a long time, and now he suddenly wants to shorten it a bit. Ji Yang probably slept for half an hour. He endured the soreness and took a shower, then changed his clothes and went back to report. Lu Wentan sent her to the door. He looked at her darkly. I'll leave tomorrow morning. Ji Yang nodded. Nothing to say, he asked. She frowned. What is there to say? It's just a business trip and they are not lovers. Lu Wentan nodded slightly and said, go ahead, send me a message when you get there. Ji Yang refused, and his reasons were very valid. I don't want anyone to know you. Lu Wendan stopped talking. Ji Yang didn't care about his expression, whether he was angry or not, he just said hello and left. Originally, she was planning to return the thermos another day, but who knew that Lu Yi was waiting for her halfway? Ji Yang changed cars and got on the back seat of Lu Yi. Lu Yi's eyes slid over the thermos bucket and asked, Uncle has eaten it. Ji Yang nodded. She was just about to close her eyes and rest for a while when she was suddenly startled by Lu Yi's shout. She frowned in displeasure. What for? I should be the one asking you this. Lu Yi glanced at her suspiciously. That look made Ji Yang feel flustered for a moment. She looked in the mirror before going out, so there shouldn't be any bruises or signs of passion. All I heard was Lu Yi questioning, what did you do to the thermos? It was broken into two pieces, one flat and the other bulged. Ji Yang turned his head and looked, then pursed his lips. Nonsense, my uncle got angry and I lost my grip and it fell to the ground. Lu Yi looked at her and his gaze slightly softened. Is your uncle angry with you? His eyes swept across Ji Yang's wrist, where there was a small, inconspicuous bruise. Ji Yang was shocked and took his hands off his knees. Chapter 34 Eat him to death. Ji Yang thought about it and realized that Lu Wentan really didn't seem like the kind of person who would lose his temper in public. If he is unhappy, he often smiles with a dagger hidden behind his smile, killing people without being seen. There are very few cases where anger is expressed on the surface. Facing Lu Yi's suspicious expression, Ji Yang felt guilty and didn't know where to look, but his tone was very calm. It's my own problem, I accidentally touched it. Is it because I heard you cursing someone on the phone? Lu Yi took over the conversation. Ji Yang slowly turned his gaze and looked at Lu Yi. It's all your fault. She quickly responded and said, give me the money. Lu Yi's charming peach blossom eyes smiled. Don't be so stingy. When has your husband ever treated you badly? Go away, don't bring up that relationship outside. Seeing Ji Yang's serious face, as if she really hated him, Lu Yi looked at her steadily for 2 seconds. The car suddenly stopped. What happened again? Ji Yang felt a little uneasy. Lu Yi is a lively person, and she was afraid that she would reveal her flaws again. Lu Yi turned around and stared at her seriously for a while. Ji Yang. His voice seemed unusually serious. You've liked me for 2 whole years. Now you really don't have any feelings for me at all. Ji Yang frowned as he listened to this inexplicable question. Why are you asking that? Lu Yi thought thoughtfully, maybe, I've been pestered by you for 2 years, and unknowingly, I've become a little interested in you. After hearing these words, Ji Yang should have been able to see the light, but he was not moved at all. Only horror. She stared at Lu Yi with her beautiful eyes. What are you talking about? Lu Yi finally burst out laughing. You looked so nervous, I just said it casually, you really dare to believe it? Why don't you look in the mirror? Then he turned around and kept driving. As he said, but now I realize that you, Ji Yang, can stand up to criticism better than many women out there. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lu, but I'm not eating it. Please chew it with a different flavor. Lu Yi curled his lips and said nothing more. But he looks in a good mood. When we were waiting at a red light, I suddenly asked her, are you free next weekend? No. Ji Yang didn't even have to think about it. Oh. Lu Yi continued, I have an event, you can accompany me, I will prepare the dress and styling for you. Do. The word dream hasn't come out yet. 100,000 yuan. Lu Yi offered the price readily. Ji Yang. It's great to be rich. Can't you just pick one of the many women you have? What you said is true. I'm afraid if I bring them to the event, they will really fall in love with me. Women are very difficult to deal with. As he said that, Lu Yi looked at her and said, I'm not talking about you. It's reasonable for someone like you who has a good reputation to be difficult to deal with. It's another matter for a peripheral girl to be difficult to deal with. It can be heard that he is quite sensible. That's true. Ji Yang knew Lu Yi as a playboy, not a brainless person. He knew his own limits and would never have an illegitimate child. In other words, if Lu Wentan wasn't so outstanding, Lu Yi would actually be a rare talent. Also, I don't have that many women. Lu Yi said seriously. Just when Ji Yang thought he might have become a human being. He added, I have a fixed woman every month, how can it be too much? It's just that the frequency of change is a little more frequent. Ji Yang. How could she think that a dog could change from eating shit? Just let me down in front. Ji Yang saw the fountain. Lu Yi, where are you going to live? You are the one with broadband. You are so nosy. Lu Yi was so shocked that he couldn't breathe. Watching her slam the car door and walk away without looking back, he curled his lips belatedly and realized that he was being scolded. You're such a good talker. Lu Yi muttered casually and continued to start the car. The next second he frowned and his smile gradually faded. Because the whole sentence that appeared in his mind was, you have such a powerful mouth, but I don't know what it tastes like. Maybe it's the orange flavor. She loves to eat it and also loves to peel it for him. Lu Yi licked his lips, charming and calm. After a while, he finally smiled. He must be extremely hungry to have such a ridiculous idea. He casually dialed a number and asked, have you asked at the South Metropolitan Office? Is there any result? Opposite him was his childhood friend Xu Linbei. I've asked, it might be a blind spot for surveillance, anyway, nothing has been found yet. Then he said, if you offer a little more, I can find the customers that day and see if there are any who took selfies or recorded videos to record the situation. How about that? Lu Yi spat, why don't you go and rob? Your eldest brother had a daughter. Did he divide up your living expenses? Are you so poor? Xu Linbei was unhappy, it's not authentic to mention this. Grandpa got a great-granddaughter, but she just ignored him. After a pause, he asked Lu Yi, how about I go ask my uncle for you? His uncle Xu Yanli's network of contacts is second only to Lu Wentan. Xu Linbei and Lu Yi had similar fates. It's not that they were untalented, but they were both suppressed by their uncles. The two grandfathers compete in everything. One has a son in his old age, and the other one wants one too. And both of these sons in their old age are damn outstanding. As a result, Xu Linbei and Lu Yi could only be playboys, since they were of no use to the business anyway. Don't go. Lu Yi drove the car without looking away. Your uncle and my uncle are wearing the same underwear, and it's lace and semi-transparent. We can see each other clearly. If Xu Yanli knew that he was investigating whether Ji Yang had any relationship with other men, wouldn't that be like directly telling his uncle and grandfather that Ji Yang had a fake engagement with him? Xu Linbei was helpless. Then I can't help you. Check again. Lu Yi tapped the steering wheel with his fingertips. Xu Linbei expressed his incomprehension. Didn't you and your sister-in-law break up? Besides, you treat her like a maid and have no feelings for her at all. Why do you care so much about this issue? Lu Yi hung up immediately. At the same time, He Baizhuo was sitting with his legs crossed in the Nanda monitoring room. He had just sent Xu Linbei away and called Lu Wentan. Xu Linbei is here to check the surveillance for Lu Yi. Tell me, if I sell the video of you and Ji Yang, can I open a Nanda chain? A light whoosh sound came from Lu Wentan's other end as he exhaled the cigarette. Is there a life flower? He Baizhuo laughed. If you dare to touch me, I will go and tie up Ji Yang. Then there was silence on the other end of the phone. He Baizhuo was shocked. You are really screwed, Lu Wentan. You were eaten to death by Ji Yang. Lu Wentan dusted off the cigarette ash and narrowed his eyes slightly. She had really eaten him out just now, biting him really hard. It was so tight, and without the freshness of the first time. If he had a little less self-control, this business trip to Paris would have to be cancelled. If you have something to do, fight me first. Don't take up my resources if you don't have anything to do. Lu Wentan turned his face mercilessly. Don't hang up yet. He Baizhuo spoke faster. You're not coming back for the fashion show next week, so give me the invitation. Look for Song Wen. Lu Wentan said in a light tone. Okay tilde, He Baizhuo was satisfied. Just to show my courtesy, don't worry, I will keep you updated with Ji Yang's status in real time during the month or so you are away. Chapter 35. Why aren't you sleeping? I'm free. Lu Wentan sneered and hung up. He Baizhuo sneered confidently. Because after a few minutes, he sent a photo to Lu Wentan in a mean way. The photo was a little dim, with only the light shining ambiguously on the background, but one could vaguely tell that it was Ji Yang. He Baizhuo counted leisurely. 5. 4. Who Lu Wentan has replied. He Baizhuo responded with a mocking expression. Hey, man, you can't even last 3 seconds. Too fast, try harder and last longer. Lu Wentan replied coldly, I'm on a business trip, not a funeral. That means that he will have to return to the capital one day and will still be able to deal with him. He Baizhuo then calmed down a little. It's Miss Jiu. She seems to be here with her friends. Don't worry, I won't disturb her. Lu Wentan wanted to hide her well, so as a brother, he could tease her but he couldn't expose her. As a result, Lu Wentan sent a message, send some drinks and snacks, put it on my account. He Baizhuo confirmed again and again, was he serious? Wasn't he afraid of exposing his shameful relationship with Ji Yang? Ji Yang only sees Hua Lily once in a long time because he is too busy filming. Although the role is small, he is not allowed to leave the crew at will. This time it was finally finished. Guess how much money I have saved? Hua Lily raised his eyebrows mysteriously, his face full of pride. Ji Yang smiled and said, 200,000 at most. She earns tens of thousands of yuan for a minor role in a play, and she spends a lot on herself on a daily basis, and many of her costumes are her personal clothes. Hua Lily was very satisfied and excited. I remember that my sister only had 200 yuan a week for living expenses. Now I have money. Isn't it awesome and powerful? Ji Yang nodded his head, awesome, you are the best. Seeing that she was not in a good mood, Hua Lily immediately became alert, you are hiding something from me. Ji Yang's eyes were pure and clear, how could that be? Yes, do you dare to swear on my life? Ji Yang. Since I only have this one friend, I'd better not swear. Hua Lily took a breath, raised his hand, and pinched his philtrum in advance, tell me, I can bear it. Ji Yang was amused by her, it's not that serious. Hua Lily believed it, let go of his hand, and leaned over to the table, what's the matter? Lu Wentan and I did it again. Again. Hua Lily pinched his philtrum again and rolled his eyes. Ji Yang was helpless, it's so exaggerated, you also think this is an unforgivable thing. Hua Lily pretended to twitch, waved at her, and insisted on finishing the show. Okay, the Oscar is yours. Ji Yang put the small cookie trophy next to her mouth. Hua Lily chewed it up with a crunch sound, and then his face was full of stars. I'm so excited. Is Lu Wentan super fierce? Will it hurt the second time? Or more comfortable? Ji Yang blushed at her open attitude, be more reserved. Hua Lily put her hands on her hips and said, "My goodness, you've slept with your idol, how can I be reserved?" Then he lowered his voice and tugged at the corner of her clothes. "What does it feel like? What does it feel like?" Ji Yang was helpless. "You'll know if you find a man." "No, I'm the only one who's beautiful." Even the unspoken rules can't do anything to her, so why should men do the same? Ms. Ji. He Baijua brought over the snacks and 2 cups of Vico. Ji Yang was stunned when he saw He Baijua, Mr. He. He Baijua smiled friendly. "The fourth master sent you 2 some wine and snacks." Ji Yang didn't expect to meet him here. "You work here?" He Baijua thought about it and said, "It's a part-time job, I guess." Ji Yang nodded. The situation was a bit awkward, so He Baijua had no choice but to say goodbye and leave. Hua Lily immediately grabbed Ji Yang's clothes and said, "Who is he? He's so handsome, more handsome than any male lead I've ever seen." Lu Wentan's friend. Ji Yang was not quite sure of his identity. Hua Lily was deflated on the spot. "That's fine." Ji Yang looked at her. "What's wrong?" Hua Lily shrugged. "I can't reach him. There are so many levels between Lu Wentan and us. His friends must be good too. They are not from the same world as me." Ji Yang has always been clear about this. "I agree too. She will never be able to reach Lu Wentan's level." So she smiled and said, "Then you urged me to abandon Madame Lu and become the 4th wife. How dare you do that?" Hua Lily said confidently, "Can you be the same as me?" Ji Yang waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I won't say any more." The 2 of them filled up their glasses of wine that Lu Wentan had sent and ate some snacks. After drinking almost everything, Hua Lily remembered to tell Ji Yang that she had an opportunity to go on a business trip abroad. Does Queen Chu know about this? She was invited to Paris to watch a fashion show. She was supposed to bring 3 newcomers with her, but one of them broke his leg during filming, so I became the substitute. That's why Hua Lily took a rare day off today to go out and drink. For a minor supporting actress like her, this is simply a huge fortune. Ji Yang immediately took her wine glass away. "Then you can't drink it. You have to stay in the best condition during this period of time, and nothing can happen to you." Hua Lily nodded vigorously. "Listen to my wife." Ji Yang was used to her address. The 2 of them didn't drink anymore, but sat there and chatted aimlessly for a long time, and didn't return to the rental house in Hua Lily until after 12 o'clock. The next day at 11 o'clock in the morning, Hua Lily went out to board the plane. Ji Yang naturally continued to be her slave. Lu Wentan is not here, but Song-wen is here, so she has to do all the work she is supposed to do, and sometimes she even takes the initiative to ask for more work. Because she has a lot of free time. Her best friend and Lu Wentan were both on business trips, and she ignored Lu Yi, so she had all her time. I even learned the word loneliness for the first time. Especially at night, she used her laptop to organize work documents in the house she rented in Hua Lily, and searched the internet for the parts she didn't know. As a result, I didn't know where to click, and that picture popped up. Just like what happened in the bathroom of Lu Wentan's house. The sound instantly filled the quiet night. She felt very ashamed, but couldn't control her feelings. It certainly wasn't like this before. Ji Yang blamed Lu Wentan for this shameful incident. If he hadn't made her taste the addiction that went deep into her bones, how could she be like this? So, she posted a crazy little person emoji on her moments without any caption. After a while, Lu Wentan actually called. Ji Yang stared at the number and found it incredible. How could he have dialed it so skillfully? "Hello." Ji Yang answered the phone, his voice sounding as indifferent as usual. "Why aren't you asleep?" Lu Wentan's voice sounded very far away through the receiver, yet it was real in his ears. Ji Yang glanced at the time. It turns out it's really late. She wanted to say she was working, but compared to his workaholic nature, saying that would be like showing off one's proficiency in front of an amateur. "I just said, watch a movie." Chapter 36 Marriage Registration. Lu Wentan seemed to say, lightly. Question, cinema. Ji Yang couldn't help laughing in his heart. What kind of movie theater is this poor guy going to? It's on his notebook. Is it beautiful? Lu Wentan didn't know where he got the leisure time from, and actually joined in her conversation. "Turn up the volume so I can hear it." Ji Yang. "I really can't listen to this." Perhaps noticing that she was silent, Lu Wentan asked quietly, "Ji Yang, what kind of movie are you watching?" Ji Yang. Miss me? Lu Wentan's gentle and deep voice. Ji Yang didn't say anything. She was looking for the close button for the video that made her blood boil. But there was a slight tremor in her fingertips. She has no immunity to Lu Wentan at all. His magnetic voice was completely turned up high towards her face. Even if she wasn't a voice control freak, his voice was enough to arouse her desire. Don't want to. Lu Wentan continued with his own words. It seems I have to work harder next time. Ji Yang. Although she knew that Lu Wentan was different from her impression, she was still not used to being teased by him like this. She couldn't find the off button, so she simply gave up looking for it and lowered her head, suddenly feeling very complicated. The way they are now, is Lu Wentan serious about her? But what was it about her that was worthy of Lu Wentan's infatuation? No, she couldn't find it anyway. Ji Yang suddenly realized that she had not received any clear response from Lu Wentan regarding what happened that day. Maybe, it's just a momentary impulse. Thinking of this, he suddenly sighed. What's wrong? Lu Wentan asked, is the work pressure from Song Wen high? No. Ji Yang finally spoke, it's a bit late, I'm going to bed. There was silence from Lu Wentan's end. Ji Yang considered whether to hang up. Come to think of it, Lu Wentan might have been a little angry when she left Tai Her Honyu. I didn't expect that I would call her at this moment, and end up getting irritated again. Ji Yang had no choice but to say hello again, I'm hanging up. Lu Wentan said It sounds muffled. It was like scratching her earlobe directly, making Ji Yang look tangled. Did he have a bad business trip? Speaking of which, people like Lu Wentan are used to being superior, and others rarely see him angry, out of control, sad, or lost. The noble are lonely, and it is lonely at the top. He had a child in his old age, and it seems that he only enjoyed maternal love for a few years. Is there no one who cares about him over the years? Ji Yang sighed, when you are unhappy, you can also watch a movie or listen to some music. Lu Wendan remained silent. But Ji Yang had no choice. She is not good at sweet talk. Her devotion to Lu Yi was all done with her own actions, without much talk. What gift do you want? Lu Wentan suddenly asked, I'll bring you one when I get back from my business trip. Ji Yang could tell that his tone had become a little lighter. No, that's not a good idea. She refused subconsciously, as if Lu Wentan was something she had hidden in the gutter and didn't want to see the light of day. What do Mr. Lu and Lu Yi think when the uncle brings a gift to his niece-in-law? This time Ji Yang hung up the phone. Maybe it was because Lu Wentan on the phone was too gentle, she suddenly felt a sense of fear. I don't know where this fear comes from. This feeling even lasted for several days. The fear finally disappeared when I finished chatting with Hua Lily, and turned into grey. When Hua Lily was in Paris, she was like a silly girl entering a village for the first time. She would take pictures of everything she saw as a souvenir. Then he sent her a mosaic mysteriously. Do you know who I saw? Ji Yang was on his way home from get off work, squeezing into the subway, waiting to reply after getting off the subway. When getting off the subway, Hua Lily probably couldn't help it anymore and broke the news to her himself. Lu Wentan. It's Lu Wentan, why are you so calm? Ji Yang was walking on the road. It turned out that Lu Wentan said he was on a business trip to Paris. She checked her phone, exited the subway, and finally replied to her friend. It's not like I haven't seen it before, I'm just tired of it. Hua Lily seemed very excited and sent several messages quickly. No. The key is, why is there a woman next to him? Their relationship doesn't seem simple, I tell you. Ji Yang paused slightly. Regardless of whether what Lu Wentan said that night was true or false, Ji Yang believed what he said and only maintained a sexual relationship with her. So, it seems normal for him to have a female companion in public. Yang, I think you can't get stuck in this. Hua Lily's words suddenly became serious and earnest. A man like Lu Wentan must be perfect and suitable in every aspect. Of course, you are definitely the best, but we don't have a rich family background, so we can't get along with others. Ji Yang returned to the rental house, put down his bag and sat on the sofa. Then he replied, Tell me, what else did you see? I had advised her to become the fourth wife before, but now she has changed her tune. It's not that simple. Ji Yang saw the message, typing, repeatedly displayed on the other end of the line, but no information was sent. The feeling of fear suddenly intensified. Finally, the phone screen went dark and Hualili's WeChat popped up. He and that woman registered their marriage certificate in Paris, if I read correctly. Ji Yuyan looked at the line of words and didn't seem to react much. But the images in her mind were all about Lu Wentan, who couldn't let go of her body. Instead of feeling hysterical pain, Ji Yuyan was particularly sober. The blood in the heart seemed to cool, causing the brain to become unusually clear. She now understood the true meaning of Lu Wentan's words: deal with your relationship with Lu Yi as soon as possible, and I can give you whatever relationship you want. She is a helpless person, why should she take the initiative to deal with the relationship with Lu Yi? Behind Lu Yi stood Mr. Lu to support him. To put it bluntly, Lu Wentan had already told her that it was impossible for her to break away from her relationship with Lu Yi. And she would never be able to get a legitimate relationship with him. In other words, he couldn't give her a legitimate status, but he still wanted her and wanted to maintain that kind of relationship. This is a punishment for her mistake that night. After thinking about this clearly, Ji Yuyan didn't blame anyone but himself for being not as good as Lu Wentan in rank. What he suddenly said about shoes that day just hit the softest spot in her heart. Just when she was about to take a step out of the door, he conquered her and entered her body completely. Why that node? Because he has to go on a business trip, is he afraid that she will forget about him during this period? It really is both and wants, to the fullest. Got it. Ji Yuyan simply replied. She really didn't know what to say. When Lu Yi called, her thoughts were still a little confused, and she only said, after answering the call. There was silence on the other end of Lu Yi's phone for 2 seconds. Are you sick? Chapter 37 Lovers. Ji Yuyan didn't understand why, and he always had a bad attitude towards him. If you have something to say, just play it. Wow, you're quite arrogant. Lu Yi smiled and held the phone. Have you forgotten to be my female companion? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ji Yuyan was silent. She really had forgotten. I feel so tired at the moment, can I change my mind at the last minute? Lu Yi seemed to be very easy to talk to. Okay, compensate me 200,000. Ji Yuyan was angry. Why don't you go and rob? I didn't spend the money, can't I just return it to you the same way? Lu Yi snorted. You've already touched the money, it's like you slept with me, how can it still be clean? I have a misophobia and don't want unclean things. What a messed up metaphor. Ji Yuyan stood up and said, if you don't know how to make a metaphor, don't do it. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, knowing that she was weak and submissive. He felt that the joke seemed to be too much, and such words were only suitable for saying to those women outside. He was just thinking about whether to give her a higher price as an apology when he heard her say, money is cleaner than you. Lu Yi. He was really pissed off and laughed. She has the real mouth. I should definitely taste it someday. Hurry up, I've brought you the dress and other things. Lu Yi urged her. Ji Yuyan didn't even have time to sit down when he got home before he went out, taking only his cell phone with him. Because she felt that her bags that cost 30 or 50 yuan were not worth showing off, so it would be better not to take them. Lu Yi took her to a studio. A woman came out to receive us. The woman looked at Lu Yi with an ambiguous and warm gaze. When she was doing Ji Yuyan's hair, she asked her indirectly, you and Mr. Lu have a special relationship. Ji Yuyan's expression was calm, very ordinary. Lu Yi was flipping through a magazine not far away and raised his eyebrows. He usually doesn't bring female companions, the woman said again. Ji Yuyan smiled, does he usually bring a male companion? The woman was not talking nonsense. The female companions that Mr. Lu usually brought with him were all clearly priced and he paid for them. Therefore, there are of course limits on the dresses, jewelry, etc. used. But Mr. Lu didn't mention this tonight. Stop prying and do your thing. The woman glared at Lu Yi in a delicate and artificial manner. I need to know which girl to curry favor with in the future. Since it wasn't her, Ji Yuyan simply closed his eyes and took a nap. She closed her eyes and let others decide on her hair, dress, and jewelry. After finishing, take your phone and leave. Lu Yi was still leaning on the sofa, but his eyes passed the magazine and stayed on Ji Yuyan for a long time. He suddenly understood the poem. Her demeanor is elegant and sincere, her skin is delicate and her body is even. Lu Yi always thought that Ji Yuyan was skinny and had no figure. It turned out that he was blinded by the apron he wore day after day. Are you going or not? Ji Yuyan held the phone in his hand and couldn't help but want to lift up the hem of his skirt. But actually, that was not necessary. as the length of the dress chosen by the stylist was just right for her with the high heels she was wearing. Liu Yi generously took the magazine, stood up from the sofa, and paid the bill generously. When he was leaving, he held out his hand to Ji Yang, asking her to hold it, while reminding him in a gentlemanly manner, "I advise you to hold my hand, otherwise you will fall flat on your face and waste tens of thousands of dollars of my outfit." Ji Yang was surprised. "So expensive? You didn't look in the mirror?" "Really not. Ji Yang doesn't care. She just wants to make up the number and earn the 100,000. Then I heard Liu Yi's generous praise, "You look very beautiful tonight." Ji Yang got into the car elegantly. "You have good taste." Liu Yi laughed. Continued to be his driver. Ji Yang sat with her back straight and legs upright the whole way, which looked a little unnatural. Firstly, she was afraid of damaging her dress, and secondly, she was afraid of exposing herself. She asked Liu Yi, "Is it too revealing?" "Liu Yi, if you are any more conservative, you will go back to the era of foot binding." Ji Yang looked down at herself. The slit of her skirt was quite high, but it was okay. It covered 1/3 of her thighs but did not reach the base of her legs. Mainly backless. Almost to the waist. That was also what attracted Liu Yi's attention tonight. Ji Yang actually has the beautiful dimples that only top models have, delicate and soft, neither thin nor fat. That is the scenery that men in the back position love to see the most. But Liu Yi didn't dare to think that far. Normally, he would have dirty thoughts about those women outside, but today he held back only towards Ji Yang. No blasphemy. When the dinner party came in, Liu Yi took Ji Yang's hand and frowned, "Give me the phone. He thinks it's in the way." Ji Yang really had no place to put it. "Give it to me after you enter the venue. She has nothing to do, so she will definitely find a corner to watch some TV series and eat some snacks." The dinner was a press conference, and luckily the social interaction wasn't particularly complicated. Ji Yang just had to be at ease being Liu Yi's foil. After entering, I greeted everyone. Ji Yang finally poked Liu Yi and said, "My legs are sore. I'll find a place to hide." Liu Yi looked down at her shoes and they were indeed high. "Go there." Liu Yi pointed to a place for her, "I'll find you later." Ji Yang nodded, and couldn't wait to slip away, forgetting to ask for his cell phone. He continued to go from party to meet the models for the evening. When the phone vibrated several times in his pocket, Liu Yi had no choice but to take it out and answer it. "Who?" He sounded a little unhappy. He was just talking to a supermodel. Beijing Media is going to organize a program recently and invite artists from all walks of life to participate. They want to cross over and get a model. There was silence on the other end of the phone. It was a bit noisy here at Liu Yi's place, and he thought he didn't hear clearly. Wait and look down at the screen. Note, Mr. Liu. Others call him Mr. Liu, and as for Mr. Liu, there is undoubtedly only one person. Liu Yi's temper improved instantly, "Uncle." Only then did he realize that he was holding Ji Yang's phone. The voice on the other end of the phone was very deep. "Why is Secretary Gu's phone with you?" Liu Yi looked up and looked for someone, but found that he was too far away. "Sorry, uncle, I brought my wife out to attend the dinner. Her feet hurt, so she went to rest. Do you have any work to tell me?" Lu Wentan was silent for perhaps 2 or 3 seconds. "Tell her to call me back." Liu Yi could only be amazed. The term workaholic was not just an exaggeration. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wentan clicked into He Baijue's chat box. "Are you at the press conference?" He Baijue rarely saw him posting punctuation marks, so he took a sip of his wine. "Here, a famous model, I'm going to find you a sister-in-law." Almost at the same time, He Baijue saw Lu Wentan send another message. "Ji Yang, take a photo for me." He Baijue looked around. Ji Yang was at this fashion show. He certainly didn't see it. It's because He Baijue and Liu Yi have different social circles. So, He Baijue followed Liu Yi's lustful nature and went to the place where there were the most women. Just after passing a rest corner, He Baijue retreated again. My eyelids twitched. Without hesitation, He Baijue took a photo with his mobile phone and sent it to Lu Wentan. "It's hot." He Baijue enlarged Ji Yang's photo himself. Then I couldn't help but comment to Lu Wentan, "Is this set of jewelry from the Lover series Collector S edition?"